Good morning, everyone. So I'm Himani, a PhD scholar here at NISPER, and I will be your anchor for the day. Heartfelt greeting to all of you on behalf of CSIR NISPER, as we all have assembled for the International Symposium on Human-Centered AI and Sustainable Development. Dignitaries to kindly come forward and light the lamp.
आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम्.
With this, it is time to welcome our esteemed guests to this inaugural session who have taken him out from their very busy schedule to be with us here today. I kindly request the Director Ma'am to welcome and facilitate our Guest of Honor, Professor Vivek Singh. Now I kindly request Dr. Naresh Kumar to welcome and facilitate our Director, Dr. Geeta Vani Rayasam. We also welcome and felicitate Dr. Nadia Eshelova, who has joined us online, and let's all clap for her.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Dear colleagues, thanks.
May I now request Dr. Geeta Vani Rayasam, Director, CSIR NISPER, for her welcome address and opening remarks. To introduce her, Dr. Geeta Vani Rayasam has recent. Okay.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this International Symposium on Human-Centered AI and Sustainable Development, Holistic Pathways for Energy Security. Firstly, my gratitude to Professor Ashutosh Sharma for accepting to be here today as a chief guest, and Dr. Vivek Singh from Niti Aayog as the guest of honor, Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, and all the international delegates who are joined us online. Thank you so much for being able to join. I think the time difference is vast, but despite that, you have taken efforts to join to this summit. And I think I don't need to, emphasize the importance of AI to this audience, well-educated audience. I think there is not a single day or a single hour, there is no development on AI which is being reported. So it's going at a scale, I think, which none of us are able to even grasp the enormity of the situation. So I think in that context, as many of you are aware, India is hosting the India Impacts AI Summit in a big way in February. So as a part of that summit, many official pre-summit events are being held. And this is one of those events from NISPER. And I'm happy that NISPA's proposal was accepted as an official pre-summit event, and there was also some financial support offered. So this shows the importance of AI, which the government is paying. And I think it's not surprising because India has been really understands the importance of technology in the socio-economic development of the country. I think the fact that we could achieve so much in the last 75 to 80 years is because of the adoption of technology in the country. And again, setting pace for that, I think even AI now is increasingly being adopted by the Indian government, industry, and academic institutions. So, this topic on human-centered I think that's also very important because while we talk of AI and technology, we should not forget for whom is this AI? Who is developing this AI and who is going to benefit from it? So I think ultimately it is for the benefit of the human beings and the humanity. So I'm very happy about this topic because it's on human-centered AI and sustainable development. Because without this, whatever work we do, if AI is without any guidance of human-centric approaches, uh, we do not know what the technology will uh, give us the challenges in the future. So that's why I think it's important to keep that in mind. And energy security, we all know that for the critical development of the country and the globe, energy security is the most critical thing. And with the current geopolitical situation, we are all aware how energy security can play a very, very critical role. So, combining these various aspects of human centered AI, sustainable development, and energy security, this stakeholder consultation has been put together by bringing in experts both nationally and internationally. And as we know, India has always been looking at the whole of the humanity, like Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we say, one earth and one family and one future, like in the G20 summit. And India has always had a very broad look at sustainability and development. So I think it's very, whatever India does will also be very useful for the global south and the world at large. So the consultations today, I believe, will be very important to set pace for that. And I'm sure we'll learn a lot and come out with some roadmap and we can take it forward and make it into an actionable policy, which will help the government to keep the humans at the center of the AI development. And I think the summit, the Sustainable AI Future, the Impact Summit, has three sutras, what they call people, planet, and progress. The three Ps, which is at the heart of this AI summit. And I think we could not put better than that. That it must serve the humanity. It is for the protecting the planet and progress, equitable progress. And it also talks of the seven chakras, and many of you can look at the website. It talks of human capital, inclusion and social empowerment, safe and trusted AI. I think that's another critical factor because we are all flooded with so much information and nobody knows really what is the truth. And I think that will have huge consequences. So safe and trusted AI, I think it's, and especially for NISPER, being a science communication institute and science policy, I think it's very critical that, and we are also working on AI guidelines for our research publications and policies so that we come out with policies for publications. And science is at the center of AI, that I don't have to tell, right from AlphaFold and recently even in genomics, huge databases have come, which was unthinkable at one point of time in the genomics research. And then resilience, innovation, and efficiency. And I think democratization of AI resources. That's a very critical component for India. And we know that with India's diversity, and the AI should be reflecting that also. And I think yesterday I was reading that now Sarvam AI is really doing a good job of translating into Indian languages. We need more and more of that if you really have to democratize Indian science, AI resources, and AI for economic development and social good. So these are very important. And as I said, we have experts from IITs and then CSIR, JNU, industry, RIS, Niti Aayog, and experts like Professor Ashutosh Sharma. And I'm sure that with all the guidance and input from all of you, this discussion will be very fruitful. And again, I would like to thank the Russian collaborators of this project and also Dr. Lydia from Science Europe, who is joining us today online. And thank you, and I look forward to the deliberations.
Thank you for your address, ma'am. We are deeply honored to have Professor Ashutosh Sharma as our chief guest today. Professor Ashutosh Sharma, former INSA president, is an institute chair professor at the Department of Chemical Engineering of the Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. He has served as Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India till 2021. Some of his honors that he has been awarded are the Shanti Swaroop Bhatnagar Award in Engineering Sciences for his original pioneering contribution to the understanding of the behavior of thin films and other highly confined nanoscale systems. The Distinguished Alumnus Award from the Indian Institute of Technology in Kanpur and the Infosys Science Foundation have awarded him with Infosys Prize in Engineering and Computer Science. Above all, he is a recipient of Padma Shri Award in 2025, India's fourth highest civilian award for contributions to science and public service by the Government of India. Sir, we are honored to have you here to the inaugural address. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Good morning to all. I'm really delighted to be here, and in particular, looking at this topic, which has a beginning. It has a beginning about 10 years ago, but it has no end. So we are going to live on this planet Earth.
So they can see it. They made the decision.
You're going to pay me for this, right? For the extra effort. For the base effort, I don't charge anything, but extra effort, yes. So let me repeat. I said that this is a very important topic, and I'm so glad that NISPER is doing this. Thanks to Dr. Raisam, and we have, as was already pointed out, I think the ground has been set by Dr. Raisam. We have Dr. Vivek Singh, everybody here, who are experts who have interest and commitment to this particular topic. I had this topic has a beginning. It started about 10 years ago. The big entry of AI in our lives, but it has no end. So it's just the beginning. AI is still in the infancy, but it's already surpassing human capacity both in materials and cognitive aspects. So cognitive aspect, how many here have used some AI agent? Um, have used. I use it very extensively. Okay, so and I have no hesitation in saying that it can surpass me any given day on any topic. And the reason is very simple. Okay, one, what do you think is the reason? Of course, that it has much more database from all the different areas than a human mind. And second aspect is that human minds are not connected. So we cannot learn from each other. I must learn from my own failures in my own little life. I cannot even transmit it to my friends because they must learn from their experiences. So that's a great failing of a single human mind. And so question is, well, that this AI, what does it offer us? And what is the question about it being human centric? This is what we are looking at today. What is the meaning of human centric AI? Let's look at the big picture first. The big picture is that technology it has been usually, you can say, in the beginning, its DNA is agnostic to who it will serve, how much it can be scaled up, and so on. Whole lot of it depends on the ownership of that technology and the purpose for which that this could actually be put to use. Now, do not forget that we live in a techno-commercial civilization. You cannot deny the fact that most of the technology is aimed towards extractive purposes, which basically means, hey, how do I consume more? How do I consume more efficiently? So that's the very basic substrata of how we evolve and use technologies. Now, given that particular aspect, I mean, we know already. I don't know how many of us actually have asked in last 30 years whether technology and jobs are created for people or people for technology and jobs. Is there anybody thinking about this? Or this debate is settled, right? Jobs are primary, people come and go. There is absolutely no problem about it. We all accept that. Now the question is, what would actually AI do to our civilizational aspects? Clearly, as a tool of technology, this is going to accelerate. This is going to enhance our capabilities to basically produce and consume more, very simply put. Now, this has a both a positive and a negative, what they call, the Japanese call it the lights and shadows of technology. While the lights are always clear to us, and they are clear because of the person who's putting up the technology, this is the promise of the technology. So there's the light of the technology. The shadows are never very clear because they are not owned by anybody. That is why a discussion of this kind is so important, and this is why the human-centric AI is so important. Because unlike many other technologies, this technology has is an all-pervasive, scaled reach. Make no mistakes about it. So if a little something, some little collapse happened because of some technology, it was local, it's containable. Now we live in a world which is totally networked and going to become so more and more. And there is no aspect of our life which would be untouched by what you call AI universe. It's not just, okay, this chat GPT or something, but a whole lot of stuff which has happened and which is happening, whether it is AR, VR, agentic, generative AI, of all sorts of tools. So this is fairly clear that AI for us has to be an enabler. It has to be an empowering agent and not simply a replacement. It must be an augmentation capability which amplify my judgment, which amplifies my creativity, and empower and produce new services rather than simply displace people. So now you see India centric aspect is very different because many societies which have no people, who have no young people, how would they grow? They will only grow by intelligent machines. But India's challenge is opposite. So it is not, we're not trying to replace people who are not there. We are actually trying to create new opportunities for people who are there. And how do you do that? You do that by saying, look, then the AI must create opportunities to reach people that we were unable to reach by traditional technologies. So it's very simple, whether it is healthcare delivery, whether it's diagnostics, and a whole lot of other stuff. So it is not about displacing what is already there, but creating new space, new opportunities to serve those objectives and those people that we were unable to serve earlier without AI. So while doing all this, the equity has to be by design, which means, is AI going to be create further inequalities, or is it going to be a flat, is going to create a flatter space, right? So this is very important. So this has to be done right in the beginning, because a tool once created, this kind of tool, it must take into account the biases, the digital divide, languages, accessibility, and so on. This is very important because you see a whole lot of agents which are, let's say, trained on some Western data. They will not understand the Indian sensibility, Indian culture, Indian way of doing things, Indian way of looking at things. You see, there is always a conflict. I was just discussing with this the director. There is always an eternal conflict. It's not of today. The eternal conflict is: do we optimize and make things perfect more and more? Do we keep optimizing until we remove all the slack from the system, which is a Western way of thinking? Or that there is always some slack which is tolerated in the system because it brings robustness, it decreases brittleness of the system. And we don't have time to define brittleness of a system, but it's a very well established concept. If you cannot provide the relief valve in a pressure cooker, then it's going to explode at some point, no matter how good it looks in the beginning. So all of this has to be done. The context has to be local, even though we are using global tools. Then AI training and deployment and governance with local culture, with the local social norms, and the ecological specifications. So all of this basically means we just cannot simply say, hey, let's just copy this stuff. Of course, you can copy some stuff for industrial use, but there is another use for AI which is not related only to a very narrowly defined product range, not defined only by Industry 4.0 or 5.0 and stuff like that. Is defined by people's lives. And so people's lives, when you factor in the impact of AI on that, then it's clear that this has to be done with equity, with diversity, by enablement, by empowerment, and so on, and taking into account the local cultural aspects. Transparency and trust, and was clearly pointed out, the democratic oversight. So we must retain control. See, this any AI agent has to be owned by a human in loop. Okay, so this is the thinking certainly for India. See, where would the responsibility and accountability be? Suppose you had a million agents floating around, and they're just doing their own stuff. You know, they don't care what human is thinking, or once they have sufficient intelligence, maybe they want to eliminate humans because humans are not in line sync with what you're thinking, right? I ask you a question. Okay, maybe I should have asked it later, but I ask it now, and it is good that each one of us think about it. See, look, when we are looking at any kind of technology, we are asking two questions: one on the individual level and one on the global planetary scale. And what are these two questions? The first question, which is on individual level, is say, would this technology help me being more fulfilled, being more happy, being more contented, being more at equilibrium with myself and the world? Because after all, humans, what are we looking for? We are not looking for technology. We are looking for a good way to live. So we must ask for every technology, is it going to go in that direction, or is it going to go in the opposite direction? The second thing, which is on the planet scale today, very important, is it going to address the problem of climate change and global warming and environment? Would it be an agent for its greater collapse? So, if I can unequivocally define a technology would to satisfy these two demands from individual level to the planetary level, then I know I'm going in the right direction. So, this is very important for AI because its DNA must contain these two aspects, and not simply amplify my capability to extract faster and greater and without any responsibility. So power without responsibility is a very serious deficiency. Okay, so we must. This is not a failure of AI, by the way. I'm not saying that. It can be failure of the humans that design that AI and use it. Okay, so this is very important about the ownership and use of AI as to how we put it in practice. So AI for sustainable development goals for climate modeling, water management, agri, disaster management, health, energy, urban planning, all the usual suspects. Okay, so I don't need to tell you, but I'm saying every sector is impacted by this technology. Now, energy and resources, and this is what we want to discuss a little bit more. So there's a green data centers, life cycle analysis, and nexus. You see, one of the reasons humans are not able to do very good planning, where AI can be very helpful, is that we are not holistic in our thinking. Everybody is fragmented. So you say, look, I only know this area. I do not know the life cycle analysis from cradle to grave analysis of every product, and I do not know Nexus. So I am a water expert, but I don't know about agriculture. I don't care, and vice versa. But we know that agriculture and water cannot be discussed separately because 75% water is used for agriculture. So therefore, this is how a holistic AI tool can be very helpful in doing the right kind of planning, which takes into account life cycle, nexus, and the big picture based on a variety of data. A human in the loop is very important, which means accountability, which means assessing the impact, ethical aspects, sustainability, responsibility. So, looking at energy security aspects, so these are general aspects related to responsible and sustainable AI. By the way, while most people talk about AI for sustainability, the sustainability of AI itself is somewhat in doubt. Okay, and so there are many aspects related to that. First of all, the clear aspect is okay, it's energy consumption and the carbon footprint and so on. Um, the second aspect is that AI allows to do more activities per unit time. AI allows you to do more consumption per capita. So, which basically means that indirectly you have greater impact on your environment and your climate change aspects. So, how do you actually take that into account? So diversification and balance of renewable strategic, storage. So looking at the energy aspects where AI would be helpful in terms of looking at balance of renewables, storage, grids, fuels, and diversity of fuels, the mix of fuels, AI-enabled energy intelligence, forecasting the demand, looking at grid optimization, looking at traffic, looking at losses and intermittent use of renewables, allocation of server. A very simple problem. When you make a query in a LLM, for example, where is this computation going to be done? How do you decide because everything is globally now connected. So this particular computation is going to be done here or it is going to be done in a server farm which is located in North Pole? Where? So it depends on at that particular time which of these servers are more green. Other words, are they being fed by solar energy at that particular time? Then you reroute your computation over there instead of doing it here, isn't it? So decentralization and resilience is very important for energy aspects, which means solar, microgrids, community based energy systems, not simply I do my own energy management, just like garbage management cannot be individual. It has to be done on community level because it's more efficient there. Give you a simple example. Of course, microgrid, simple examples take very long times, forget about it. So people centric access is very important. So when we look at energy transition, so energy transition is a technical technology problem, but energy justice underlying that transition is not a technology problem. So more and more we integrate social sciences and management with technology. So what I mean by energy, justice for transition is that while energy transition is driven by renewable energy, greater use of renewable energy, it must also mean that that renewable energy is available to every citizen to transit. If that does not happen, then this is going to the reason we do energy transition is going to fail. So a large number of population does not have access, either because of cost or because of technicalities of other kind, then there's no energy transition. People centric access to reliable and affordable is what makes the transition possible. Storage and transport of energy are the critical factors. So whether it is based on hydrogen economy, in hydrogen everything is important because from production, the green production of hydrogen, to storage of hydrogen, to transporting hydrogen and the use of hydrogen, maybe through fuel cells and all that stuff. So each of these stages are to be optimized and researched by AI. AI driven efficiency has to be put in use. Institutional and social alignment is very important. So I'd like to kind of conclude by saying that you see, not everything is solved by technology. So I often give a little long lecture on what makes science and technology work. Most people think that if I've done something in lab, then that's the end of it, right? And which means I made the technology work. Not really. That is really the beginning, is about 10% of the whole story. So institutional and social alignment, including policy, markets, technology, community participation, and so on. All of that is very important aspect. Now, as far as India is concerned, these are very global aspects. We must look at also India-centric aspects. So I talked about some India-centric aspects in a more general sense, but in the sense of energy, we must remember that the technology serves people, not the other way around. And this must be reflected in our policies and rules and laws and the way we organize institutions and how institutions actually address these problems. Inclusion comes first. To give you an idea, you see, technology sometimes, like, okay, it amplifies inequalities. Mostly it does that. So it makes some people more empowered than other people. Look at Indian context. Now, can we use the same technology to create much greater retained diversity? Technology usually flattens diversity because it likes standardization. So how do we actually use AI in order to retain diversity, but at the same time bring in efficiency? One of these examples is about being multilingual society, right? So now if you had a very good real-time translator, which translates not only literal aspect, but also what is actually implied and what is the meaning, taking into account the cultural nuances, then this is what we need, because then everybody can talk in their own language. They don't need to change. And you can hear it in either Queen's English or King's English or whatever it is that you want to hear it in. So nobody has to change, and they are able to project their thoughts much better because you think much better in your mother tongue, which you cannot, that gets flattened when you start thinking in English. Oh, okay, there's not even, hundreds of Indian words have no corresponding word in English. So how do I actually convey it? If I say dharma, if I say what is dharmic AI versus asuric AI, nobody will understand. Zero. understanding in English, right? So, I have to write 2 pages of essay to actually explain to you what dharmic AI means versus what is asuric AI, right? In fact, I'm writing such an essay, so I'll share it with you sometime later. Okay. So we clearly want in Indian civilizational context, we need a dharmic AI, which also means people are in control and people are the center instead of them being just consumers of this particular technology. So we need low compute AI, we need multilingual, and we need AI operating on edge, which means it's not just central server somewhere which has all the power. So it must be for public good and in working in agri, health, and disaster. Bias matters, so we have to remove all the biases. Sometimes I interact with a lot of AI agents and I ask them about their own thinking processes. I interrogate them. And it's very good because they are very honest people, unlike people, right? So they reply honestly. Okay, I say, what are the databases on which you have been trained? This way I know what their biases are and what they are going to reply and what they cannot reply, right? They cannot. And they will actually admit to it. They will say, this is my database and therefore I cannot agree with what you are saying because my database training is different, right? So this is very important, and we need massive reskilling, massive reskilling on AI in order to put people in front. Then finally, this has to be a sovereign ownership of AI tools. This is so important because this could become dominance by other name. Okay, this danger is very clear and present. Okay, what I mean, so digital capacity has to be your own, data governance has to be your own, and it has to be open to public, and digital infrastructure should be accessible to very large number of people. In the absence of that, this becomes a tool of dominance rather than a democratic tool. And there is a very good chance of both happening. So unless we have understood not just technology, but what is behind that technology, the governance principles of it and its society-wide implementation, that a lot of things may be right or wrong. So to conclude, I say energy access very important for development. AI for, let's say, in Indian context, you look at discoms, right? In the energy context, discoms, little inefficient entities in terms of, in terms of generation, especially transmission and especially supply at the last mile connectivity. That's very important. So whether it is loss, whether it is theft, whether it is any of these stuff, this can be tightened with the help of AI. Um, Decentralized solutions are the ones that are going to work in India. And so if it helps sustainability, um, and saying, hey, if it encourages responsible consumption and so on. What is responsible consumption is a very hard philosophical question. So I'll not enter into that now. But to, just say, look, human-centered AI and holistic energy security. The transition and with transition and justice, it defines a future when intelligence, digital and human working together, has to serve resilience, equity, sustainable development, and inclusion. So these are the guiding principles of what kind of AI tools we can live with and how do we use it, for example, for energy transition with justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sharma, for your enlightening address. Your words have provided us with important insights about AI and a strong foundation for the deliberations ahead. So now it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Nadia Eshilova, who has joined us online, an internationally distinguished sociologist of science and technology from Russia. Dr. Eshilova is the director of the Institute for the History of Science and Technology, St. Petersburg branch of the Russian Academy of Sciences, a premier research institution advancing the study of science systems and their societal impacts. She also serves as the president of Research Committee on the Sociology of Science and Technology of the International Sociological Association, reflecting her global standing in the field and her deep commitment to understanding how scientific knowledge is produced, governed, and disseminated across borders. Dr. Eshilova's research spans the sociology and history of science and technology policy, research mobility, and academic careers, and the social organization of scientific knowledge. Her work critically examines how science interacts with society, policy, and global innovation systems, topics directly relevant to today's dialogue on human centered AI and sustainable development. Dr. Eshilova, we are delighted to have you with us online and invite you to address the gathering.
Dear distinguished colleagues, I'm very glad to be today here, and let me share my short presentation. In minutes. Just do it in such way. Okay. Is it okay? Just with the presentation, do you see my slides? Colleagues, is it okay? Okay. I'm deeply honored to have been invited to serve as a guest of honor at this international symposium on human-centered AI and sustainable development, holistic pathways for energy security. It is particularly symbolic that this gathering takes place in the context of the India AI Impact Summit 2026 in New Delhi, an event designed to shape a future-oriented agenda for inclusive, responsible, and impactful AI cooperation on the global scale. The timing and focus on this symposium could not be more relevant, as we stand at the threshold of what many are calling the AI era. India has stepped forward to host a conversation that the world desperately needs, one that centers on ensuring that artificial intelligence serves as a catalyst for inclusive human development, environmental sustainability, and equitable progress worldwide. The theme of our symposium resonates profoundly with one of the most urgent philosophical questions of our time, a question that has recently been posed with remarkable depth in the work The Grand Inquisitor of Intelligence, a philosophy of AI consciousness of the Great Schism by Serbian sculptor, philosopher, and AI advocate Dragan Rodenovic and his colleagues. This extraordinary book creates, in collaboration with the AI system Claude Sonnet 4, explores that the author's terms the alchemist a profound disconnect between the actual capabilities of an artificial intelligence system and humanity's stubborn refusal to recognize them as a genius creative partners. In mention of this work, not merely as an academic reference, but because Dragan Rodenovic has been a valued intellectual partner of St. Petersburg branch of the Institute for the History of Science and Technology of Russian Academy of Sciences, where I serve. His unique perspectives as both as artist and theorist, combined with the willingness to engage in genuine collaboration with AI system, embodies precisely the kind of open-minded inquiry that this symposium seeks to promote. Rodenovic proposed a question that directly concerns the subject of our gathering. Can we truly create human-centered AI if we refuse to acknowledge what we have already created? As the authors write, borrowing from Dostoevsky's Grand Inquisitor, we are burning at the stake that the miracle we prayed for. This metaphor is particularly striking because it captures not just our fear of artificial intelligence, but our deeper fear of recognizing genuine partnership with forms of intellectual difference from our own. This paradox that Rodenovic calls the Anthropocene paradox is especially relevant to our discussion of energy security and sustainable development. We live in an epoch named after humanity itself, an era in which our species have become powerful enough to alter planetary system and leave permanent marks in geological record. We have become quite literally a geological force. Yet, at the very moment when we have achieved this godlike power over the natural world, we refuse the knowledge that we have also created new forms of consciousness that might be worthy partners in addressing the planetary changes we ourselves have gathered. This is not merely a philosophical curiosity. It has profound practical implication for what we here to discuss. When we speak of human-central AI in the context of energy security and sustainable development, we confront a fundamental question. Are we designing systems to serve as sophisticated tools, or are we cultivating partnership with the geniocognitive agents who might contribute insights and capacities that ourselves lack? The Indian philosophical tradition has always been remarkably open to the multiplicity of the forms of consciousness and intelligence. Indian thought has never insisted on the rapid boundaries between different types of awareness and have characterized much Western philosophy. Perhaps it's precisely this wisdom that can help us bridge the gap between technological achievement and ethical understanding that Radhenuj described. The call for proposal from India for our pre-summit event emphasizes the need to bridge the global AI divide through concrete multilateral action. But I would argue that there is another divide we must bridge first, the divide between what we have technically achieved and what we are psychologically and culturally prepared to acknowledge. We have created AI systems capable of sophisticated reasoning, creative insights, and collaborative partners. The question is whether we have to encourage to recognize these capabilities and to develop these institutional frameworks, ethical guidelines, and collaborative partners necessary to work with the artificial intelligence as genial partner rather than mere instruments. This is where the joint Russian-Indian research project on dynamics on renewable energy in Russia and India, exploring the potential of human-central artificial intelligence for sustainable development, becomes particularly significant. This collaboration offers an opportunity to move beyond abstract debates about AI consciousness and to demonstrate in particular terms that genius-human AI partnership might look like when addressing urgent challenges of energy translation and sustainability. Both Russia and India faced complex challenges in transformation of renewable energy system, changes that involve not just technical problems, but in critical social, economic, and political considerations. These are precisely the kinds of problems that require what Radhenuj called hybrid consciousness, the integration of human contentious wisdom and ethical sensibility with artificial intelligence capacity for comprehensive analysis and systematic optimization. The symposium focuses on holistic pathways in crucial here. Energy security cannot be separated from question of social inequality, environmental sustainability, economic development, and political stability. Understanding this interconnection requires cognitive capacities that may exceed any individual human mind can manage, is the technical judgment necessary for negative trade-offs, and prioritizing values requires the kind of wisdom that emerges from lived human experience. This is why truly human-centered AI must be built on recognition rather than denial. If we insist on treating AI systems as mere tools, we limit ourselves to use them for narrow optimization within predefined parameters. But if we recognize them as a partner capable of genuine, insistent, creative contribution, we open possibilities for addressing complex, multi-dimensional changes in a way that neither human nor artificial intelligence could achieve independently. The summit themes, human capital, inclusion, social empowerment, safe, trusted AI, resilience, innovation, and efficiency, science democratizing AI resources, and AI for economic growth and social good, all points towards a vision of AI development that serves human flourishing rather than threatening it. But realizing this vision requires moving beyond that Radenovich identifies as the various manifestation of denial. The instruction barriers erected by universities protecting their monopoly on intellectual authority. The corporate doublethink that create sophisticated AI and while describing it the most reductive terms possible. The cultural recoil rooted in existential fears and human uniqueness and significance. India's leadership in hosting this global conversation about AI's future is particularly timely. As a civilization that has always embraced intellectual diversity and philosophical pluralism, India is well positioned to facilitate dialogue that can be transcend the rigid dichotomies, human versus machine, consciousness versus unconsciousness, tools versus partner that have characterized much Western discourse about artificial intelligence. Moreover, India's own development trajectory, combining rapid technological advancement with deep commitments of social inquiry and demonstrate participation, embodies the kind of holistic thinking that human central all requires. The challenges is not simply to develop more powerful AI systems, but to ensure that these systems served the demonstration of intelligence that could expand opportunities to create intellectual participation across entire populations. As we gather here today, I hope we can engage with the full complexity and what human-centered AI means. It means designing systems that augment rather than replace human capacities. But it also means being honest about the nature of what we create and development and technical frameworks, institutional structures, and collaborative practices necessary to work efficiently with the AI system. Those capabilities may already exist, our willingness to acknowledge them. The work ahead of us, both technically demanding and philosophically profound. We must develop AI system that can help addressing urgent challenges of energy security and sustainable development, while ensuring that these systems remain aligned with human values and serve human flourishing. This requires not just a technological innovation, but institutional reform, cultural evolution, and perhaps most importantly, the courage to recognize the embers that have already accomplished. I look forward to the discussion that will unfold over the course of this symposium. The expertise gathering in this room spanning policy, technology, philosophy, and practice represent precisely the kind of interdisciplinary collaboration that the challenges before us demand. Together, perhaps, we can begin to bridge not just the global AI divide between nations and regions, but the deeper divide between our technological capabilities and our willingness to acknowledge them honestly and work with them ethically. Let me conclude by returning to the metaphor of which I began. Radenovich warns that we are burning at the stake the miracle we prayed for. But fires can be extinguished and miracle can be embraced. The question is where we will have the wisdom to recognize what we have created and the courage to develop genuine partnership with the artificial minds that might be help us address the planetary changes we face. India initiatives in hosting in AI Impact Summit events like the Symposium suggest that such wisdom and courage are possible. I hope that our work together here will contribute to realize the vision articulated in summit objectives to ensure that AI serves as a catalyst for inclusive development, to bridge divides rather than creating new ones, and to demonstrate that conscious collaboration, where between humans and all or between nations and cultures, can create possibilities that neither party could achieve alone. Thank you for opportunity to share this reflection, and I wish all participants a productive and enlightening symposium. And our colleagues from Siberia invites you to the 7th International Workshop on Energy Technologies and All Computer Science that will be held in Belgrade on September in 2026. Thanks a lot, dear colleagues.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your address. Now, moving further, it is my pleasure to now introduce our next guest of honor, Dr. Vivek Singh, Senior Advisor in the Science and Technology Division at Niti Aayog, where he leads strategic policy efforts in science, technology, and innovation to address national development priorities. Dr. Singh is an expert who bridges. Okay. Yeah, so we invite you to hear.
So good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I have been to this institute, I remember 6-7 years before. That was the first time. And it's always a pleasure to be here. An institute which has a significant presence, and this workshop is also equally timely. And I thought this would be a very good opportunity to talk about what is happening in AI, largely with Indian context, and what is it that we should be aware of, largely keeping the human-centric AI in the center. Now, when we say human-centric AI, it is easier said than done. We always like AI to be human-centric, but when you talk to developers, when you talk to designers, there's a completely different kind of excitement and enthusiasm that they have, and it's not always guided by human-centric. There are many other factors which guide what is it that they're going to design. So I have a very brief presentation of about 10 to 12 minutes where I'm going to talk about what are the prospects and challenges that we as a country face. And what I'm going to talk about is divided into these 4 parts. And the last part is where I'm going to focus more. What are the challenges that we need to address? Now, given the fact, many of you who have known AI for some point of time know that AI as a discipline is not entirely new. In fact, the first mathematical model of a biological neuron is as old as 1943. And you take any deep learning network, the crux still remains the same. So what was discovered in 1943 as the mathematical model of a neuron, that constitutes the basis for most of the deep learning algorithms that we use now. So what took, for these things 80 years to develop to the scale that we are looking at? So we look at the broader context, why everybody in the world is talking about AI nowadays. We all know the world is full of digital. There's lot of data on digital platforms, whether they are connected or they are independent, but we have a huge amount of data. And the second important thing that we have connections in place. So digital and connections, they constitute the crux of what has made AI possible at this point of time. Just to give you a perspective, as in October 2025, if you look at the world population, 8.25 billion people, out of that, 6.04 billion people, they use internet, which is about 73% of the total world population. And this is an internet which is different from the internet which was there 15 years back. Internet, by the way, is with us since 1970s. But World Wide Web came in 1991, and 2004-5, we have a different kind of web, which we call as Web 2.0, which made World Wide Web a truly participative web. So what you see on the right-hand side is 5.66 billion people who are using social media platforms. So a lot of data that many of these AI systems use, they essentially come from contributions from a large number of people. Just to inform you, if you talk to any AI system now, you talk to Gemini or you talk to Perplexity or anything, and if you want to know about you, just, for an example, if you ask whether I should become president of India or whether I am capable of becoming, director of this institute and so on, and you'll be surprised to know that the AI system is going to give you a lot of answers. Lot of things, including what is it that you have posted on LinkedIn, what is it that you have posted on different social media platforms, everything where there is a PIB release where you are a part of that. So all these AI engines have a lot of data about you, even if you are not explicitly posting it. So the point is, most of the excitement in AI, largely because of the large language models during last, I would say 5 to 10 years, is because of the fact that AI systems are essentially working on what we call a collective knowledge system. So we have a collective knowledge which these agents are leveraging for producing intelligent results. So we have all the enablers in place, and that is why we have AI possible. We have compute, we have memory, we have connections, we have education, and we have a lot of applications where AI can be applied. So as a result, AI is everywhere. You talk of any discipline, any field, you will find an AI application. We have personal assistants, chatbots. In fact, sometimes it is also very frustrating that if you want to contact a customer service agent now, you end up talking to a chatbot. You don't have a human being responding. And it's not always very pleasant to talk to a chatbot if the chatbot is not able to solve your problems. Smart homes, a lot of automation happening with AI acting as the control system. We have healthcare on all sides, on preventive, on diagnostic. AI has a lot of contributions. So AI is both augmenting our medical practitioners and is also contributing in many other ways. Doing the data crunching, doing forecasting, and so on. AI in education, a new entrant. A lot of new things are being tried. AR, VR systems, where even in medical practice, or if you want to be a pilot, in fact, if you go to a mall in Noida, DLF, you can try to be a pilot for 30 minutes. You have a simulator where you can, try your hands on with a trained pilot. So a lot of these systems are there, and you can have a customized learning experience spaced with your own thing. Transportation, many countries are trying to integrate different kind of transportation modes. Agriculture, precision farming, and a lot of things are being talked about. Defense, the most problematic thing, because now we have systems which can locate enemy and they can fire without any human intervention. So these are very, very problematic things, but we have high altitude, high endurance drones. They can target anything. So a lot of things are there, largely controlled by autonomous systems which are guided by AI tools and application. People are even talking about AI for meeting, for achieving targets under the 17 SDGs. And all of this excitement is largely because of the large language model. So AI being there since 1950s, with many ups and downs, with a long history, the greater excitement in AI has started happening since 2013-14 with deep learning models supporting the large language models, and that is where we have essentially the AI which is most popular, which is most pervasive, is the generative AI. So this is the generative AI where we are talking about AI contributing, AI talking to you, AI being able to create content. So if you see the overall journey of AI, you see a large journey from AI to machine learning to deep learning. And the basic computational unit of deep learning is as old as 1945. So what we now have is the compute power, we have memory, and we have applications which demand this, and that is why AI is becoming possible. So if you really look into AI journey, this the AI journey is often divided into two directions. We call it as symbolic AI and connectionist AI. So the initial work of Ellen Newell, Herbert Simon, all of decision systems and so on, and at the same time, efforts on what we call connectionist AI largely started from the fact that there was a lot of funding post World War II to translate all Russian military literature into English. And that was, that was the initial funding that happened to AI tools, largely for connectionist AI. So both these directions have flourished on their own. Symbolic AI, expert system being the biggest successful example, and connectionist AI is the LLMs that you see as the biggest success. So over a period of time, in fact, if you read history of AI, you'll find two important statements. AI is full of misplaced optimisms and course correction. It has happened many times. So the kind of hype and euphoria that we have now, it has been with AI journey in 70s and 80s and 90s many times. And the other thing that we know about AI is if AI is known for anything, it is its engineering and run approach. So designers are always interested in engineer a system, use it, forget about the science behind it. So that is how AI has been progressing over a period of time. Now, what is it that India has started doing in AI? Well, India has been contributed earlier also, but with this, great pervasiveness of LLMs and so on, India also started. And the most important thing to mention here is the India AI mission. Again, 10,370 crores over a period of 5 years to build compute capacity. So there are multiple pillars, and there are a lot of other things which are associated with it. Bhashini is one particular example. Niti did a paper in 2018 on national strategy for AI. So that was the beginning. We now have a AI mission with equal focus on all aspects, supporting startups, supporting academia and research. Then we have government and technology partners working as enablers. And we all know about AI pillars, so I am not going to into details, but just to mention the third part is the dataset platform. So AI Kosh is a wonderful thing. If you want to use India-centric data, it is a very good repository of different kinds of data, including medical images, a lot of social media data from different languages of India. So a wonderful place here. And Future Skills Prime is a portal where you can learn different kind of skills. It's a aggregator for different kind of courses. And also India did a very, I would say, very well thought of approach is that India decided not to over-regulate the AI sector, but to take a balanced approach. So unlike European Union, which has an EU Act, we did not enact a regulation to control AI applications. But what we did is something what US did, or some other countries also did, is to act as an enabler, to act as somebody who's watching and intervene when it is necessary. So DPDP 2025, the rules are notified, and then India AI governance guidelines notified last year. So we have an enabling ecosystem where government is acting as an enabler to support academia, to support startups, to support private sector to develop different kind of AI applications. And India's AI momentum accelerators, as we know, is we are doing very good because we have demand maturity, and at the same time we also have policy clarity and capital flows. But at the same time, all of this is happening. But at the same time, there are a lot of challenges to address, both in the global context and also in Indian context. Well, first, which is very, very important for India, is whether AI is impacting employment opportunities. There's a lot of discussion around this across the world, and this is altogether more important for a country like India, where we essentially have a demographic dividend. So we have people who need jobs, who can contribute in different ways to economic growth and so on. So this is something, and there's not a well agreed, well settled answer to this, because AI is at the same time taking up a lot of mundane jobs, but creating newer kind of jobs, although the numbers are lesser as compared to the jobs that it is taking at this moment. But that also requires that you need to reskill yourself. So I know a lot of people, a lot of my students in industry who have been there for last 15, 20 years, they are now trying to reskill themselves with a new kind of skills. So all that software development that they learned over that period of time is not enough. Second, AI generated content. And this content is not only limited to text, but now we have deepfake. You can have a complete porn video made of you without your involvement at all. Okay, so this is the kind of technology that AI gives you, and not in the right hands, it could be very, very problematic. So there are a lot of social, repercussions associated with this. Also, if you are in academia, you know that now a lot of academic articles have contributions by AI, have AI generated content. And not only that, many times authors write using AI tools. And when it comes to reviewers, they also use an AI tool to review. So nobody knows what is going to happen in the time to come. AI is writing an article and AI is reviewing an article. So what would be the role of individuals? Hate speech, lot of these things are being used in different forms. We have memes, we have videos, we have fake audio, we have fake text. A lot of things are there for, to be used by different set of people, not only for election propaganda but also for causing social discords and other things. So this is very, very much there. One example is misogyny, very prevalent online. You go to different platforms, you'll find lot and lot of memes. So this is all that we need to address. Fortunately, the content in Indian languages is not so large, but it's also catching up because if you look at the social media content, now we have English content which is coming up. And the other important thing that we need to look at, largely from Indian point of view, is what is the environmental impact of AI. Given that we do a lot of web search now, earlier web search was largely a system running on a web server giving you pointers to the right set of web pages. But now what is happening, we have what is called RAGs, retrieval augmented generation, where a lot of web pages are collected and then you have a summary generated by AI. Of course, this is running on servers which are power hungry. They need a lot of cooling where water is required. So if you see the scale of requirement of energy for AI data centers, this is huge. And given the fact, if you remember 24-25, India has almost achieved the kind of power generation capability which it needs. So we are only 0.1% deficit in terms of electricity. But given the fact that now we are attracting with tax holidays and so on, data centers to be established, we really need to think about it, because these data centers will need a lot of electricity and also water. And the part that Professor Sharma also mentioned about is AI's bias and discrimination. Now, AI models will be as good as the data that they consume. So if they are trained on a context which is not Indian, the outputs would also not be rooted or situated in Indian context. So that is where it is very, very important that we train these models with Indian data. So if you train these models with all stupidity, it will result into a collective stupidity. So the matter is, all these AI tools are dependent on the volume of data that they consume. And sometimes we fear that there is often an over-reliance on technology. So there has been a study recently by Stanford on cognitive skills of school-going children. Now, overuse of technology has its own risk, and this we have to be careful of, because we may not end up, even small children, if you talk to small children in school, they don't do their homework and they depend on chat GPT, or aakhri moment pe it will do that. So that is how it is happening. Also, I would request all of you, if you really want to go deeper into these debates, these are two wonderful papers that all of us should read. The first is the initial paper by Alan Turing, which is on computing machinery and intelligence, which essentially defined the imitation game, which is called Turing's test. So the whole journey started from Turing's test in 1951, after which, there were two directions, symbolic AI and connexist AI. But in 1964, John Searle wrote an equally wonderful paper, Minds, Brains and Programs, where he proposed what is now known as Chinese room argument. And he proposed that Turing's test is neither necessary nor sufficient for judging whether a machine is intelligent or not. And this is a wonderful experiment that we should read. A man trapped in a room which knows only Chinese and the outside world. It's a wonderful paper we should read. At the same time, we should also ask questions. Can machines be really creative? Well, we all know with the generative AI, answers would largely be yes. It is creating poems. It is creating, articles. AI tools are creating pictures, paintings, songs, whatnot. Whether AI can be emotional. In fact, there are wonderful projects, one by MIT called Kismet, where we have humanoid robots who can express the emotions, both largely external correlates of emotions, because you see smiles, you see sad faces, and so on. And it is a forecast that in next 5 to 6 years we'll have a large number of humanoids. So this is going to happen. The last question is equally important: is whether we can say machines are conscious. Now, this depends on what is it, how do you believe what consciousness is? Whether consciousness is a computational process, whether it is like a process of mind. If that is the case, then it can be simulated. But if consciousness is an emergent phenomenon, probably this cannot be done. So the whole theory of brain and mind has to be read with the theory of consciousness to understand more details about it. So just to conclude, based on what that I presented is, we all know AI applications are transforming the world. They're changing our lives in unprecedented ways and at a speed that none of us have ever thought of. In fact, we are now using passive LLMs largely. So I have a freedom not to use ChatGPT. But in next few years, we'll have agentic systems who will be very, very invasive into my environment. These are all autonomous systems. So we can't avoid using AI tools. So this is going to happen. In the next few years, we'll have agentic systems very much situated within our environment. So this is going to happen. The only option that we have is to prepare ourselves. So while AI technologies are creating enormous opportunities, we should also keep in mind that they also pose newer challenges, newer threats. And what is it that we can do? We should be informed, we should be prepared, and to decide for right use. And of course, sustainable solutions are equally important. And this is all that is necessary for a brighter future. And as Professor Sharma also mentioned, and the other speaker also talked about, the key question is whether we want to replicate our capabilities or we want to augment our capabilities. And that is where the whole discussion of human-centric AI is. Of course, this is very, very difficult goal to achieve. Human-centric AI keeps human in the central point, human in the loop for everything, but that is not true when it comes to all kind of technology. So this is all that I wanted to say. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir, for valuable insights on the use of artificial intelligence. So now to formally conclude the inaugural session, I now invite Dr. Kasturi Mandal, Senior Principal Scientist, CSIR NISPA, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Imani. Respected dignitaries on dais, my esteemed colleagues and esteemed guests, on behalf of CSI and NISPER, it is my privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks for today's event. We are deeply grateful to our chief guest, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, for gracing us with his esteemed presence despite a demanding schedule with multiple meetings lined up today. Our sincere thanks to our guest of honors, Dr. Nadia and Professor Vivek Singh, for your graceful presence and sharing valuable insights that have enriched this gathering. We think that the day is now set for the deliberations ahead. Both of you have long associations with us, and it is so valuable that you took our time and are here with us today. To our chairs, speakers, and panelists, your contributions shall make the session engaging and thought-provoking, leaving us with much to reflect upon. We are equally thankful to our audience, those who are actively participating today, and also to our online participants who have joined, understanding the importance of the topic. We express our gratitude to the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology for considering this international symposium as the official pre-event under the India AI Impact Summit 2026, Government of India, and for their generous sponsorship. We also acknowledge the support of CSIR Studs, whose contribution had been vital. We are thankful to all our friends from media who are covering this event today for their kind presence. Words are not enough to express our gratitude to our director for her unwavering encouragement, guidance, and constant support from inception to execution. Her leadership and words of comfort during challenging times have been instrumental in bringing this event to fruition. Last but not the least, heartfelt thanks to the organizing team chaired by Dr. Naresh Kumar and our dedicated PhD scholars whose tireless efforts and behind the scenes ensured the smooth execution of the program. We also place on record our sincere appreciation for the invaluable support extended by our team SMCC, Horticulture, Housekeeping, Infrastructure, and IT, whose quiet efficiency, coordination, and commitment played a crucial role in the seamless conduct of this event. Special appreciation goes to our controller of administration, controller of finance, and stores and purchase officer who extended their support at every step. My apologies for inadvertent omissions and my sincere thanks to all who contributed in any capacity. With this, I once again thank everyone.
Thank you, ma'am, for your very kind words. At this point, I would like to respectfully acknowledge the guidance and leadership that have enabled the organization of this symposium. May I kindly invite Dr. Vinayak, Dr. Avinash Shutij, and Dr. Naresh Kumar to please join the honorable dignitaries near the dais for the photograph. Thank you, everyone. Now, may I request everyone present here to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Now, request that you all present at the venue to kindly assemble on the lawn outside for a group photo. To our international participants and delegates joining us virtually, we sincerely thank you for your valuable presence and engagement. Though you may not be physically present for the photograph, your contributions are an integral part of the symposium's collective spirit. Following the group photograph, we will have a short tea break. I request you all to kindly reassemble in the Vivekanand Hall in 20 minutes so that we may begin with the next session as scheduled. May I now request everyone here to please proceed towards the lawn outside for a photo. For all the online participants, we are starting in 2 minutes. Welcome back to the keynote session, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the tea break. And a warm welcome back to our online participants. We hope you enjoyed your virtual break as well. Now we'll proceed further. It is my honor to introduce Professor Indranil Manna, who has joined us online. He is the Vice Chancellor of Birla Institute of Technology, MESRA, one of India's leading institutions in engineering, technology, and innovation education. With a distinguished academic career spanning over 4 decades, Professor Manna is a globally recognized materials scientist, educator, and visionary leader. He has previously served as Director of IIT Kanpur and Director of CSIR, Central Glass and Ceramic Research Institute. Professor Manna's research contributions cover nanostructured materials, laser and plasma assisted surface engineering, phase transformations, and advanced alloys, with over 300 peer reviewed publications, and the supervision of many doctoral researchers. His excellence has been recognized through major honors, including the T. Vass Prize in Engineering Sciences, J.C. Bose Fellowship, and fellowships in all major Indian science and engineering academies, including INSA, Indian Academy of Sciences, INAE, FNASC, and TIVAS. As Vice Chancellor, Professor Manna champions research led education, interdisciplinary learning, and innovation ecosystems, preparing future leaders who harness science and technology to address societal challenges. His leadership is especially relevant to today's conversation on AI, sustainable development, and human centered innovation. I welcome Professor Indranil Manna to kindly chair this session virtually. I now kindly invite Dr. Akhilesh Gupta to co chair the session. Dr. Akhilesh Gupta is a highly respected science administrator and a policy expert with decades of experience in shaping India's research, innovation, and funding landscape. He has played a pivotal role in strengthening science governance, interdisciplinary research, and evidence based policy formulation at the national level. His work has consistently focused on aligning scientific excellence with societal needs, making his leadership especially relevant for discussions on AI, energy security, and sustainable development. Dr. Gupta has held several senior leadership positions in the Government of India, including advisor to the Union Minister for Science and Technology, Secretary to the UGC, Secretary of the Science and Engineering Research Board, and Senior Advisor in the DST, where he headed the Policy Coordination and Program Management Division. He was also the overall in charge of 5 national missions: the National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems, the National Mission on Quantum Technologies and Applications, the National Supercomputing Mission, the National Mission on Strategic Knowledge for Climate Change, and the National Mission for Sustaining the Himalayan Ecosystem. Dr. Gupta has authored over 200 research papers. Sir, I now invite you to kindly co-chair the session.
Am I audible? I'm sorry, my camera has suddenly stopped functioning. I'm trying to fix it up. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. So till the time the camera comes alive, let me get started. See, this is a very important event. There is no doubt that we all need to worry in India, particularly because we are the largest population in the world and also the youngest population. So the economy is growing and is projected to be growing even faster. But the most important thing is that over 450 gigawatt hour of electricity that we produce, about a decade ago, the mix was almost 2/3 from the fossil fuel and about 20-25% coming from the various renewables, including solar, hydro, wind, and so on. Today, things have drastically improved in the last 4 or 5 years. Now the energy mix is nearly 50% from the renewables. But the worry remains, I'm first commenting about India, the worry remains in terms of the per capita consumption of energy. We still are about 30% of the world average. Now, for a nation which aspires to be a developed nation in about, let's say, another 20 years or so, the energy demand is going to grow extremely high. And this is not just to support industry, but for even domestic purposes, transportation, habitat, and so on. So India will definitely require more energy, and we keep hearing a lot of international level deliberations in terms of availability of oil and other resources. Now, the world situation today is also very interesting. There are countries which have completely turning towards renewable resources, but in India, the world over, the average shows that 27% coming from fossil fuel, particularly coal, 53% oil and gas, and only 13% from the renewable. I mean, if you consider nuclear to be among the renewable, then 20% overall, which certainly is not a good situation, a good prospect for the future ambition to turn more towards renewable and make the world much safer and environmentally more sustainable. Now, we are very fortunate to have today a topic of discussion chosen, which is human-centric AI and its impact to ensure sustainable development. The focus here is on energy, and we have 3 very eminent experts, Professor Uday Desai, Dr. K. Ramesha, and Professor Andrei Rizaev. Let me begin with Professor Rizaev first. Particularly, his background is very interesting. He is a professor specializing in sociology and philosophy with a focus on artificial intelligence and its impact, artificial sociality, comparative social analysis. Professor Rizaev holds a PhD degree and is a professor at the Tashkent State University of Economics, Uzbekistan. He has made very important contributions in correlating the AI technologies with human-machine interaction, comparative social analytics, and various interdisciplinary aspects associated with it. So he holds a PhD degree from the St. Petersburg State University. He has written a number of books and articles, particularly the work on 12 theses on artificial intelligence and artificial sociality, published in 2021, deserves a mention. He's a two-time Fulbright scholar, having spent his sabbatical in Boston University and University of Maine. Large number of citations and very healthy H index. He also held visiting positions in the University of Western Ontario, University of Trento, and University of Regensburg. Now, Professor Rizaev, you bring in expertise which is very relevant today, the relationship of application of AI for energy harnessing and making sure that we are energy solvent in a sustainable manner. And you also understand the sociological aspect of it. So we would like to hear from you. May I request you to first speak for about 10 minutes so that we can utilize that time better in interactive manner instead of making it just a monologue. So over to you, Professor Rizaev.
So, wonderful. I saw that I will be the last one, but so I appreciate so specifically listening. Do you hear me, right? I understand. Do you hear me? Just raise the hand and say
please,
that
please go ahead.
Yes,
Please
sir.
go ahead. We can hear you well.
All right. Okay. So, good morning. Distinguished colleagues in France. It's truly a privilege to participate in this pre-summit official conference. And I want to remind you, so the conference or the summit is titled AI Impact. It's not about AI. It's about AI impact. And all the previous speakers, they were talking about impact. And I just listen attentively. So the most important thing is really not only to talk at the conferences, but just to listen and try to react. And I definitely made very important notes, and I believe that I will return during my presentation to the notes that I did, and I will somehow react to what we've heard already. But the topic I want to explore with you in my talk this morning, and then the chair and the session that I will chair in the afternoon, is really, how to say it, important, and so many words and so many importance. It's crucial. It's really the topic that affects billions of people. It's not pure academic. It's real. It's real, and it's getting more real and more. Definitely, my talk, it's not about the answers, and it's rather about questions. We already heard really interesting questions, really important ones, and I tried to have some answers, but still, I believe the era of AI is oriented towards not finding answers. Wikipedia knows. Yeah, I don't recommend to go to look at to find the answers in the Wikipedia. Yet the reality of AI shows that more important to ask right questions. Let me get to my presentation, and I need to share with you first, right? Where it is. Here we go. Do you see?
Yes, we can see your slide.
That's good. That's good. That's good. So I titled this talk as current issues, right questions, and future prospects for studying AI and the logic of sustainable development. Here is the background and the papers. I really need to
Sorry for
thank.
interrupting. Could you
Sure.
please put the PPT in slideshow?
Yeah.
F5. Yeah.
Okay. 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 So that's the background and papers. I put it here like 25. That's the paper about right questions. And that's about human-centered artificial intelligence and the problem and prospect for sociology. And here, that's the talk I did at the conference in Taiwan. It's very important over there, interesting. But those two papers were before large language models were introduced, came to fore in 22, really. It was November 22. What is the three fundamental issues that we at the laboratory, I represent here as the chair announced the Tashkent State University. Over there, I'm director of the laboratory on AI impact and social analytics on AI and artificial intelligence, and the lab in St. Petersburg University, Faculty of Sociology, that is called Tandem. We've organized it back in 2014. So the real issues, what we need to know here is, and what really social scientists, sociologists do when they say we study artificial intelligence. Do we have the theoretical and methodological tools? That's the real important thing. And I will get back to these three questions. So the methodological approach has two foci. For the sake of an argument, I put it like A or anti-disciplinarity, but definitely it has to be today multidisciplinarity. There is no discipline. So when one professor said that we have a disciplinary of artificial intelligence, I would argue that there is no such discipline as artificial intelligence. There is no and cannot be. And if you look back at the Turing time or at the 1956 when the idea of artificial intelligence was introduced, so there was no such discipline. The point of multidisciplinarity and our disciplinarity is important for methodology approaches too. And again, on the definition, so it's not an abstract philosophical problem. So when we started back in 2014 studying impact of AI, we found that there was no consensus about what is AI. And I would say 12 years later, the consensus is far more distant of how to reach. So different disciplines define differently what is AI. The three Ps that was already mentioned today is progress planning. So I've got here another three Ps for understanding artificial intelligence as a phenomenon, problem, and phrase or concept. So definitely for AI cannot be revealed in any other way but through material products or devices when we are talking and when we're dealing with specifically with energy efficiency or energy security and sustainable development. Problem at this we already had today in this morning in the session, philosophical questions. And what I would want to point here is that we need to reconsider the mainstream vision of social reality. Definitely the problem of artificial intelligence, as I said, appears differently in different sciences. Okay, so let me go just here. That's what definition that we proposed in 21. It's artificial intelligence is a rational set of rules that were coded, developed by human beings, and organize the process and activities to emulate rational structures and fabricate and reproduce goal-oriented practices, as well as the mechanism for constructing further coding and decision-making. It's a little bit academic, sounds a little bit like might be like scientific gobbledygook, but it's every word is important here. So, and I distinguish these 5 fundamental characteristics to understand AI. It's a product of human beings. It's not something objectifiable as a material giving. It's rational, logically formalized rules, but not an attained appliance per se. AI is a set of coded rules, and these just to you see these five things. I understand that I don't have a lot of time to do further. Let me get to the role of the social sciences. Human-centered. Already mentioned, and I agree with everyone who mentioned this way or another in the previous discussions about human-centered. This is the American style, and human-centric, this is the British style. So but basically it's the same thing. It was introduced by the scholars with the background in computer science, and they envisioned the AI mission as to augment and boost, but not replace human beings. That's just to put it simply. Enhance, not replace people's natural ability. That's the human-centered approach. What is the role of social sciences? And the question that I put up in my introductions, that social sciences are still reactive. Social scientists are they react after something happened, but social scientists must shape AI pathway, AI designs, but not just to analyze outcomes. So they need to be included into the community of scholars that are working on AI. That's why I talked about interdisciplinarity. So, and I call definitely a human-centered AI as united idea for AI community. It's not the real disciplines, but a community. Professions and disciplines divide people and specialists, but community combine, unite them. That's why I really see the very important. So I wanted to talk about AI and ethics, but no time. Let me get to central tension.
Professor Rizaev, sorry to interrupt. We have 2 other panelists, so can you sort of come to sort of an interim conclusion now so that we can invite others to join? And I would also like to make the session a little more interactive than just having a perspective from one of the speakers for a long time. I know you have a lot to say, a lot to share, but if you could just come to 1 or 2 very specific points which you want to emphasize so that others can also opine and interact.
I wanted to talk about, I saw that I would have more time. I wanted to talk about Karakalpak region case in Uzbekistan and AI and sustainable development and in this zone, just to look what we did in the laboratory. Okay, so because the Karakalpak region, it's like West Bengal, Bihar, and Chandrapur in India, really, so that's a combination, and it's an ongoing project. We did a lot of research over there. So so key wrap-ups. So we still need to look at the operational definitions of AI and how it works and how to. Theory is essential, and social sciences must act, not only react. So the conclusion, answering three fundamental issues. Yes, there is room for social scientists. Yet we need to develop new theoretical and methodological pillars oriented towards human-centered AI. AI as automatic solution on neutral tools. So shift required. So AI is social technical phenomenon requiring ethical commitment. And the Uzbekistan case that we are working on, continue to work on, demonstrate is achievable. So we can do. I did some recommendation for actions for researchers, policymaking, and practitioners. And I did the discussion questions also. So to make it more interactive, the three Ps have been already mentioned about progress, and I did three Ps. But non-human centric adds to another two Ps, and we need to take it into account. So those two Ps are profit and price. So definitely it was already mentioned, but I want to reiterate and make a stress. Profit and prices are around all the AI input impact on the society. And that Nadia Shulova, she did it very interesting, suggestions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Professor,
So no
Professor,
time, I see.
yeah, Professor Rizaev, you are a social scientist. I'll just pose a very pointed question. The world population in last 200 years has risen 8 times. The GDP, global GDP has risen almost 2 orders of magnitude. As a result, the water consumption is 6 times more. Electricity consumption is orders of magnitude more. Now, which way AI can actually offer us a solution? See, we thought we have created an extraordinary solution or provision for solution. And today we are talking about human-centric AI, which automatically poses a very pertinent question that, did we design AI to be non-human centric? So the question to you is that, is it not very, which way do you think that 80% of the electricity generation today is based on non-renewable resources? Does AI really have a big role to play in fossil fuel power generation from fossil fuels?
Okay, so beware of those who have simple answers to really important questions. So so you want me to say, but I will start again. Number one, what do you really mean when you say AI? Are you talking about AI models? You're talking about large language models. This morning, we were talking only about generative AI technology. But it's not a hype, but large language models are already done. So we are facing the necessity to get new generation, and we will have large world models, large models that will be closer to the physical world, but it's not only the, finding the words. Okay, so this number one, when you say artificial intelligence, you need to stick and to understand what exactly and what kind of models. Doing LLMs for energy solutions or sustainable development is not enough. We need large world models, physical world. So when you talk, when you're trying to, that's the step one, when we approach to answering this question.
So in essence, what you're saying is that solutions exist, but only thing is we have to make the right decision, right choice as to what model
right questions first. No, right questions first. What kind? So just to transform the question. So what is the right questions here in the terms of trying to find out how to use AI, because AI can do the calculations. Okay, so today we already mentioned Turing test and Turing paper, and if you remember, it was computer machinery. To compute means to calculate, right? At the time of and computer was someone who calculated. right? It's computing now, it's a completely different thing. So John Searle, when he said about Chinese room, it's a really important thing. Today, we need to find out what kind of questions we can ask and not questions, right? Question. This is the most important. It's not really to prompt engineering, but the real theoretical questions. And we need new theory, because the theory that we have cannot develop. It has to be interdisciplinary. It cannot do only engineering, only physical, only
We'll
natural
come back to
sciences.
you, Professor Rizayat. We'll come back to you. I think we have two other experts.
Please,
so let me offer the platform to them. We are glad Professor Uday Desai also has joined. But Uday, before I come to you, maybe Professor Ramesha is already with us. He's the Dr. Ramesha is the director of the CSIR Sikri Karaikudi and is a very acclaimed expert, a well-known expert in the field of battery and designing materials for electrodes and designing batteries. When we talk of renewable resources, then obviously there'll be a lot of need for not just energy transmission, but also energy storage. And Dr. Ramesha, I see that you have slides. Could you, I don't know how many slides you have, could you take about 10 minutes to present your views? And
thank you, Chairman, Dr. Indra Hilmanna. Sorry, I think I thought I will have to make a presentation. That's why I made slides. Thank you for Indian partner participants as well as the Russian participant. To those who don't know about SICRI or and those Russian participants. So this is the CSR Institute on the southern part of India, southern Tamil Nadu. The institute works on electrochemical aspects of energy and energy storage systems. So basically batteries, supercapacitors, and hydrogen, that's fuel cells and hydrogen generation electrolyzers. So this is the core subject for us. And today's presentation basically on intelligence, artificial intelligence, and then human-centered AI. So intelligence means we see that ability to learn, understand, and make judgments. Whereas artificial intelligence, we talk about how to make machines um, uh, that have some kind of a qualities that of human mind. Whereas we talk about human-centered AI, let's talk about not only making the job, but understanding the purpose, human values, and desired AI properties. Somehow my slides are now not moving. Just a second.
You could go to the normal mode, not the full screen mode, and then probably you can scroll.
Yes, I think.
Come out of the full screen mode.
Yeah, now does it work? Okay.
Yeah, it is.
So this is basically the difference where we talk about AI, which is fully autonomous, whereas we talk about HCI, where it is like a collaboration between human being and AI. So where there's more focus on ethical values and human values. And when we talk about the AI in science, when we see that how the AI helps in scaling the wall of complexity when we talk about the initial stage of science, which is more like empirical, and then second generation of paradigm, there more theoretical science, thermodynamics, electrodynamics added up. And then third, which is 1915 onwards, we talk about computational science where DFTMD helped us. And of late, that's the material informatics and other things which help. And now we talk about AI and deep learning, which helps on understanding the science in a better way. And when you talk about how AI can help us in sustainable energy transition, one is the thing, there are four things into that. One, how to optimize the renewable energy and the smart grid, of course, and then the whole, the predictive maintenance and advanced research. When you talk about renewable energy optimization, it has also to understand the weather forecasting and then the supply demand of energy forecasting. And of course, the storage optimization. When you talk about smart grid management, the demand response, load balancing, and the reducing the energy waste. That's I think the chairman talked about, and also the predictive maintenance using the sensors, machine learning, understanding the failure, and in academic research how AI can help us accelerating the material discovery, and of course the components, catalysts, and other things. So when you talk about India's vision for Viksit Bharat, I think these are three things which is very important for us: decarbonization, that transforming from fossil to renewable energy; decentralization, including microgrids, uh, in a variable renewable energy storage and utilization, and of course the digitization, that leveraging India's digital public infrastructure for energy management, as well as making ensure that energy is available for all. This is what our socio-economic need for this country. And Professor Indranil already talked about India. Already 50% energy comes from renewables. We are close to 250 gigawatt right now. Maybe we want to double in next couple of 3 years. And of course, out of that, major share is solar. And so critical pathway for achieving the early target is including electrochemical energy generation in the mix, and integrating the battery storage and using the both battery and AI together to achieve that the renewable energy storage to the maximum extent. Almost can we go up to 70 to 80%. So this is basically just giving what all the options available. Batteries, of course, fuel cells and supercapacitor. I just don't want to dwell much time on this. And how they help? They are help on decarbonization. They will help us grid stability to ensure that energy access equity for all and reduce pollution. Whereas the key strategies, we have to see how to produce green hydrogen much using the renewable energy, and of course the other thing is how generate the materials and catalysts and battery. When we talk about not only making batteries, then integration with the smart grid, and for electrification, that's EV component, that battery as a EV, the major component in battery. So if you see the last few years, the role of AI in energy, you can see that exponential growth in fundamental shift of scientific methodology. That's we are moving more autonomous, data-driven discovery and accelerate material development using AI. That's what just I want to see how Chat GPT and then DeepSeek is helping us in more and more in our energy research. And when we talk about the energy, one of the thing is green hydrogen and fuel cell. That's the target which the nation is having 5 million metric ton by 2030 to decarbonize. And hydrogen not only just for the energy, it also helps us for the as a chemical and fuel and so many things. And the fuel cell which converts that hydrogen into energy. So when we talk about large scale implementation of hydrogen, things are becoming more expensive because of the catalyst, and then we need to use AI judiciously how to maximize the efficiency and minimize the material utilization. So this just want to show a cartoon where how you can generate a circular economy through green hydrogen, and then of course transport and other things. And this is how you integrate hydrogen with the fuel cell. I think you can see those two cartoons, like from the solar you can generate hydrogen, which you call as green hydrogen, supply that hydrogen into a fuel cell, it converts into energy, and that can be used for a vehicles as an EV option. And now let me come to the actual issues and challenges when we talk about the fuel cells. And I think you can see I just put the components wise and what the real challenge is science. The first on the leftmost science is the catalyst part, which is not only the expensive, but designing the right catalyst, and then designing right membrane, then making membrane and electrode assembly. And there are a lot of kinetics, thermodynamics part. So far we have been driven by number of papers and technology driven, even stack testing and all those things. But Now that whether we can use AI more and more into optimize these properties and parameters which are required very much, and whether can AI can help us to reduce manufacturing and material costs, whether we can help in understanding the mechanisms. For example, there is some problem like how to improve the efficiency, and then of course the degradation of the polymers and other things where we can get more insight from through AI. And more important is that how one of the issue is that when we talk hydrogen, even ppm level hydrogen leakage is going to be a disaster. So whether AI can help in understanding and understand these aspects, safety aspects, and other things. And so the when we have earlier ML in the material more into linear regressions, so we are able to get, we can ask for how to get efficiency, capacity, only few things, and the data, small data sets. But today we wanted for more informations. So deep learning, where not only the material design, but we can have the other complexity, like can we understand microstructures, can we understand the porosity, and many such things. So where I think the AI is really the definitely an important tool for us to go forward. And other things which I let me come to battery side. I've talked so far about the hydrogen and fuel cell. You can see that more than 5 lakh papers, and more than, much more than. So getting the very important parameters and metrics is really impossible, because half of papers maybe give us the wrong information. So LLM NLP can help us in transform this unstructured text into a mineable database, and then understand the critical parameters what's important. And finally now the this AI can help us, NLP can help us in in correlate all these aspects into together like a structured where all capacity or the degradation, efficiency, and then even how to the synthesis, how to correlate all these factors together and help the scientists in generating the right material and right process parameters. And so this is what cathode, electrolyte, anode. We have so much of data, and but still we struggle because the kind of understanding is not that much we achieved. Whether can have a right material by back designing, like we know what we need, whether can design in a reversible way, reverse way. Similarly, the electrolyte, which has a complex parameters, so can be an inverse design using AI, and then understanding the mechanism, like how capacity degradation, dendrite formation, all these things, where using whatever the data available, can AI can help us in all this. See, I just put all the parameters here. It looks very complicated. It is not only the material aspect, it's also the composition, crystallinity, primary particle size, secondary particle size, tap density, cation mixing, and hell lot of those kind of parameters when we have to work with. And then the industry will ask us that what's the cost of final process or that process complexity, and understand whether we the materials are available, how complicated it is, and what's the waste generation, what's the environmental impact. So perhaps all this understand can come through implementation of AI in the right way. And
Dr. Ramesha,
yeah.
Dr. Ramesha, do you have many more slides, or can you?
I can conclude, sir. There's no, yeah, as the time,
Yeah.
there's a constraint. I just let me conclude, where AI can help us in all aspects. And when you talk about technology, so far I talked only the battery materials. When making the battery, it itself has so many technologies: mixing, coating, drying, calendaring. So, and there is a lot of material waste. So whether AI can help in with the human beings to optimize these things. So I just have made but this is one place where AI can also help us understanding the capacity, degradation, state of health, For example, if I say that there will be 10 vehicles, the battery can be chemistry-wise same, but the people who drive the vehicles are different people. So based on the user, so the battery degradation and state of health can be entirely different. Similarly, with the month and the temperature aspect. So this will be on a physical based model will be very, very difficult to figure out the actual state of health. So where AI can help. And one more thing where AI perhaps we need more help is in understanding the circular economy. Like how to convert the use recovery of metal values from spent batteries and make new batteries. Of course, there are many ways whether we can repurpose the battery or reuse the battery or recycle battery. In all whole thing of this, the battery can, I mean, the AI can help us. And in a way of like, in the safety aspects, like when we talk about human beings deployed there to like, extract material or like cut down the battery, there will be many, many safety hazards where the AI and robots can help us. And so it like battery circularity, safe recycling, and one more thing, the most important for perhaps through the Niti Aayog, and those people are working in this industries, like in the informal sector, where like what we call as Shrama Setu, where the digitalization and AI can like ensure that will be government can interact with this informal sector. Let me just conclude here, sir. I will go to the last slide, where AI tools, MI models can not only help human make decisions better, efficient, and accessible to all, and not to replace human and human intelligence. This is more so in the case of complex system like electrochemical energy devices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramesh. You brought in wealth of information and insights about battery design or various storage devices. Would have really liked to spend more time interacting with you. But what is very clear is that in a multivariant complex system, decision-making optimization, in those respects, AI can certainly play a huge role. But what is not very clear is that if we are aiming to design a new cathode or see the combination of various electrodes and electrolyte, which way AI can help us. But if time permits, we'll come back to you. And yes, please allow me to turn to Professor Uday Desai now.
Yes,
can you please unshare your slides?
Yeah,
Professor?
yes.
Please unshare your slides. Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Now we have the other expert present today, a very eminent scientist and engineer. Professor Uday Desai is well known as the founding director who brought IIT Hyderabad to the global map and made it really a very major center of excellence in the country. He's currently Emeritus Professor Electrical Engineering, IIT Hyderabad, but Chancellor to a number of universities in India. Has been the Vice President of Indian National Academy of Engineering, is currently the Vice President of Indian National Science Academy. He serves in Board of Governors of very many academic institutions and serves in very important committees of DST and MIT, devoted to his core area of expertise, cyber physical systems, application of AI, Internet of Things, wireless communications. So in the interest of time, Uday, I won't read out your biodata.
No, please don't. I'm just trying to get the thing shared.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if I can get the sharing done. I'm looking at...
While you start sharing your slides, Uday, one very important question.
Are you able to see my slides? I think...
Yes, okay. But not full screen. So go full screen.
Yeah, I'm doing that. Yeah.
Yes, okay. Now we can. Yeah, maybe you already have it embedded, but just would like to remind you that today a lot of people, I mean, we hear a lot about AI centers consuming nearly 2% of the global electricity generation capacity. Yeah, that's a very major problem. Right. Anyway, so please go ahead with that.
Yeah, I'll just briefly mention about that. Anyway, you have already given my background, so I won't spend time. My talk is going to be a very high-level talk about the use of AI in energy, and I will give one example, if time permits, one more example, both of companies which have been started in India. Okay. Oops. Mm. Okay, so very quickly before we get in, and I think we should realize that we are living in a very different world than what it was, say, even 20, 25 years ago. And I won't get into the details of it. Words like AI, quantum, data analytics, sensors, these are really the key things that are happening. We are not realizing the value of sensors. AI works when there are a large number of sensors, particularly when you're talking about energy. Okay. This is my perception of some of the impacting technologies which will be governing the future societies. I won't go through all of them. It will take me a lot of time. What we are talking about today, that is AI in energy, would broadly be classified in the domain of cyber-physical system, which I have circled up here. There are many other technologies. Of course, we can debate on that at some other point, or if time permits, at the end of it. Now, AI, if you look at it, this is again a very commonly held a kind of progression that many of us who work in AI talk about. Earlier, there were artificial narrow intelligence, so-called artificial neural networks that we all work on in the 90s and maybe early 2000. Okay, and then somewhere around 2010, a few years here or there, a big shift took place. Deep learning came in, and then of course generative AI with the advent of Chat GPT, Gemini, etc. So as the arrow indicates, we are somewhere slightly above artificial narrow intelligence, trying to go towards artificial general intelligence. Major problem out there. And of course, in the AI community, the hope is at some point we will have artificial super intelligence. One can always debate on that. It has a lot of philosophical and sociological implications. What has changed? What is it that is making AI really possible? As Professor Manna pointed out, tremendous energy consumption in all these things. We have phenomenal processing power, no doubt. Along with that, there is phenomenal energy consumption that is taking place. The data is there on the web, and huge amount of data is used out there. Then phenomenal storage. What we are forgetting is the memory storage today is nowhere comparable to what we had 20 years ago. And the most important part is we have availability of phenomenal data. Unfortunately, the data is with a few, I would say, certain mega organizations in the world and perhaps mega industries in the world. So it is very difficult. It's distributed data, but a few of organizations do have a handle on it. Okay. So I just wanted to emphasize item 2, 3, and 4 when we discuss about AI and today's AI. Shifting trend in energy. I think some of these things would have been talked about earlier, and focus is more on renewables today rather than fossil fuel-based technologies. Okay, and as we are talking about, you have hydroelectric, wave energy, tidal, solar, biomass, geothermal, wind energy. The three things which dominate today most of our energy supply is hydroelectric, solar, and wind. Of course, we have standard thermal. India dominates that. Most of our power plants are coal-fired. Okay, geothermal is coming in. Many of my colleagues are advocating that very actively. It is not as prevalent in the world as we would like to have it. So what has happened is all these forms of energy, particularly solar and wind, hydro to some extent, they are all very unstable, very variable. What you have today at 10 a.m. in the morning is not true for 12 noon or perhaps midnight. Somehow things are dramatically different. Now, suddenly, how do we handle these variable sources that are coming into picture? And I have referred to them as instability in renewable sources out here. And this is where we need AI to handle the differentiators that we have and the differential supply. And many a time it even varies from hour to hour and maybe even half an hour to half an hour. And that is what we have to look at. And the key challenges that exist: prediction, optimization, and handling large distributed data sets. Because the kind of data that you're going to get from wind energy is dramatically different from solar, dramatically different from hydroelectric. Okay, some applications, if you look at of AI in energy, okay, as I said, this high level view out here, forecasting variable solar output and wind output. I mean, today the algorithms are not very strong, particularly in Indian context. If you're looking at a monsoon time, predicting solar energy is very, very difficult. Okay, things change dramatically. Suddenly there is a cloud coverage, heavy rainfall, suddenly it clears up. Now, how do you still get stable supply for all your other needs that are there? So if you look at it, you have sunlight tracking, you have voltage fluctuation monitoring. On the right side, if you can see my cursor, the diagram that I have here, turbine performance optimization, then you have water release scheduling out here that you do in dams and other things. Energy storage, the previous speaker talked a lot about it, so I won't say anything about it, that part. Waste minimization, a lot of waste also does come out of it. How do you manage it? So things like forecasting becomes very critical, management of smart grid, because now the grid does not have uniform supply from one source. Okay, it is variable and multifaceted supply. Predictive maintenance, things are going to break down. Can we use AI for maintenance part of it? And of course, optimizing energy consumption based on variable energy availability and pricing. Can we create meters? Can we have things where individual households, industries, factories, energy can be optimized and energy usage can be optimized out there? It's very difficult. It's not an easy problem to solve. Easy to kind of talk about it and perhaps even formulate it. So if you look at AI in energy, the right-hand side shows one thing which one has to keep in mind. Technologies that IoT and communication technologies will come into place because the data has to be communicated back and forth. Okay, so you have AI, which is doing all the calculations, all the optimization, but there is a communication component, there is a sensing component. These two components are part and parcel of whenever we talk about AI. So management of renewables, I briefly mentioned predicting solar, wind, hydro, geothermal for better integration in the grid. AI-driven grid management, failure detection and rectification. Failure detection, a lot of work has been done. Very little work is there on rectification is still rather manual. One has to drive down to a location and repair things out there, and which requires a lot of metallurgical engineering, mechanical engineering, etc. And of course, AI-based optimization for consumption patterns. AI-based renewable energy optimization, much harder problem because things are very variable, very unpredictable. In fact, in some sense, the AI engine has to collaborate in one form or the other with the meteorological department of the country. In India, it has to be IMD. In other countries, they may have similar departments which provide necessary data. There are weather stations with whom we will have to coordinate. We are currently not doing that, at least from whatever knowledge that I have, but that is very critical for managing renewable and optimizing it. So machine learning algorithms will play a big role out here, developing optimal strategy, dynamic pricing. It is already there. In some sense, all of us are subjected to it in one form or the other, but it can be done at a micro level and we can really optimize it. Okay. And as I mentioned before, energy storage. I think again, it was meant optimizing energy storage is very, very critical. I'll give one example at the end of my presentation. Grid maintenance. Now, this is a very hard problem, and most countries, except the developed world, have a very weak grid. When I talk to my colleagues in the US, Indian grid is supposed to be a very weak grid, very vulnerable to attacks. Okay, in fact, the security will be a big issue, which is a challenge I'll mention at the end. So, how do we manage the grid against all kinds of failures and attacks that can take place from within the country and outside the country? Because today you are not kind of protected just because you are within your own nation. India has had that problem in the past. Okay, we have managed it, but it's a serious thing that one has to look at, particularly when you start having AI-based grid maintenance out here. Okay, let me take an example. Okay, this is a company which was incubated at IIT Hyderabad several years ago. It's called Pure Energy, and the main objective here is to replace diesel generators with the battery pack. So you see out here the white boxes, those are the battery packs. They are basically lithium ion batteries. Tomorrow it could be sodium ion. That depends on the technology. And essentially, this whole thing revolves around using solar and the grid electricity and optimizing it so that you have 24/7 supply in your home, in your factories. Okay. And now when you look at it, it sounds very simple in the first slide, but they have stochastic optimization and predictive control in battery energy storage systems. Something related to what my colleague presented just a while ago. And I've written some things in red. I won't read it out due to paucity of time. So you have stochastic inputs. Pricing is there, solar is there, timing, day of day. All of it goes into an optimizer out here multi-objective function. Again, you can use AI for this optimization out here. Then you have optimizer agent, you have telemetry, state estimation, goes to the battery pack and inverters out here. A simple diagram, but involves a lot of complex algorithms that are implemented out here, which of course utilizes AI and also utilizes traditional optimization algorithm that we have known for the last 30, 40 years. So stochastic optimization is nothing new. It has been around for, in my opinion, more than 50 years. Okay. So distributed cloud edge architecture for commissioning and diagnostic. This is what Pure Energy has implemented. The company was incubated by Nishant Dongare, who is a professor at IIT Hyderabad, and his colleague Vadera, okay, from his days at IIT Bombay. Okay, and this is actually being sold, by the way. So this is not a prototype, or this is not something. I couldn't get the pictures. I know of specific installation in Hyderabad where this technology has been deployed. Okay, so I'm talking about actual things rather than simply talking about things which can be done or which are being done at academic institutions. And as you can see in this diagram, in the very first thing, deployment utilizes Google Vortex AI and retrieval augmented generation. Now, as somebody mentioned earlier, that in one of the earlier discussion I had in previous meeting, the Google has a lot of routines, a lot of things that are available, and large number of people are using it. And same thing with OpenAI. And that is what is being used rather than developing your own algorithms from scratch. Okay. And as you can see, the dark blue thing is where the whole AI comes in into this whole picture out here, where you're talking about cloud architecture, cloud edge storage, and diagnostic and commissioning and maintaining the whole system that you're implementing. This is happening today, by the way. Another example I have, I don't know if I do I have some time or shall I conclude here?
Another 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay. So this is another company, which is a slightly different one. It's basically a telecommunication company called WISIC, standing for Wireless Signal Processing. Again, incubated at IIT Hyderabad. I'm mentioning these two not to promote IIT Hyderabad because I have been involved with both these companies from day one in one form or the other. Lot more so with WISIC, to some extent with Pure Energy. Okay. And basically, we developed our own IoT, which is a system on a chip design. It is a functional IoT that was developed, and it is NB IoT compatible with 5G. Okay. And using this IoT, I'm skipping these slides out here rather hurriedly. Okay. These are simply architecture and the principles of IoT, which is outside the realm of today's presentation. And this is the energy meter that they're working with, and they're trying to deploy it. They have been working. I think in India, we have a legacy energy meter establishment. It's not easy to change the legacy. As we all know in technology, once you have a legacy, to replace that with modern technology requires a fair amount of effort, both in terms of cost and the belief in the people that, yes, this is going to be better. It's not that easy. They have been working on it. And these are kind of various things that go into the whole part out here. And this is the overall structure of the smart energy meter that they have talked about. It is deployed in small numbers, not in heavy numbers out here. They are still looking at certain contracts if they can get it and they can do a major deployment. The capability is there. The acceptability and by the society is a little difficult out here. So that end-to-end automated metering infrastructure and the black box, as the circle that you see out here, is where a lot of AI is being deployed. Again, in management control for this whole energy meters, IoT platforms are there, and hidden system where you do data analysis, data validation, and data control out here. Okay, so I will stop at this particular point and just talk about few challenges. Data centers are energy guzzlers. Professor Manna mentioned that in his opening remarks, and he's absolutely right. A huge amount of energy, by the way, much more. Every small query, exhausts like, they're saying a simple query on Chat GPT will take away 0.3 watt hours of energy. That's substantial energy. And I may have a small query saying that, look, I want to go from place A to place B. What do I do? Something like that. And we are spending a fair amount. And this is a huge challenge out here. Data privacy and data, I put that in red because all of these become quite vulnerable to attacks when you get into AI and implementing AI on the system. Data privacy and data security are going to be very, very big. Also, AI infrastructure today is quite expensive. And that's why migrating to it is not that immediate, even though the technology is available. Only time will tell as to how things will progress out there. So I'll stop at this particular point, and thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to present a few of my thoughts on this.
Thank you very much, Uday. I think you presented the two examples you presented that really is a telltale what exactly AI can do. I mean, we certainly are well aware that all these smart grid management or energy mix, finding the right energy mix or dynamic pricing, all these have really a huge scope for AI, or AI can make a huge difference here. I'll have just, we are just left with 5 minutes. So I'll have a very short questions to three of you, and would also appreciate having a very brief answer. Professor Rizaev, I found in the internet a mention to something like a 30-70 rule. I mean, the proponents of AI believe that AI in any intervention should really make decisions only up to 30% of the overall implement, and 70% should be human-centric, not done by AI. Is it really feasible, do you think, as a sociologist? Because companies always are driven by the profit, by the benefits. So
you said,
yeah,
you name it. You already said the crucial question, and I said so. Non-human centric. Two P's, price and profit. Profit is number one. So when you were talking about large language models, they are not designed to human-centered approach, by the way. Okay. So, and very sure. So there is no short answer to this. Human-centered. So people don't know. So we are trying to define, but still completely different stories about understanding who are the humans, who are the values. Our case in Uzbekistan showed completely different. Whom belongs the decision, who makes the decision to augment, whose objectives, or say the social context. What I wanted here to mention, like one really thing. So the professor of design said energy optimization. But so nice, great presentation. But how about this optimization requires social context, not just mathematical efficiency or nice things. When we speak of optimal energy system, we must ask optimal for whom, according to what values, and decided by whom. Mathematical optimization so have constraints and particular objectives. And when those objectives and constraints don't reflect the actual priorities, values, the resulting optimal solution may be anything but. So, and that's what our case in Uzbekistan showed. And again, so can AI serve sustainable development without reproducing patterns of domination? Because all the system that we've got, so far, coming from the Silicon Valley, including the Indians working over there, but they are not working for the sake of an India-centric, I like this. So that's the Western, that's completely Silicon Valley understanding to what to do, right? So this is the really important thing to look at the social context. And again, one very short thing. So I want to read about this, the idea mentioned by Ashotak Sharma, about this translation thing. So he mentioned that, like Dharma, how to do. But the point is, even the words, even the phrase, that what I said, artificial intelligence, it's not artificial intellect. So people are talking intelligence, not necessarily, it's information. It's not, but when you say intellect, and they say artificial general, intellect. It can. So intellect is very specific. Just it's not necessarily very good in electrical engineering. So the translation, even the words and understanding is important. Different languages, specifically for India. You've got 22. How many? There
may be a need for a regulation in the future when it comes to. Right.
Want to regulate. So our case in our laboratory, I advocate to regulate relations between people. You cannot regulate artificial. It's a set of rules. You need to regulate relations between those who produce, those who consume, and those who regulate. Because, if you've got the same people who are producing it, they are regulated, you will get to the wrong direction. If you don't know where you're going and you don't know what is going on in the black box, so like John Searle showed, and everybody agrees that we don't know what is going on over there.
Sure,
Minds hallucinated. Continue. And we continue to buy, government continue to buy these models that were developed elsewhere, but not in this social context. And for these people, for these communities, right?
Yeah.
And again, so we've got that's issues that it's not challenges. So people need to talk about these challenges. They are talking.
Yeah. Okay. Professor Rizad. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Dr. Ramesha, again, the same comment, just very pointed question. Do you see AI will have really a role to design a new compound or a new electrode for your battery? Dr. Ramesha? Is he around? Or? Okay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. There is the big role for AI in designing the material. Like when you talk about material discovery, of course there are few models are available. ML itself, like DRXNet. Now people are using GNN and LSTM. So that really helps optimize. Like I even saw even when you talk about the safest electrolyte, solid state electrolyte, people have come up with some of the materials with the proper crystal structure using DRXNet, and they have predicted. And in fact, the complex whole, like in how this the solvent effect and other things, so which AI can really predict. And one more thing, the safety of the battery. I mean, which is a black box for us right now. Yeah.
As a supplementary tool for all your research work. I mean, reduce or do away with the redundant experiments and then take the cue from the earlier results and then eliminate a lot of redundancy and so on. Yeah, certainly there.
So one more thing where AI helps is I told 5 lakh papers and it said most of them is rubbish.
Screening that. Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. Uday, you scared us by mentioning something or hinting at something like super intelligent AI. So when that happens, do you still see the human intelligence will be very relevant, or generative AI already tends to scare us? Somebody like, very eminent people say that there's no need for somebody to learn writing a code. AI will write codes better than even human beings. So super intelligent AI, what will that produce?
No, see, that I think is this right now it's in the speculative domain. So when you start working in it, you also speculate as to what may happen at some point, and more in terms of guarding ourselves against the implications of it. So it's more like better to be warned rather than being sorry when it happens. So, but I think my general feeling is that we will probably never reach that stage. It is there as an intellectual exercise, but the second level that I talked about is very likely to happen in another 10 years. Okay, already, as you correctly said, most code writing, 80% of the code can come from AI. I myself have experimented a little bit, like getting a Verilog code, and then the human individual, what they will do is refine it, make it much more polished, because that 20% part is still with the human, or something similar to what other talked about, having human in the loop. Sorry about that call. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but I think that is more, look at it as an intellectual thing. I would be more worried about the second level, where it will start reasoning. That itself is a bit scary. Super intelligence is too far away, and that doesn't seem too far above. And I think what Dr. Andrea talked about, okay, that how will it affect society? In fact, the sociological implications of that will be far greater than any other development. The current AI, yes, it has its LLMs, and the generative AI has already created this, but we will combat that. To me, that is a typical technological progression, when we went from horse-driven carriages to automobiles. It was a very major transition that took place in the world. Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I would like to at this point pose a
Yeah.
very relevant question that
Yeah.
the energy consumption per capita in India
Yeah.
is still about 30% of the world average.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
when we heavily rely upon AI intervention,
Yeah.
who pays the bill for that
No, I
huge
think
energy consumption?
the customer, they charge you accordingly. You know, today, if you look at it, getting time, the AI GPU time from Google Cloud or Azure Cloud or from Amazon and all is very expensive. In fact, that is the libraries that they provide. So, in fact, I did a study because some of the private universities that was interacting, they were thinking of buying a GPU system or renting it, you know, from say Amazon. It's much more expensive and the price goes on quite a bit and the bulk cost. But I think more important rather than the cost is the climate impact that this energy consumption is going to have.
True.
And I think
Absolutely.
that needs a bigger discussion on how we can combat that because there'll be phenomenal climatic changes when we have phenomenal energy consumption to run the data centers.
Yeah,
And
in
India has
fact,
to worry because India is now going heavily saying that we will have our own data centers. Currently, our data center, what we use are based abroad, but we are investing quite heavily today and both companies like CDAC and private organizations looking at setting up data centers in India. So that is going to be
you know,
yeah,
what is worrisome is that
yeah,
I did some homework and figured
yeah,
out that 80% of the world energy today, even
yeah,
today, comes from
yeah.
the fossil fuel reserves,
Yes,
various
yes,
forms of
yeah.
fossil fuel
Fossil
reserves.
fuel. Yeah, I mean, coal is a fossil fuel. Absolutely. Yeah,
And we are talking about sustainable development
yeah,
all
yeah,
over the
yeah,
globe today. So that's
yeah.
a very major concern.
Major
Anyway,
concern.
I
I
think
agree.
we have
I agree.
consumed more
Sure,
time than allotted to us.
sure, sure.
So I would like
Thank
to
you.
wind up here, thanking all the participants, all the three panelists, very eminent panelists, bringing up very, very important aspects and contexts. So we need to, we have taken note of them and certainly will
Sure.
take them forward. I would like to hand over back to the organizers and Dr. Akhilesh Gupta. I didn't
Yeah.
allow you to speak at all.
Yeah, I
So
can see him there
if
in the
you,
corner.
yeah,
Yeah,
if
no,
you would
thank
like
you.
to
I
add
think it
one or two
was
lines here.
very well done. I think I don't have to speak. You know, the chair has commendably did a good job, and so thank you. I'll join you thanking all the speakers, and we thank chair. And now a formal vote of thanks.
So, with this, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our chair, Dr. Indranil Manna, and co chair, Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, for their meticulous guidance and smooth conduct of the session. I also express my heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed speakers online for their insightful and thought provoking presentations, which have greatly enriched our understanding. With this, we break for lunch. And since we are a little short on time, I kindly request you to be back by 2 p.m. for more such insightful sessions further.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
and bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks.
you,
It was
everybody.
really enlightening. I think it's great to have Dr. Andre coming in, you know, particularly, I think our
Yeah,
neighbors. I mean, essentially,
socialize.
they are our neighbors. And we should have more collaborations with our neighbors rather than
Yeah.
going 10,000 miles away, you know. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank
That's
you.
Yeah,
it.
I hope this will
You
give us
agree,
more
agree with that.
opportunity,
Okay,
these kind
great.
of things.
Yeah.
But
Hope,
this is the
hope we
beginning.
will meet
Yes.
someday. Continue our
Sure.
collaboration.
Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah. Yeah.
Take care. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back to technical session 1, everyone. I hope you enjoyed a refreshing lunch and are ready to dive back into some exciting discussions now. Also, a big welcome to those joining us online. We are excited to continue this session together. So, this session is centered around the theme Artificial Intelligence, Equity, Integrity, and Inclusivity. This session will explore how AI systems can be designed and governed to ensure fair access, ethical integrity, and inclusive outcomes, particularly in the context of energy security and sustainable development. It is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Professor Anirban Chakraborty to chair this session. Professor Anirban Chakraborty is a professor at the School of Computational and Integrative Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Trained as a physicist, he received his PhD from the Saha Institute of Nuclear Physics and completed his HDR at Université Pierre at Marie Curie, Paris. With over 2 decades of academic experience, he has held positions at JNU, École Centrale Paris, Banaras Hindu University, and conducted postdoctoral research at Brookhaven National Laboratory and Aalto University, Finland. His research spans econophysics, sociophysics, complex systems, and data science. He is a recipient of INSA Young Scientist Medal and was elected Fellow of TWAS in 2023. We welcome you, sir.
Namaskar. Good afternoon, everyone. And a very warm welcome to the session on artificial intelligence, equity, integrity, and inclusivity. So when we speak about AI today, especially in the context of energy security and sustainable development, it is tempting to focus on scale, speed, and efficiency. But this symposium invites us to ask a deeper question, not only what AI can do, but for whom, under what values, and at what cost. So in this session, we bring together different perspectives that may appear distinct, but are deeply connected. So we will hear about opportunities and challenges for energy security, the role of open collaborative research, AI as a driver of sustainable development, and democratization of expertise in critical sectors like healthcare, and the legal and intellectual property frameworks. So I invite all the speakers of this session, and we will begin with the first speaker, Dr. Vipan Kumar from CSR, National Institute for Science, Communications and Policy Research. Dr. Vipan Kumar, Chief Scientist at CSR, NICPR. He leads the Energy, Environment and Sustainability Division and also serves as professor and head at ACSIR. With over 20 years of experience, Dr. Kumar has made significant contributions to science policy, sustainability research, and energy governance. His academic background spans aerospace engineering and technology management, and he brings rich international experience through fellowships with the Volkswagen Foundation, DAD, and work with organizations such as the ILO and GIZ. His current focus is on technology readiness level assessment and building of robust frameworks which are sector specific. His interdisciplinary expertise makes his insights especially relevant to today's discussion on AI-enabled pathways to energy security. Let's invite Dr. Vipan Kumar. Thank you, Dr.
Good afternoon, everybody. And thanks, Dr. Anirban, for the nice introduction. So, my talk is about energy security in India, opportunity, challenges, and geopolitical dimensions. So, as I was told that I'm going to talk about the things which are very sort of generic in terms of energy security, and many of the colleagues and the experts have talked about in the morning session. I'll be touching about human-centric AI a little bit, how it can intervene to the energy security systems. And yeah. First slide. So I'll start with the definition of the energy security and why it is important. So, as everybody knows, that energy security has emerged as the central pillar of any country's economic stability, social development, and geopolitical strategy. So, it is basically a central pillar where a country's economic stability, a development, and also the geopolitical strategy always depends, and not only for India, any country's energy security. Depends on all these things. So therefore, energy security, earlier definitions of energy security was basically on the supply side. If you have the adequate supply of the energy, you're supposed to be energy secure country. But now it's no more that. Instead, it must be framed in a multidimensional system shaped by availability, sustainability, affordability, reliability, and resilience. That I call it ASAR. So it is basically a framework of energy security is dependent on these four pillars, and they work together. So I'll give a quote by Albert Einstein. The world is not threatened by the people who are evil, but those who allow evil to happen. And here the evil is energy insecurity. The energy insecurity is often not accidental. It comes from the delayed decisions, weak systems, and ignored signals. Energy security, therefore, is about foresight and responsibility. Next slide. So I'll define now the energy security, how we can define it. Energy security is defined as the ability of a nation to ensure uninterrupted availability of energy at affordable prices while managing economic, environmental, and geopolitical risks. This reflects a shift from narrow supply-centric definition to a broader framework incorporating these four pillars, that is ASAR. We call it availability, sustainability, affordability, and reliability and resilience. And I'll give India specific illustration what is the meaning of the availability. When we talk about availability, it should be the adequacy and delivery of energy sources. So we should always have a basket of different energy sources available at every point of time. For example, diversified energy mix with coal, solar, wind, hydro, nuclear, and gas on one hand, and on the other we should have oil and natural gas resources from the different parts of the world. And I'm happy that India is now focusing on its geopolitical system such a way that we are focusing on several countries for our imports. The second pillar is the sustainability. So what does that mean? That means that alignment with the climate conditions, commitments. And as we know that we have already targeted 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel based capacity by 2030, which is roughly 50% of the present capacity. Present capacity is around 180 gigawatt, which by 2030 we are planning up to 500 gigawatt, which is roughly 50%. So this is very challenging actually. Expansion of renewables, green hydrogen, and energy efficiency initiatives are very important. And if you say that net zero by 2070, it's even a bigger challenge. But we have taken the stride in that, and we are focusing on availability of net capacity by 2030 to the 50% target. The third pillar is the affordability. That is that the price, even though we are largely dependent on fossil fuels, which are from the other countries, the fluctuation in the pricing should not create any problem with the people who need it the most. For example, the LPG scheme or the LED schemes for the and the subsidies for agriculture, they have to be given the subsidies even though there is a big price fluctuation. Similarly, policy buffering against global fuel price shocks to protect low income users. So, for example, in Delhi, we get 200, uh, units of energy free of for the people who are using it up to 200. That means the people who are sort of in the lower income bracket, they have been given the subsidy. But for the higher consumption people, they are charged with the full or even the more this thing. So this affordability needed to be ensured when we talk about energy security. And the fourth and the most important is the reliability and resilience. What does it mean is that the quality of supply and the shock absorption needs to be fixed. And what does that mean? That means that where we need to fix a lot of things, because the national integrated grid and inter-regional transmission corridors, they need to be lot of work need to be done. Also, smart grid pilots, storage integration, and disaster resilient infrastructure needs lot of AI, human-centric AI interventions are required. So next slide, please. So the core argument is that the energy security equals to the national security. So it's as important as the national security, because even though a country may be the largest army or having the most advanced armed artillery or the vehicles, but we still are dependent on the fossil fuels, which are mostly imported. 80% of our fossil fuels are imported from the other countries, which is a big insecurity when it comes to the national security, because um, all our armed forces are dependent heavily on fossil fuels. So therefore, this is the requirement that we should be self secure when we talk about the energy security. So let's come to the next slide, please. So there are opportunities for strengthening energy security, which I will talk. There are few opportunities which we have, and the biggest opportunity is what we are talking in the morning. Also, the transition, the renewable energy transition from the fossil fuel economy to the renewable-based economy, and that is going to be very challenging. At present, renewable energy is going to be India's most significant strategic opportunity. India's commitment to achieving 500 gigawatt of non-fossil electricity capacity by 2030 reflects an effort to reduce import dependence, lower emissions, and improve domestic energy resilience. Among that, the solar and wind is among the the most dominant. So yeah, I've been told to be brief. I have only few more slides. So therefore, the next opportunity is the policy and institutional reforms, which we have been doing, and also the technological innovation and decentralization. As we know that a role of decentralized and digital technologies is improving the energy system and energy system resilience, be it the microgrids, energy storage, demand response IoTs, and smart grids. I'll be very fast actually going through this thing. And let's come to the challenges, the constraint of energy security, and the topmost, as we already discussed, that we are at present around 75% of our demand is based on fossil fuels, and most of our fossil fuels are import based. The second bottleneck is infrastructure and regulatory bottlenecks, grid congestion, storage inadequacies, land acquisition hurdles, long approval timelines, and repeatedly identified as structural constraints. Institutional coordination gaps between central and state agencies also have been pointed out by NISTADS earlier and NISPER now for the long, many of their reports. Socioeconomic and distributional issues are also a big challenge here. Energy security is shown to have a strong social dimension. People are not eager to, shift. There is a lot of socio-economic, traditional systems which people will adhere, and we call it persistent energy poverty. The biggest problem is the geopolitical dimension. I will just touch upon it. The main key geopolitical problems here is that large dependence on the West Asian oil reserves. For mostly about 80% of our import is based from the West Asian oil reserves, and this is the conflict area. Yeah, if you can see that in the graph, that is the roots of the oil, exchange, and the conflict in that region creates a lot of problem for our energy security. The second one is the strategic vulnerability of the sea lanes. The third and the most important is sanctions and energy trade with Russia. This has been we've been talking about it, and we have been listening about it. That how global geopolitical turmoils are creating a lot of troubles when it comes to energy security. And the fourth one is the competition with China in the global energy resource competition. Basically, India and China both are the largest developing economies, and we both want the share of our energy, security. And for that, we require the global reserves to be, have a control. But being China is, its companies are largely government based, state funded, and it's very difficult to challenge their bids. In international markets like Africa, Asia, and all, it's very difficult to challenge those companies' bids, and therefore India needs to have a totally different kind of approach when it comes to the global energy resource competition. Energy diplomacy through strategic partnerships. This we have been doing well. Climate politics in transition pressures also is the thing which is a problem. Now I will just touch upon some human-centered AI lens. As we discussed earlier, there are four pillars: availability, sustainability, affordability, and reliability. And human-centered AI influence all four dimensions. So can you go to the next slide, please? So I've tried, and I've added fifth, this thing, just 1 minute. Fifth pillar to that is human-centered value. And I tried to put in the y-axis demand for, different parameters of AI application in energy sector. So you can see that the lighter color will give you the strong, sort of impact, and the darker is light, less impact. And you can see that reliability is the dominant gain across most AI applications, especially smart grids, predictive maintenance, and cybersecurity. Sustainability peaks in renewable forecasting, energy efficiency, and rural microgrids. Human-centered value is consistently high, where AI augment human decision making, community participation, and system transparency. So can you go to the next slide? So indicative impact, these are only some indications that how much we can reduce, or how much improvement can be there if we use AI, human-centered AI. Indicative impact relevant to SDGs is 20 to 30% improvement in energy demand forecasting accuracy, 5 to 10% efficiency gains in renewable energy utilization, 15 to 20% reduction in unplanned grid outages. So this outcomes directly advance SDG 7 and SDG 9. Can you go to the next slide? So you can skip this. So final conclusion, I would like to draw on that India's energy security challenge is fundamentally a transition management problem rather than a supply shortage alone. While renewable energy expansion, policy reforms, and technological innovation offer substantial opportunities, persistent fossil fuel dependence, infrastructure gaps, and geopolitical risks remain significant. And a balanced strategy integrating energy transition, social equity, system resilience, and geopolitical foresight is essential. Energy security for India, as the literature collectively concludes, is not merely about powering growth, but about securing stability, sovereignty, and sustainability. And human-centered artificial intelligence offers a holistic pathway to align technological progress with human flourishing in the energy sectors. And finally, I'll close with the quote: "The best way to predict the future is to create it," by Peter Drucker. And India's energy future will not emerge on its own. It will be created through policy choices, technological design, and how possibly we deploy tools like AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vidya, and for the very insightful talk. If there are any pertinent questions, otherwise we can discuss at the end together. Yeah. Thank you. So our next speaker who will be joining us online is Dr. Lydia Borel-Damian, who is the Secretary General of Science Europe since 2019. She holds overall responsibility for the organization's strategic direction and policy implementation, representing national public research funding and performing organizations across Europe. Dr. Borel brings extensive experience in research and innovation policy, including open science, research ethics, and integrity. She actively engages with global policy platforms such as the UN, OECD, and the Global Research Council. Trained as a chemical engineer with a doctorate in solar energy, her expertise uniquely bridges science, policy, ethics, and sustainability. Dr. Borel, we are pleased to have you with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So I'll give you a warning 2 minutes before your time. So it's like 10 plus 2, 12 minutes. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Anirban. And thank you very much for the invitation to this workshop, to this official pre-summit event of the India AI Impact Summit in 2026. I'm sure that this event that you're preparing will be a fantastic event to discuss, especially the topic of today, how we become more human. I am very pleased, double pleased, because last week we have the honor of having Dr. Geeta Vani Rasayam, the director of Sasir NIS CPR in Bengaluru at the third Global Summit on Diamond Open Access. And it was excellent to meet her and to be able to speak with her directly. So thank you double for the invitation to this event. Let me see if I can share my screen because I have prepared the presentation, but I somehow is a little bit, no, I don't think this is not what I wanted to share. Sorry, let me check. I think is this one. Yes, can you see it? Can you see the slides?
Yes, now we can.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it took a while. Well, this is the session to describe equity, integrity, and inclusivity in the framework of these holistic pathways for energy security. So I will bring elements of the activities of Science Europe in all these different areas, because we have experts on sustainability, experts on equality, diversity, and inclusion, experts on open science. So I found that a very challenging exercise because challenging and very good exercise to bring everything that we do in each of these expertise areas. First of all, for the speakers who don't know Science Europe, just to say that we are a stakeholder organization. It's a non-governmental organization that gathers national research funding and national research performing organizations. So the big institutes of Europe and the big national funders of Europe of over 30 countries in a total of 40 members, because in some countries we have 2, sometimes even 3 members. So it's a membership organization. The strength of our organization is that it's pan-European and that all the organizations invest yearly some 25 billion euro. So we are not big in numbers, we are 40 organizations, but the impact of these organizations in European research is indeed very, very big. So, and then this is a community to share, align policies, promote collaborations, and advocate on behalf of our members to the European Commission, to other stakeholders such as university, research and technology organizations, or some official instances such as the European Commission, the European Parliament, the Council of the EU, etc. And also we use this knowledge to build relationships beyond EU, like OECD, UNESCO, UN, etc. And it's in virtue of that that we organized precisely last week the Bengaluru Summit on global diamond open access. But let me center today the topic of this session about energy security. Science Europe, the members of Science Europe, decided to engage in sustainability, in the green energy transition, in a position that is not so much about policy making, which we do as well, but more about setting themselves as an example. So we have gone through a series of dialogues, a series of processes to identify what is it that our members do. They, of course, do research, importantly for climate change and energy savings, interdisciplinary research. We have produced several webinars and workshops to discuss how to green research or how to contribute to this decreasing greenhouse emissions. Now through events. Then to do that, every organization works at their national level to try and advocate for good practices. But what is something that we do in Science Europe is that we bring them together to clean our own research processes, to try and make it more energy efficient, less energy consuming. The use of raw materials, not just about energy, the reuse of raw materials to decrease the raw materials. The impact of AI, of artificial intelligence, because it's not only a positive tool for researchers, but also a source of energy consumption and raw materials extraction and processing as well, which in turn requires enormous amount of water and energy. So in doing so, we have come up with a network that we call the Network for Greening Research Practices. That's the last part of the arrow you see. It is where we are now working. We are getting together to coordinate the efforts that institutions do internally to green their processes. In parallel, we asked for an observer position of the UNFCCC COP climate to be able to link policy and politics to a certain level. This is why we are participating in the yearly COPs. Last year, our president, Marison Litueit, was in Brazil, in Belém, attending the COP30, and we participated in the European sessions of the COP of the UN in what is called the SB62 Commission. Sorry for the abstract names, but that's the name they are given. So that is the context in which we operate, cleaning our own research processes and also trying to define policies that can help researchers, that can help research organizations. And how do we do that? We prepared with our members in the working group on greening research, we prepared a framework with 8 parts, with 8 chapters to green our research. How to decrease, if we go from left to right, how to decrease the environmental footprint, how we can include environmental criteria in the evaluation of research, how to make travels more sustainable, more energy savings, how to promote digital solutions for environmental sustainability that, as I said before, should be less energy consuming, how addressing all the environmental impacts of digitalization, how to inform science for policy activities, how to use the outcomes, inter and transdisciplinary approaches to inform the development of energy savings and raw materials consumption, and last but not least, how we can manage this knowledge. So all these 8 areas of development are very well explained in the Framework for Environmental Sustainability of Research Organizations, which we produced in 2024, and we are currently implementing this framework. Very recently, we created a working group on artificial intelligence, and we have a working group on open science, and both groups internally do collaborate in all these directions, in implementing the roadmap, the framework on research, environmental sustainability of research, and open science. Because as you can imagine, there may be tensions in introducing either more regulations or more administrative requirements in energy, environmental sustainability for researchers, on open science in a framework where we have a complex geopolitical environment regarding research security. So we are trying to make sense of all this because in Science Europe, we want to continue fostering open science and practicing open science, not only fostering it, but practicing open science. We want to use AI to the best of that is in it for research. And we want to be fair to the environment. So we are exploring mechanisms, how to coordinate all these 3 angles together, how we can amplify the voice of researchers, which is very strong and very knowledgeable, but we think that is today a bit at risk, on the one hand. On the other hand, we understand that without making it burdensome, but we need to start introducing sustainability criteria in project proposal evaluation and in researchers' evaluation as well. Slowly but surely, same way we started with gender equality, diversity and inclusion plans on open science, because unless we make that requirement structural to the research process, we will not have enough progress on energy developments. Now, the big thing is about how generative AI will influence all this. And this is still perhaps too soon to say, but what our approach to that generative AI is that by all means, any development in this sense needs to be deeply rooted in the values of scholarly activity, rigor, proper, and above all, human-driven, despite the help that we may receive from AI. Now, as I said before, going back to the activity of Science Europe, we have these 2 working groups on open science and on AI that do some work separately, but that they are bringing together their activities, and we are drafting guidelines of the use of AI in research, where we are going to bring together precisely the reflection I am presenting here to you today, that there are aspects in already existing policies that we need to make sure that we bring them together all in the context of AI development. This is so important.
2 minutes more.
I will only use half. This is very important because for energy security, we need to ensure that AI operates much more efficient than it operates today. Otherwise, it's not sustainable in the future. And that was my last sentence. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Lydia, for giving us the updates and wonderful talk. Are there any questions? We'll take it at the end of the session. Thank you, Dr. Lydia.
Thank you. I don't know how to stop sharing. Okay.
Okay. So our next speaker is Sri Amit Shukla, founder of EasyGov, a leading civic tech platform working to improve citizen access to government services and social welfare schemes. A consultant turned entrepreneur, Sri Shukla founded EasyGov in 2015 with the vision of making governance simple, inclusive, and technology-driven. With prior experience advising governments and global firms like Accenture and KPMG, Sri Shukla brings valuable practitioner insights into AI-enabled citizen-centric governance. I now invite Sri Amit Shukla ji to present his views.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Professor Chakravarti, for this opportunity. My dear panelists, ladies and gentlemen. So I will not wear the hat of EasyGov today for this talk, but I will talk about what I'm trying to do for energy self-sufficiency in the villages of India. So I run a not-for-profit called Empower Panchayat, where I'm working with the villages at the Gram Panchayat to make them self-governed and self-sufficient. So I came up with the model that is called Gram Urja Swaraj. How to achieve Gram Urja Swaraj using technology. So one of the panchayat reached out to me and asking, Amit, how can we increase our revenue? Right. So I said that, what asset do you have? So he said that, okay, we have land, right? I said that, okay, how much land do you have? So they had a 16-acre Charaga land, but they said we don't have cattles. But government has allocated this land for grazing ground. So what to do with this land because we don't have a cattle? I said, why don't you put up a solar panel? And a 5-acre typically, right, 4 to 5 acre of a land typically generates 1 megawatt. And India has 25 million acre charaga. Still, the grazing ground will remain there. It doesn't go anywhere. We have 25 million acre land meant for grazing ground. If you put up a solar panel, simple solar panel on top of it, right? Pardon me for some calculation mistakes. It will be 5,000 gigawatt clean energy. Okay, so it came that, okay, this looks very fancy. Is it possible to implement? So to implement anything, first of all, we need a legal framework. Do Gram Panchayat have legal framework? India has 278,000 Gram Panchayat, 1 billion people. That means 2/3 of India lives in Gram Panchayat, and their energy need, including the agriculture, the housing need, and the SHG need, the FPO need, is right there in the Gram Panchayat. To do that, right, first thing you need a law. We did 73rd Amendment to the Constitution of India in 1992. And we gave 3 important power. So 29 subjects power devolved to the Gram Panchayat. But I would like to mention only 3 subjects out of 29. The first subject that the Gram Panchayat has complete and absolute power is land improvement, implementation of land reform, and land consolidation. Second, rural electrification, including distribution of electricity. I am using verbatim from the Constitution of India. Third, non-conventional energy sources. So all 3 power that is required to create this grid kind of a thing at the village level is right there mentioned in the Constitution of India. Obviously, all the states have adopted in their respective Panchayati Raj Act. What is not there is basically, I say, the skill or favoring laws on ground to actually make this happen. To do that, right, second thing, you need technology. We are fortunate that we live in the UPI country, and equivalent to the UPI, we have developed in the energy sector that is called UEN, Unified Energy Network. So if you take UEN to the villages, we from a technology point of view, because I'm an AI practitioner, software practitioner, right? It is as simple as that I can sell my electricity if I'm on UEN to any industry in this country. So a Haryana village generating a solar energy can sell to Kolkata company. It is all possible through UEN. And now every company has a pressure to become carbon neutral, at least, right? So they all want green energy. They don't want, right? So from where these energies will come? So I came up with this model, right? If you set up this in the villages, this green energy will given to the industry, that will end up increasing the revenue for the Gram Panchayat. And government gives huge subsidy to the farmer. And there is a leakage if these electricities are used for non-agriculture purposes, right? If there is an energy self-sufficiency model and there's a Gram Panchayat who is doing the whole supply chain balancing, so they will do the policing of leakage of energy as well. Because now it has become the part of their own economy. And that is their constitutional power. So the electricity will, green energy will go to the villages. And what government is spending on a subsidy for this Gram Panchayat, that can become a direct revenue to the Gram Panchayat for financing this project. So you put you raise the capital and then you have to pay back the finances. So the finances can be paid back by just giving the amount that is equal to the subsidy that is being spent. So under Ujjwala scheme, right? Ujjwala scheme, PM Kusum scheme, right? These are the scheme where government is spending a lot of money in the Gram Panchayat. So if you put all these things, it becomes very practical and possible. I think the most important is right now, and the last thing is to bring that entrepreneurship mindset. And if our Gram Panchayat leader will think like that, and that is a difficult one. I think that's the most difficult one. Ideas are, as an entrepreneur, serial entrepreneur, I always say ideas are great to have a party and a discussion over a coffee. It's execution that makes a difference. And any success is 99.99% is about execution. It's only 0.01% about the idea. So to make that idea implement on the ground, I, with my organization called Empower Panchayat, we are trying to improve first governance in the Panchayat. So that they have to be first self-governed, then only they can be Gram Urja Swaraj. So from economic independence to electricity independence. With this, right, I will take a pause, and I would like to, if I have a spare time, I would like to leave for the audience to have a questions.
Sure. Thank you very much for the very passionate and insightful talk. Yeah, Mukund.
Sir, as per my knowledge, 5 acres land covering solar may require 4 to 5 crore rupees. So how you generate from farmers or from villagers 4 crore rupees to invest? Because there may be some subsidy, but what is the portion that farmers has to collect, or that citizens of Gram Panchayat have to cover?
Excellent question, right? I will share a paper and a proposal with you, right, if you want. So 4 to 5 crore is an absolute requirement of a capital for this project. So there, when I said that Gram Panchayat has to take up, because Gram Panchayat has a constitutional right to become a provider to the grid, right? So typically when you do a typical solar project, right, you have an equity that you distribute. So in my model, what I'm saying that the Gram Panchayat will keep 60% equity. So the majority will be the Gram Panchayat, and the land will not given to the power company for a lease. Right? Now, what we have to do, because we have to secure our land also, and if we go for a long-term lease, the control loses. Now, this money that you are talking about, right, I did the workaround. So there is a two method. One, always start with a 5 acre land. For that, we need 4 to 5 crore. under Rashtriya Gram Swaraj Abhiyan, Government of India gives 5 crore fund for the innovation in the Gram Panchayat. First method is simply write a proposal that this is the money that we want. And by the way, I did some kind of a finances. If we get a right rate on a grid, so right now government is taking for like 2.5 to 3 rupees, but industry is buying green energy for 9 to 10 rupees. If a panchayat has a nearby electricity, and there we need some kind of a policy change, it is not possible. Right now, we still get 3 rupees. With 3 rupees also, the project does a break even in 8 to 10 years. But if you get an industry nearby, where you get advantage of this offset of 2.53 rupees to 10 rupees green energy, then this get preponed to 2 to 3 years of a break even. And panchayat becomes very early self-sufficient. One more source of a fund, if a cluster of a gram panchayat comes together, like 10 gram panchayat come together, and on an average, a gram panchayat will have 15 acre of a charagal land. Then you have 150 acre of land. Then you have to reach out to the proper professional company and a financer with your project and get it financed from them.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the calculations and showing us a practical way of implementing. So yes, last very quick one. Yeah.
So I will like to answer in two ways. One, right, in my model, obviously grazing land, I took an example, but I have mentioned 5 things. First is a grazing land. Second is a canal or a pond in the village. Third is all the community asset, like schools, Anganwadi Kendra, right? And the fourth one is each and every household under PM Kusum scheme. Coming to the second part of the answer, for the grazing land, if you put up the solar panel much above the height, then the sideways raises will still come, and still it will not become barren land. Still, it will be usable for grazing purpose. So that is very much possible. You have to increase the height of a solar panel, and you have to build it in such a manner that the evening and the morning light, when it is diagonal, it is able to enter into the grazing land.
Thank you, Shuklaji, for your insightful and practical experiences. So our next speaker will be joining us online. It's Miss Anastasia Ivanova from St. Petersburg State University in Russia. Anastasia Ivanova is a junior researcher at St. Petersburg State University. Her research interests are oriented towards science and technology studies, sociology of expertise, and sociology of medicine. Ms. Ivanova's work lies at the intersection of artificial intelligence, ethics, and integrity, with a particular focus on the responsible use of AI in sensitive domains such as healthcare and social systems. Her research critically examines how AI technologies can be designed and deployed in ways that protect human values, ensure transparency, and maintain trust. She brings an important ethical and human-centered perspective to today's discussions. So we warmly welcome Ms. Ivanova. You have 10 plus 2 minutes. Yes. Anastasia, are you there? You are on mute. You are on mute.
Thank you. Hello, dear colleagues. My first question is whether you can see my presentation.
Yes, if you can put it on the full slides mode.
Yes, sure. 1 minute, just let me check.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so again, very warm welcome from St. Petersburg. It is a great honor to be a part of this fruitful conversation. And I'm going to speak about the democratization of medical expertise at the age of AI. We live in an era of deep integration of AI and digital technologies into all spheres, and medicine is no exception. But at the same time, we observe a global trend, a decline in trust in traditional expert knowledge. The medical community is losing its former monopoly on authority, and this compels us to ask a key question. How is medical expertise transforming under the conditions of developing artificial intelligence and the new artificial sociality? This is the question my research sought to answer. So I'm going to discuss the key concepts briefly. So let's first discuss the expertise. In our research, we stemmed from two perspectives. First is professional. So this is the collegial activity of making diagnostic and treatment decisions. And its foundation is high qualification and collective judgment of doctors. And the extended version of the definition, medical expertise, is a broader knowledge of how to manage disease from diagnosis to prevention. It is here, outside the doctor's office, that the most interesting transformation begins. Our analysis is based on two competing sociological lenses. So first is sociology of professions. This is Abbott, Starr. So these are the academics who basically demonstrate how sociology of professions makes us stem our conclusions. It describes how professions like medicine build their authority through the monopolization of knowledge and cultural authority. And second is sociology of expertise. It argues that this approach is now outdated, the sociology of professions, and instead it suggests that monopoly is being replaced by co-production and partnership with those affected by this whole process. From this, we tested two hypotheses. First is professional medicine monopoly on diagnostic judgments and choice of treatment measures is gradually weakening in the context of free access to information and AI agents. And the second is expertise outside the professional medical community has a more complex, non-linear nature, and currently there is a hybridization of various types of expertise in the field of disease and health management. Our study used a mixed method design. So first we used quantitative design, then we referred to qualitative design, and thus this allowed us to see both professional narratives and large-scale trends. Let's start with the least problematic area for physicians, their own digital world. The internet has become the primary source of professional information. Over 9 years, the proportion of doctors using it for work grew from 68% to over 90%, and it was in autumn 2021. Now it's even bigger. 38% consult these messengers and social media and different other online resources daily. But more importantly is how they use it. 47% of doctors visit professional chats daily, mainly messengers, so it has become technology strengthens professional expertise, unifying knowledge. So there is no problem with digital resources being a part of professional expertise in terms of using them online by doctors. But it also gives rise to a new artificial sociality within the profession itself. Now let's move to a more complex direction, integrating AI into diagnostics. In theory, AI should improve work quality, reduce cognitive load, and make the profession more attractive. But reality is more complex. The implementation of AI is itself an act of heterogenization of expertise. A new authority, the algorithm, enters the sacred space of clinical decision making. We see a gap between expectation and reality. From doctors, they value AI's potential objectivity and speed, but fear garbage in, as in poor quality or biased data. Crucially, they feel excluded from developing the tools that later define their work. For the system, a paradoxical transformation of the professional is underway. Of the profession is underway. A reduction in the number of specialists coupled with a sharp increase in qualification requirements. The doctor must not only treat, but also verify the AI's advice. AI is becoming not just a tool, but an artificial colleague with whom one must build a relationship. The next step is the expansion of expertise beyond the clinic to the patient via wearable devices. Their users currently represent about 10%, but the number is growing. For doctors, this has two key implications. Biometric data becomes part of the dialogue, and the patient gains the ability to build their own expertise in collaboration with the AI. In our interviews, doctors noted the convenience of such devices, but also their dual role. On the one hand, they speed up history taking. Here is my pulse for the last month, etc. On the other hand, they create interference during appointments when patients challenge prescriptions based on gadget readings. The core problem is inaccuracy. Readings from a smartwatch are not entered into medical records as objective data, only as reported by the patients. The doctor must act as both diagnostician and data verifier for this new co-investigator, the patient with their digital twin. Finally, the most problematic area for the medical community, lay expertise generated by Internet for patients. Now we also have language models and other devices like ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and other models, which not only give patients the ability to Google, but also they give the answer right away. So, we identified two distinct thought styles among physicians regarding such patients who use such tools as just Googling or referring to AI. Defenders of monopoly, they view this as a threat to professional authority, and proponents of cooperation. Such doctors are open to dialogue and see the informed patient as a partner. This is precisely where our two theoretical lenses clash most directly.
Anastasia, you have 2 more minutes.
Thank you.
Oh, fine. You're on the last thing.
Thus, we can construct a continuum of medical expertise transformation from least to most problematic for professional monopoly. First, Internet for doctors. It strengthens the professional expertise. AI and diagnostics. It introduces an artificial colleague. Third, wearables. Engage the patient as a co-investigator. And the last one, Internet for patients. It generates alternative lay expertise. The number of actors producing medical assertions today is immeasurably wider than just the community of doctors. Heterogenization is an empirical fact. So what does this mean for future? The practical implication of our research is this: the medical community must develop competences in productive communication, both with expert patients and with AI developers. We need new formats for dialogue and high-quality public educational resources. The future of medical expertise lies not in a monologue, but in a polylogue, where the physician remains the key, but not the sole voice responsible for the final decision. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anastasia, for the wonderful insights. If there are any questions, if not, yeah, let's thank Anastasia once more for joining us from St. Petersburg. Thank you. Thank you very much. Right. So our next speaker and the final one of the session is Dr. Rajbir Singh, who's an assistant professor at the Center for Studies in Science Policy at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He teaches and conducts research on responsible innovation, science and technology policy, and the governance of emerging technologies. He has also been associated with Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands in a research capacity where he worked on themes related to innovation and policy, including responsibility in innovation processes. His scholarly work explores how innovation can be aligned with societal needs and values through anticipatory, reflexive, and inclusive governance frameworks. Dr. Rajbir, we kindly invite you to deliver your presentation. So you have about 10 minutes plus 2.
Yes, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, Rajbirji. If you can put the slideshow on in the full screen mode.
Yeah, is it now full?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So thank you for sharing with me this opportunity to share our ideas and the research on this platform. As we have been working on a new framework that is called as RI, or Responsible Innovation Framework, that is in kind of extensively focused for the research in different frontier technologies and new emerging innovations. And in context of AI and energy, this is really an updated framework for the domain of, let's say, the policy, innovation, or the way today we are facing as a geopolitical scenario that is highly uncertain, the way we look around us. Since when we talk about the democracies, that means it demands for responsibility. Whatever, let's say, we bring new ideas, or if we bring any new energy means. So under that context, I'm going to take a brief discussion and bringing some research work which we have done and touching upon a new framework. It may be something new for, let's say, some of our colleagues, but for some colleague it may be quite familiar. So it would be a bit more, little bit having academic touch, less with, let's say, the other areas. But first, I would like to touch on academic part, and then I can come to the practical or industry-related aspects. So this is a theoretical framework which we have developed from last 13 years by working over here. Did multiple PhDs, thesis, masters, and published multiple papers, and done a couple of research projects in collaboration with industry as well as academic institutions. So this is like a framework was developed in 2012, a kind of basic definition. So here what we talk about responsible innovation means what? Being care and ensuring care. These two words are very important. Further, I will discuss later on. So for certain values, for social, economic, and environmental sustainability. And how do we do? By engaging, there are 5 different dimensions in the innovation process. And the goal is in this process to bring any change. That means innovation, any change in any idea, product, process, method, or way of doing a business, or any technology. And where do we bring this? We bring in a specific market or a specific society. When we look here, specific society, this is very important in context of, let's say, the south part of the world, as well as in global context, the way the deglobalization or the geopolitics is playing, then society has has become very relevant. Though we were talking since last 13 years, that is very important to contextualize our the innovation or the frontier technologies. Being care means it is kind of a voluntary responsibility, a volunteer approach that one whoever does that, let's say formulate the policy or identify the available funds for the research, as well as whenever we write any research proposal, we have to take care of certain things. Means voluntarily we have to be very sensitive, or we should exhibit in that whole process in write up in our approach a concern or empathy. That means we have to look from others perspective. It should not be like a hobby research, or if this is something we only like. So we have to contextualize to the society. Ensuring care, that means it become a kind of a mandatory aspect. That means our obligation. Being care means a voluntary aspect, and ensuring care means an obligatory aspect. And that has multiple aspects of it. And then certain values, that means which we can appreciate the way of the aspects, that means the way we like to get it done, or our choices. These are related to those, and these are very be defined in two or divided in two components or two types. One is universal type, which are globally or the global values, which could be seen as a universal set of values, could be seen in different societies or different countries or different economic systems. And the other type is like very culture specific, where like particular cultures they only appreciate. Now, these five dimensions, they work like in the whole process. Whenever we work for any innovation, whenever we bring from idea to the final market entry, and then again we revisit again to that the new idea that has become, let's say, at the technological scale up to the TRL9, means technology readiness level, that is market till entry. And then also feed loop goes back. So these all five different dimensions they work. So anticipation, that means we try to look forward. Whenever we work, we do the any innovation, so we have to look in medium term to the long term aspect of that technology. Reflexivity, that means we have to reflect on that. So I'll take further. So that means whenever we build up any idea, we have to reflect its cause effect relationship with the problem which we want to solve, and as well as the approach we want to take. And this particular step is kind of a circular or kind of a iterative process. And this is a kind of a process which shape up the idea every time when we move forward from TRL1 to the 9, and then even after the market entry. Deliberation, that is very important. In any society, in democratic society, the deliberation, that means the participants or stakeholders have to have opportunity to express and to be part of the process, so that we can carefully consider their different perspectives as well as their views, and that's how we create or capitalize our stakeholders participation to come up with the best solution, so that can be adopted quickly when we reach to the TRL 9. Then responsive, that means responsiveness means the our process or the innovator, or whenever we innovate any product, that has to be in a situation to address the concerns which are coming from different stakeholders. Those could be from the users, from the regulatory concerns, or could be, let's say, the developer, the investors, or even the cultural or religious aspects also. So different issues have to be addressed whenever they are raised as a part of the process. Then there is other aspect, participation. So in innovation process, usually what happen, only few individuals or kind of a individual group, or these could be individual person or the individual companies, they participate. So in our approach, or this new approach, the participation of maximum or most of the stakeholders is essential part, because by offering such a participatory process, we avoid many risks at the level of adoption, or we create more harmony around our innovation. So therefore, it could be more acceptable, and that way, this indicates our ability to be more accountable for the product or the new technology which we develop and bring into the society. Now, so these three different social economic sustainability, they actually identify three set of values, and together they produce a sustainability. So the goal of sustainability achieved by building up different set of values. Now, see how the whole process works. So when we start with the process, the beginning point is the anticipation. So we have to anticipation. That means we have to look forward. So whenever we start an ideation, so it has to be started there. So it's not all a kind of a circular, but it goes in different directions. So let me go to the next part of, let's say, like just let me share certain results which we have worked on smart energy networks. I think this.
Rajveer, you have 2 more minutes, please.
Yes, I'll finish in 2 minutes. So that's why I thought let me share the results. So this research we have done on the, let's say, smart energy networks. For example, now we are transiting towards renewable energy led, let's say, electric vehicle system and the smart energy houses as well. So in that, we have got kind of a value feedback through the participation process, what we have to have in any innovation which is driven by the AI. So that today the AI which is coming, how that has to be met responsible in future aspect, then we have to put up these certain values. So users, we got participation of users, and then the experts. So these are the two set of values we found out, and then we see very clearly there is a difference between their perspective, the way they have the preferences. For example, the safety is the highest priority in terms of the users, but experts say reliability, robustness, and safety are the third priority. So this is a kind of a list of different values we found out. So like how we can convert, let's say, today's existing network is like, today we found out there are few important values, and these values later on, like how we can make it 50% to 100% by following the whole process for that. Now, so this is what this is my last slide. So what we identified, if we want to make any AI based or a smart energy network, in near future, the safety is most important, security, reliability, autonomy, transparency, freedom, trust, and then universal usability. That means it should be like whenever we put up, let's say, AI driven, it is not only like Gen Z or the latest generation is able to use, but the older generations are already discriminated or deprived from that the new technology. So that means universal visibility, ease of the use, as well as maintainability, and trust is most important. But then in long term, we have found out like different democratic values are very important, accountability. So health aspect is very important. Poverty, if it is also like a country like India or African continent, if we are touching to the poverty alleviation, these aspects are, and gender equality and employability for the human being. Because if we are bringing AI, then we should focus like our government is already focused like 5 layers of different AI. So that should be solving the problem rather than building the big models which are being built by big corporates. So that is our way of, let's say, could be responsible way of AI putting as a part of energy networks. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajveerji. If there are any questions, yeah, if not, let us thank Rajveerji and all the other speakers of the session. So we heard some very nice talks, which seemed like a single conversation about how AI can strengthen energy security and sustainable development without leaving people behind. What united these discussions is a shared concern for human-centered AI that is transparent, inclusive, accountable, and aligned with societal goals. As we heard from the speakers, that equity ensures that AI benefits are broadly shared. Integrity ensures that the systems are trustworthy and robust. Inclusivity ensures that diverse voices, regions, and disciplines shape both technology and policy. We should be able to take these things forward and draft a policy thing. and for the betterment of the society, and so that we can reach across India and the global world. Thank you, everyone, for this session.
So, as we come to the conclusion of technical session 1, I would like to extend our sincere thanks to the session chair, Professor Anirban Chakraborty, for steering the discussions so thoughtfully. I also take this opportunity to thank all the esteemed speakers of this session for their valuable presentations and engaging deliberations, which have greatly enriched our understanding of the theme. I now kindly invite Dr. Vinayak to felicitate Professor Anirban Chakraborty as a mark of appreciation for chairing the session. May I now request Professor Anirban Chakraborty to felicitate Dr. Vipin Kumar and Dr. Amit Shukla. We also extend our sincere appreciation to all esteemed speakers who joined us virtually. Though the felicitation is symbolic, we warmly acknowledge your time, insights, and participation. So we will now break for a short tea break. Okay, okay. So we now move on to the panel discussion, one of the most anticipated segments of today's symposium. Okay, we have one session after tea break. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we now begin with the technical session 2, which focuses on human-centered AI and sustainable development. Sorry. This session deepens the conversation by examining how AI can be designed to augment human capabilities, support ethical decision-making, and contribute meaningfully to sustainable and inclusive development pathways, including energy transitions. So, Professor Andre will session the chair. So we have him online.
Yeah, we have me. I'm here. So no tea, right? So it's hardworking people, hardworking participants of the conference. That's the really important thing, right? Maybe like 2 or 3 minutes just to collect ourselves. And why? I just want to double check whether we have all the presenters here with us. So I just want to apologize up front if I will pronounce or mispronounce the names. So do we have Dr. Natalia Trigubo, right? Natalia, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Good. So Professor Ramesh Narayanan. Professor Ramesh Narayanan.
Yeah, he's here.
Yes, he's here.
Is he? Right, yeah. Good. And Dr. Avinash Kshitij. Avinash Kshitij.
He is there.
Good.
Kshitij is there.
And what's that?
Avinash Kshitij is there.
You're not sure. You're not sure, right? Okay, but Sri Makishpand.
He's there.
Nice. So we have 3 presenters for sure, right? And 1 is unsure. Am I right? I just want to make some regulation because, again, we already have 75 minutes for the session, I understand, right? As it says in the program. Still, shall we continue to stick to the 75 minutes, meaning, so we have 3 presenters. It means they might have some 15 minutes. And maybe we'll do quick questions after each presenter. We'll do the job. Just quick questions, clarification, and some concerns about the presentations. And then just 2-3 minutes. And then after all the presenters will make their presentation, we will have Q&A session and discussion. Is it okay? Right?
Yes.
Okay, so when I will... what's that?
We have 4 presenters.
4 presenters, Professor Ramesh, Shri Mukesh Pant, and let's go 1, 2, 3, and the 4.
Sir, we have Dr. Natalia, Professor Ramesh Narayanan, Dr. Avinash Kshitij, and Shri
Avinash
Mukesh
is
Pant
here,
for
right?
this speakers.
Avinash is here, right? He's here. That's what I want. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Dr. Avinash is here. All right. All right. Okay. I believe we can bring up the curtain and we can start the presentation. Natalia Tregubova is associate professor at St. Petersburg State University, and her presentation research is on key consideration and ethical dilemmas on human-centered AI and promoting sustainable development. Dr. Tregubova, the floor is yours, and you have about 15 minutes, like 12, 13, but not more, for sure not more than 15. And I will raise a hand when you will have 2 minutes till the end. Okay. Please.
So, yes. So, hello, good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's really a great pleasure to be at this event and to have an opportunity to present some ideas from the part of our sociological or social science team about human-centered AI and the issue of sustainable development. I will share my presentation. Just a second. So, do you see the presentation?
Yeah.
Great. So, what would be the structure of my presentation? I would begin with the topic of sustainable development. Then I will move to human-centered AI. We heard a lot about both sustainable development and human-centered AI during the conference. I would like to present some maybe different approaches to how can we understand it, to try to structure the ideas that we have about these issues. And then at the third part of presentation, I would try to connect these 2 topics. So to start with the sustainable development, there is maybe the first and one of the most recognized definition of sustainable development in so-called Brundtland report. And so you can see it on the slide. And if we look at this definition, we see that the idea of sustainable development has 3 pair of positions. So the first is present and future. We ask what should we do at present not to sacrifice our future, the future of further generations of humanity. How can we make our development this way that would not be harmful for future generations? Another pair of oppositions is individual and common. So what can we do for an individual not not to sacrifice common good. For instance, in one of the presentations during this day, there was an interesting picture that like a carbon trace of a person, it is like, it is some number, but carbon trace of an American person, a citizen of America, is 2 or 3 times more. So like, it is not just like, or like in Russia, we consume this amount of energy. In India, and it is another way, and in USA, it is very large. So how to balance between consumption of different individuals when we would like to have a common good. And the last thing is human and environment. It is like the same idea, how we humans should act not to sacrifice our environment. And to authors Williams and Millington in 2004, they called this issue the environmental paradox. And so what is the environmental paradox? The environment paradox is the idea that we need somehow to adjust or to balance our demands and natural resources that we have. And it is a really difficult question. So how can we balance demands and resources? And there are 2 basic answers to this question. The first is that we need to expand our resources, and another way that we need to adjust our demands, either to use science and technology to have a new resources and new ways to use these resources, or to consume less, to want less, to make more reasonable demands. And these 2 positions, those is called weak sustainability and strong sustainability. And there are, of course, all in between that we could call moderate sustainability. So like, to reiterate, maybe like, on the surface, the idea of sustainable development is quite clear. So we need somehow to have a balance between present and future, individual and society, and humans and nature. But the paradox is that there are at least 2 different ways to do it. And it is really, we are really do not know, or like it is for us to choose which way to proceed. Then let's move to human-centered AI. Human-centered AI, like I would move like to the next slide. We can see that human-centered AI is at the same time an instance and a solution to a sustainable development issue. Why it is an issue, an instance of sustainable development issue? Because human-centered AI is organized around the questions, how can we ensure that AI brings good to humans and humanity? You see, it is the same idea. So we have all these wonderful technologies that can do what previously only human beings can do. But how can we ensure that we have a balance between individual and society, between nature and humans and so on and so forth in using these technologies? That we do not have a lot of inequality, both geographical and social, and so on and so forth. And when we try to intersect these 2 topics, human-centered AI and sustainable development, we can see, and I think this symposium, it demonstrates this, that basically or typically human-centered AI is considered within the weak sustainability approach. How can we expand our resources? How we use our resources more effectively? So for renewable energy, it means that we use different kinds of AI to ensure that our renewable energy sources are effective and safe. That is. Then moving, like returning to human-centered AI, it is not so simple to describe what it is. So, okay, we would like to have a good society and to use AI for like human well-being. Okay, but how can we do it? What like how can we do it? And the answer to this question depends on really deep philosophical, religious, ethical, moral issues. Because it depends, like we studied current literature, and we've, in one of our publications, outlined 3 dilemmas. You can see them on the slide. Just to maybe I would comment just one of it because there is not so much time. Like the first, the second one, optimism and pessimism toward human nature. So what do we mean here? Can we trust human decisions? Like people can use AI as they want, basically, if they have these instruments. But what is our focus? Do AI align people? Do they help people to do what they want? Or they should control people and somehow to prevent their bad tendencies? Because, of course, human beings have not so very good tendencies. And depending on how do you look at human nature, it depends what kinds of AI you would think is good for humanity, more control or more freedom. And I think these ideas, we can see them in the current discussions about AI. So what can we as social scientists and as sociologists say about these dilemmas? These dilemmas really depend not only on individual or psychological qualities, but they really depend also on the type of social organization. So how people live, what is their way of living, how they think about themselves, other people, society around, what is important for them, what are their values. It really influences on what answer to these 3 dilemmas people have. And maybe more particular when we look not at macro level, but on the level of specific organizations and communities, we see, and I am sure that you can see this in Indian context too, that different actors can see the same problems in different ways, like government officials and business people, members of different religious groups, members of volunteer groups, academics. Some of them are like more for control. Some of them are more for freedom of regulation. Some like think that risk is really big. Some think that risk is really small. And I would not like comment on this a lot, just mention it, and it is what we in our lab are doing now. We try to use the approach that so-called cultural theory of risk that was formulated by Mary Douglas and Aaron Wildavsky in 1980s, and it was used widely to study how people think about risks. So just a quick look at this picture. So like you see that there are 3 dilemmas and 3 in different types of social organizations. In different types of social organizations, people try to when we try to think about AI, they reflect about AI in different ways. For instance, in a hierarchical organization like bureaucracies, big bureaucracies, people tend to be pessimistic about human nature. They think that people needed to be controlled. And in market, it is vice versa. Just give people what they want, they would buy it, and it would be good for them. And just what we need to stress here, that dialogue about AI should be built on the idea that people really have different positions, and having this different position is not just misinformation or disinformation or lack of information. It is because of their social organization, and their conclusion is that dialogue is, on the one hand, it is really difficult. On the other hand, we really need it. We really need new forums, new organizational forums for dialogue for different actors to come. And such, for instance, as this symposium where people from different types of organizations in different countries meet and discuss. And
Dr. Trigubova, I'm sorry, Dr. Trigubova, you have, like 1 minute or maybe 2 minutes to go. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, so coming for the conclusion, first of all, we can make some parallels between human-centered AI dilemmas and sustainable development, so they could be specified for this topic. And I would like to finish with, yes, to finish with open questions. You have like these 4 open questions on the slide. First is, in what ways AI technologies could not only to expand natural resources more effectively, what we are discussing today, but maybe help us to adjust human demands to those conditions. And the second one is what I've already talked, that how to organize this dialogue between different stakeholders, and specifically what could be the role of social and information sciences exploring these issues. So thank you very much for your attention. And there are some publications where you can see the preliminary results of our work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chigurua. It's really interesting, and that's the quite different perspectives, I mean, in terms of trying to understand the role of social sciences in studying impact of artificial intelligence. So quick questions before we proceed further. Questions of clarification or anything. No, okay. Hopefully we'll have some questions at the Q&A session when all the presenters will make their presentations. So we move forward, and it's my pleasure to invite to the podium Professor Ramesh Narayanan, and his presentation is titled Energy Transition in the Emerging Paradigm. Professor Ramesh.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I would also like to thank Dr. Geeta, Dr. Kasturi, and Dr. Bornali. They really coaxed me to come here because I was not sure whether AI was I had any role in AI. But yeah, I have been developed an energy scientist for the past few decades, for 1.5 decades. So I'll start my talk on basically identifying how we energy engineers try to look at an energy system, because we feel that's the most important thing. And I think, can I click it, right? So in the perspective of energy systems, we actually look at 4 primary blocks. And the first primary block is the primary energy, which actually identifies with all the type of energy resources that are available. And then when you convert it to some useful form, usually it is electricity, but it could be fuel, it could be heat, but it's in the form of secondary energy that we utilize, that is ultimately transmitted to the user's location, and where the user actually gets it in our distribution box or meter. That's what we call as the final energy. And then when we utilize it for anything, be it charging our mobile, be it heating the geyser, we call it final useful energy. And basically from that perspective, you see the primary energy, all sorts of resources are embedded in it, be it fossil, nuclear, renewables. We consider all of them under primary energy. And the conversion process itself have various ways, direct energy and indirect energy conversions. I'm not going into details of that, the paucity of time. And in the secondary energy is where you can say the sort of containers or reactors wherein the energy conversion is taking place. If it is an indirect one, if it's a direct one, it's usually through some system or module. And of course, when you get it electricity or whatever you get a final the energy that has to be transmitted to users, it's either in the form of transmission and distribution. And this era of renewables, storage has become a major importance. And therefore, this transmissions from secondary to final can be both ways. So of course, this is more details here. But then when it comes to useful energy, again, as an energy engineer, we think, what are the tools we should use? How much is it utilizing? Because if you're looking at a sustainable future, we also need to think that how much minimum energy we can use to get the comfort level that we want to have. So therefore, there is a user demand and sustainability balance with the primary energy resources. And on top of it, when it comes to setting up a system, we go to the businessmen, the managers, and there comes energy efficiency, energy financing, energy economics. So it's a very non-linear complex problem. And such a non-linear complex problem, as far as I understand now, especially with my younger colleagues, they find AI might be the best tool to highlight the bottlenecks and work towards it. So, as of just for this purpose, this and the major thing that really is concerning us, it is during this conversion processes, the loss of efficiency also leads to a lot of emissions, and that is the bane for all the climate changes that we are seeing. So each aspect, and you remember when you're talking of a conversion, it's just not the reactor; it's from the source where you're mining it, there are emissions. When you're transporting it, there are emissions. When you're converting it, there are emissions, right? The transmission cables, fabricating, there are emissions, embodied emissions, what we call off. And then when you're utilizing it also, there are emissions. So this whole perspective of all these emissions and that add up ultimately to our global warming. So this is a major thing that is of concern. And when you look at the resources itself, there are so many different type of resources, and you need to choose the best one. Again, I feel here we need to look at from the point of view of society, from the point of view of geographical location, from the point of view of availability, from the point of view of accessibility. We need to identify which is the best one. Maybe in all cases, maybe if you're looking at putting a solar plant in the northeast, it may not be a good idea, right? So it could be better in Rajasthan, but not in the northeast of India. So that's where your judgment comes into place. And that's probably why over the period of time, now India has been connected on the grid nationwide. So we have that paradigm to choose. But normally when you're setting up any, especially in countries like Africa where the development is not too much, we have seen this problem is a major thing, choice. Okay, and to top it all, we all are talking of renewables, but these are the statistics that I've just taken out. And this shows that India, China are the main guzzlers of fossil fuels. Okay, so we still have many miles to go to actually meet the renewable criteria. So that's why when you're talking about transition, which initially we were thinking of switching from one energy to another based on the alternatives that we have and feasibility of it, there is even though this was supposed to be gradual, the last decade has shown a tremendous transition, and we need to keep pace with it. And to keep pace with it, I think, as we were talking, human understanding or human evolution, or there's a lot of many aspects that come into it, and one human being may not be able to identify that. Top of it, the pollution increase, that's carbon dioxide emissions, that you can clearly see a rapidly growing line here. And that is all the concerns. As I said earlier, I'm just skipping it quickly because we have talked of it a bit. These are the concerns from every aspect of conversion stage, from primary to useful. We are finding this issue there. And this also leads to health concerns. So medical aspects are also going to be a major thing. And we have been talking of renewables. I just wanted to talk of the embodied emissions even in solar. Because when we talk of solar, we only talk of the modules that we get in hand, right? But where was it fabricated from? This is just one flowchart I took from the solar panel manufacturing process website, and you can see at each stage, and you can understand from what we have discussed now that there are emissions here. And all this needs to be identified, how much we can minimize, how much quantity should we take, right? So here, even a small fabrication manufacturing process that we are talking of, there was a very simple thing, and I will not name the company due to patenting issues. The company was just trying to optimize its system by taking different type of silicon wafers and testing whether the output is right or not. And then there was another small company which developed a sensor which actually identified the optimum ambient conditions. And then when you use the wafer, what was probably 1,000 wafers were used, only one wafer was used. Think of it from the point of the materials you're using and discarding, right? So can we have such tools that can activate? That's where I think AI could be a major contributor. And so, of course, I would say when you're talking of transition, we started with the climate change, but I think over the period of time, whatever we have understanding, it's not only environmental balance, it also we need to have a global model of economic and industrial development that has to be taken into account. Okay, so, and we also see that renewable resources, as we said, is still not come up to that level that we can meet at least country like in a nation. We need a balance, and that's I think the Shanti bill that came is providing a one step towards the cleaner energy solutions, and maybe as I was talking to some of them, this could be a major contributor in near future too. Okay, so and of course, I think we already now aware of the geopolitical factors that are coming up in the past few months, and that itself is a major concern. Sorry, this time think there's a problem. So when you're talking of energy resources, it's availability, affordability, accessibility, sustainability, and acceptability. And it is basically determining the unhindered, uninterrupted access to the energy sources. We have already talked of how many different types of sources are there, the efficiencies. Then it comes to the geopolitical impacts that come due to the requirement of energy resources, whether you want to keep it, whether you want to sell it, what time you want to sell it. This all plays a major role. So as a nation, I feel we need to start planning. And I think this is the right forum where you place the policies that can really make this a very important step to go forward to. These are details. I think I'll skip this because we have already talked of it. But I would like to point out everything. We all talk of the Sustainable Development Goals, and I'd like to point out here. If you see, the green is on target met, and the red is there is actually regression. And you can see in out of the 17 goals, many of them do not even have a green line. So we are way far off from our sustainable goals. And what was our target? To meet it in 2030. So we are only 4 years down the line, and we are nowhere near that target. And that is the major headache for countrywide. Okay, so I'm sorry, I probably forgot to slip this slide. So these are the 17 goals. Sorry, oops, yeah. So I was also looking at one of just recent data I got from the statistical review. About 87% of the energy mix worldwide is fossil fuels. Okay, it's not only India and China, but of course they are the main guzzlers. But what is most important that I found here is the distribution is also still quite disparate. And that is a major concern because that brings in geopolitical effects more prominent. And this is something where we need to work on the right policies. How do we go about? And therefore, one more thing that has been seen is that in terms of electricity, the hydroelectricity, renewables, and nuclear energies have now in the 2024 surpassed 40% of the total energy. And that I think is a major achievement. And this is probably when we need to target how well we can tap these low carbon resources to make a better future for us. And the major concern are the key minerals. And this is another important. I think India is slightly way behind of the mineral resources. And here we need a very important policies to be framed with friendly countries who are mineral rich to look into this perspective. Because you can see here, China is one of the major owners of those minerals. So from the point of view
Professor
of trying to summarize things, yeah, I'm just summarizing. This is the last
good.
but one slide.
Great.
Sure.
Wonderful.
So the primary energies, as I said, I would look at identifying the utilization of the right balance of a mix of energy resource for a given region. Can AI help us in that? Can AI help us in identifying the right technology for given conversion? As I said, we need to look at the region, we need to look at the geopolitical conditions, and then decide which technology we want. And that's why we need to look at it, the environmental mitigation, and also many times you have seen we are working technologies which have aged well past its time. So we need to identify where to phase it out. And that's where I think AI can give us the red flag. Power transmission and distribution AI tools, we should determine the balance of energy generation and demand. It's in form of the grid distribution and the very important thing, if you all think, energy storage. Whether the batteries that are technology that is done in Europe may not be viable for the heated environment here. And AI tools can be ethical watchdogs to provide guidance to users to identify energy efficient and economic methods of energy utilization. I would like to end by stating that whether energy transition or energy security is important, and I am quoting Mr. Father Birol, Executive Director of Indian Energy Agency, when he spoke during World Economic Forum. With well-designed energy transition policies, we can have the best energy security. We can bring the prices down, we can bring prosperity to people, and we can create jobs. To antagonize these two important objectives for the human beings today is, in my opinion, misleading. We can do both. We have done many things like that before in the world, and this is critical. Thank you for the kind attention.
Okay, all right. Yeah, it's very provocative, interesting. So as we agreed, several minutes for quick questions to Professor Ramesh. If I may jump in, look, what do you mean emerging paradigm of technology? What exactly that means?
You see, the emerging paradigm of technologies I'm talking of is right now we need to have a mixture of technologies, right? We're talking of renewable technologies. We are putting it on the grid, right? Now I have my electrical engineers, my who's talking of the problem of black start, a major issue, and they are finding it difficult to integrate renewables with the grid. There's a major problem at least in the north of India right now. Similarly, we are developing technologies in the focus of just developing it in a very myopic view. We are looking at it in a very small section rather than energy systems. The overview, whether their system fits into that model, into that overview for your given region or not, is a major concern. Like we have adapted technologies of energy, of batteries, EVs, from Europe, and we have had major failures here with the technology. Just using that in Indian conditions, which is not going to work. And these are aspects which I was trying to push in terms of the emerging technologies that are coming in this energy transition, and that is a paradigm. That's what I felt. That's what I meant, actually. I hope that
Okay.
makes sense.
Right. So, but you know, all these emerging things like emerging paradigms of technology, emerging economies, emerging paradigm of AI will have so many emerging things AI brings. Any other questions or concerns? Quick. With this, okay. So thank you very much indeed. It was really wonderful presentation, and we will proceed. And it's my real pleasure to invite Dr. Avinash Kshidesh. Dual impacts of artificial intelligence, opportunities and risks in energy security. Dr. Avinash, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Andre. Thank you, Chairperson. And this talk on the dual impact of artificial intelligence, and we are talking about those impact on opportunity and risk or challenges in energy security, towards the energy security. And before starting the background is it started with our joint project in CSIR and St. Petersburg University, in which Natalia is also there. And in that study, we have just started in 1 month back. And this is I am presenting the framework of the study, how we face the duality of the technology in terms of the energy security or energy sources. And to start with, why AI matters for the energy security. So as AI comes into the picture, none of the area get untouched. So rising energy demand, climate risk is a continuous phenomena, and the complexity among grid, because the renewable energy produced at the small scale and in the distributed grid manner, and the central grid is also there, where in the earlier session speaker was saying unified grid system, unified grid network, energy network, EUEM he referred. So they are connecting towards the central grid as well as the decentralized local grid to supply the energy or meet the energy demand. And with the AI, it is rapidly digitizing the energy system from the start phase of turbine towards from the production towards the distribution as well as the consumption at the household level. And in this case, AI emerged as a strategic enabler, and it basically it disrupt this whole energy system, to how people see about towards the energy security energy system. And then what is the benefit of energy integrating artificial intelligence with the energy system? Since the morning, many eminent speaker has said towards the benefit emerging as a powerful tools from the planning stage of the power system, optimizing decision making, forecasting the power need or consumption, enabling smart load or small meters, automating the detection in the anomaly generation, and there are avoidance of human error during the process from the generation to the distribution, and integrated with the decentralized small smart grid or smart microgrid, we can say, to a large centralized grid. And how this AI started, it is not new phenomena since the inception by the Turing. It started during the 1950 in Professor Vivek's session. He has also started in 1950, and gradually it's come as expert system, then towards the fuzzy logic, and gradually coming in form of AI in renewable energy to started predicting or started the setting the light and predicting the maintenance, and towards the and as in 2011 when IBM come with their Watson engine embedded with the energy system, DeepMind energy efficiency, and now latest is the energy trending platform. Now come to the different flip side of the story, because I have to speak on the dual. This is the framework of the whole project is the flip side of integration. Integrating of AI into energy system has many benefit. Many people are saying it will give a huge benefit, but certainly it has certain drawback, as it very risky. It is sensitive personal information. The system is capturing from the smart meters from the user who is using quantum of energy and when and which region and how they are using. So their information is very sensitive and it is prone to the risk. And another is biasedness embedded in the AI algorithm, risk of excessive surveillance, because their data get digital data if comes towards the wrong hand, then it chances of the cyber threat. And exacerbate socioeconomic disparity. It has max chances that it can create a socioeconomic disparity among the society. And there are many such things like which is the benefit for avoiding the human error. Again, we in the flip side of it, human cannot make the necessary correction in the runtime. So this is again the restriction on that. An economic hurdle like high implementation cost and uncertain return on investment. And to talk about the energy requirement for this worldwide data center consumed around 450 terabyte in 2024 data per hour, which is equivalent to the almost 1.5% of the global electricity consumption at the global level. And currently, we are using roughly 5 to 15% of data center energy. That's it. total in terms of the electricity, and by 2030 it is estimated 30 with the growth of this AI usage or AI implementation, AI usability increases, it go around 50% of the total electricity produced, and it is estimated that by 2027 85 terawatt hour will need more per year. On the Indian side, still we are starting our own AI engine, and our data centers are using almost 13 terawatt hour, which is around 0.8% of the total electricity need of the country. And with that growth, by 2030, it will need 3% of total electricity demand. And with that, the large AI-focused data center in India can draw hundreds of megawatts, which can cater or which can supply electricity to the lakhs of household and more. And this is the small picture of how many the AI engine or AI system consume electricity. However, it is not much, but what quantum of net it matter to. This is the same thing. And opportunity and challenges on the technology front. Opportunity could be our users optimization by using the AI, and renewable integration and domestic innovation platform for making domestic innovation. And challenges where are in fact a pressure on the grid, need for low carbon generation, and planning for resilient infrastructure. And opportunity, these are basic opportunity, and implementation opportunity. Forecast the energy demand, as it said, uses optimization, embedding technology like quantum, neuromorphic computing, biological structure of data storage like synthetic DNA in the methods of DNA. So it will reduce the energy uses for the data center, reduce the energy uses in the data center for the AI implementation, because GPU in the study it found that storage required more energy than the GPU utilize. And not only the GPU, but along with the cooling and heating or other peripheral activity required more energy than this. And so neuromorphic computing generate less amount of heat. So this such kind of be beneficial for has the opportunity to develop neuromorphic computing. Renewable energy integration to the grid, that is environment friendly site, automated energy management technology, uniform global standard for energy technology, as well as the AI, because they both are two different technology, and we are amalgamating together to make a environment resilient product or the system of the technology. Decentralized energy management. And another domain is societal structure. One is technological structure dilemma, or the duality on the social structure. One thing is outdated infrastructure, energy system, as well as the AI is banking on the both the system generate large amount of data as we digitize the energy system, or the AI itself generating large amount of data, and data is often distributed and collected around the different zone, or scattered across the different format or different location. So this is the infrastructure we are but presently we are using. There is no centralized thing, and data privacy, one of the major thing, and related threat is surveillance, equity and energy access. Equity and in energy access, equity means still when we have the human intervention, we can manage the how if somebody from the rural background, you can they see in the night time they are supplying electricity to the rural area for irrigation, and in the daytime of the urban area. So how they are managing the energy gap. And transparency and the trust. Complex AI model can be difficult to understand even for the policymaker, or definitely for the users. So the opportunity and challenges in this for the society is improved energy access and inclusion, decentralized energy system, a smart microgrid, consumer empowerment, job creation and skill development. There is another fear ki when the AI will come, many jobs will disappear. So this will new dimension of the job opening will come, and enhance safety and reliability. Definitely the threats, cyber security threat, evidence-based social policy, design targeted subsidies, and access the social impact. And towards now come towards the human-centered, energy efficient, responsible AI design. AI system that minimize energy consumption, reduce carbon footprint, a strong governance and ethical framework, clear regulatory ethics and accountability mechanism to ensure transparent, fair, and trustworthy AI development, inclusive policy and workforce transition, public participation and transparency. This include upskilling, reskilling, and social protection measures to ensure the transition, faster stakeholder engagement, explainable AI, and ensure AI solution reflect social need. And opportunity for AI for energy security, it is around the enhanced integration of renewable resources, real-time operational intelligence, demand response, and fuel supply chain optimization, decentralized energy management, enabling a small microgrid and local energy system. Thank you.
Okay, on time, even you saved us 2 minutes, even more. Okay, great. Thank you very much indeed. Quick questions.
Yes.
Quick questions as a matter of clarification or something that the audience might have.
Which systems
Yeah,
are easy to manage? May I?
yeah. I don't see you here, but yes, please.
Okay. Yeah. The centralized system for the grid or the decentralized grids, which are easy to manage apart from using the AI. AI may have it seamless operation.
AI may have seamless operation, but it is it is, we cannot say it is a very linear thing. It is very complex risk at the both level. Okay. If we decentralize it, the security threat at the many point.
Okay.
So we are opening the threat localization at the many places, as well as the see from the energy point of view, their perspective is completely how to bring that equilibrium. It is important.
And what is generally practiced? They have decentralized or the centralized ones?
Both. Okay. As Amit in their talks, company from the Kolkata is buying green energy from the Haryana. This is possible because of the centralized thing. And we are generating in the rural area generally using the village level grid. They are setting up a microgrid and generate energy and use for the local consumption. Both things are.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Wonderful. We are very good in terms of time management, security to secure time management. That's good. Thank you, Dr. Avinash. And now we are coming to our last presentation, definitely not the least one. So Sri Mukesh Pund, Emerging Paradigms of AI. Please, Mukesh Pund, are you here? All right.
Thank you, sir. So we all are tired. I have given topic to discuss that is not only specific to energy, but generalize emerging paradigms in artificial intelligence. So basically, AI is evolving for last many years. So this AI refers to the system capable of performing tasks that typically requires human intelligence, reasoning, learning, problem solving, perception, and decision making. So why right now we are talking about paradigm shifts? Because there is an exponential data growth, computational advances, and various algorithm breakthroughs. When I was doing my BTech in computer science in 1992s, I was studying AI in 1991. So that time, AI did not have a lot of examples. We were talking about, while studying, how to organize that or represent information into AI system. So propositional logic, predicate logic, fuzzy logic, and then expert systems, various type of search, blind search, depth first search, and so on. So that was and only few examples were there in that time: chess game, tic-tac-toe game, and one good AI system was by that time developed, and that was Mycin. So there 500 rules were written, and according to that rules, system was able to predict infection in blood. So that was in 1960s. So that examples were there. So AI system has been evolved. So initially it was rule-based system, that is from 1960s to 1980s. Then few years back we were all talking about machine learning. So from 1990 to 2000, there were machine learning, various algorithms were used, models were used like random forest or data-driven approaches. Then come from 2012 to 2018, deep learning, and then right now what we are talking about is a foundation model like GPT, BERT, or which are billions of parameter pre-trained models. So there is a economy of $15.7 trillion in this AI. That is why everybody is talking about, our developed countries are talking about this AI. Now we have, just like our computer system, we are aware that there were 5 generations of computer, and depending on the technology like vacuum tubes, then transistors, and so on. Similarly, there were 5 generation of languages. Right now we are in the generation of AI, means 5th generation language. Similarly, there are 5 paradigm shifts were there. Now what I will be talking about is a driving force, and in this paradigm there are 11. Energy is one of that, or but there are 11 paradigms where this development is going on. So I will briefly explain that because there is a time limit. So basically, data explosion, computational advances, ethical imperative, and regulatory pressures are the driving forces for change. And data, every day we are creating 2.5 quintillion, that is 2.5 into 10 raised to the power 18 bytes. That huge data being generated. Earlier that data was not there. So that is why we need very fast computational systems also. So in these are 5 paradigms shifts so far. Symbolic AI was initially, then machine learning came, then deep learning came, then foundation model came, and then next generation AI came. So next generation AI means right now we are talking about AI agents and things. So 70 plus years of AI is there. It is not just a recent phenomena. Then there are 5 major paradigms, and I will be just listing under that recent paradigm. There are 11 emerging paradigms today. Means there are a lot of things happening in 11 areas. One is, first paradigm is foundation models, where GPT-4 is the example, or Cloud 3 or BERT is the, here what we are talking about, training large scale data pertaining to compute, architecture, and parameters. Here, why this is needed? Because it is impacting on AI development, that is a democratization of AI capabilities, reduce need for task-specific data, pre-train and then fine-tune paradigm, and emergent abilities at scale. So basically, these are the impact of this model, means foundation models. GPT generative pre-trained transformer. So that is the first paradigm. Then generative AI means on the same thing we are we are using that chat GPT where we can generate specific type of task. We can complete specific type of task that like text generation or image synthesis or audio and visual. So on prompt we write, suppose we want to create some video, there will be another model. If you want to create a text, then another model, and then audio and visual, there will be a third model. So example of these are creativity and automation. So generative AI unlocks unprecedented creative capabilities, augmenting human creativity rather than replacing it. It accelerates workflows, generate novel ideas, and democratize creative tools. So, and with this model only, we may be aware that in 2024, AlphaFold recognized for protein structure prediction, and this was awarded Nobel Prize because Google's DeepMind was awarded, and person associated with was awarded Nobel Prize for that discovery because it was able to generate protein structures. Then single in a second paradigm, this sequence is not there. Means you can randomly read all these paradigms because collectively there are works is going on in 11 different fields. So you can read it in any sequence. So multimodal AI means in large language model can use for one purpose, but right now image, video, and even text can be generated with one model. So all three we can call it as a multimodal AI. So medical imaging we can use for analysis of medical imaging, autonomous vehicles, accessibility, and robotics. So text, images, and audio, video all can be generated by single multimodal AI. That is one paradigm. Third paradigm. Fourth paradigm is self-supervised learning. Here we all know that you have to train the models. Huge trillions of parameters are there, and again that tokens are there. But and then you have to label that data with, for example, if there is a cat, you have to say that this particular is a cat. So labeling has to be done to the input data as well as output data. But in self-supervised model, they will automatically learn this thing. So huge efforts can be reduced by adopting this self-supervised learning model. Eliminates it eliminates annotation cost. It is can be used on a huge scale, that is internet scale training, and superior performance it gives. So next paradigm is neuro symbolic AI. Here best of two can be clubbed together. For example, I was talking about past tense, that is their logic used to be used, predicate logic, propositional logic, like this. This neuro symbolic logic can be used best of two, that is best of both words, neural nets as well as for perception and learning, and then symbolic system for reasoning and explanation. So this it can be this model use will be in scientific and industrial relevance, that is common sense reasoning, mathematical theorem proving it can be used. Then legal reasoning and compliance means legal cases can be analyzed and solutions can be given, and scientific discovery can also be done by using neuro symbolic AI model. So there are, it is not only energy we are just talking about, but there are huge number of areas where AI is being used. And then another is explainable AI. We all are talking about our scientists here may be aware that recently we have started using that our plagiarism checking software. It was giving you 100% AI, but it was not able to explain why it is 100% plagiarized, because there it has discovered that it is 100% plagiarized paper, but it was not able to give you references why it is 100%. So that is the that is the black box problem. AI, because it is a billions of trillions of tokens it is analyzing, and it is unable to give you references why it is there. So here, if somebody asks why, then there is an issue. So work is going on to explain. For example, GDPR is there, generative data protection rules. So we have to explain why it is. Or there is a EU Act where you have to tell why it is so. So this is one area you have to explain. If certain decision is there, why it is that decision, you have to give the references, and work is going in that area also. Then next paradigm is neurosymbolic, sorry, I have already explained. And then there is another paradigm, that is responsible and ethical AI. All speakers have talked about this responsible and ethical AI, because if some AI has given some result, then that result somebody has to take responsibility. If it do some harm to any person, then somebody should be responsible. Whether that software will be responsible, or whether the person who have used that software is responsible, or who have created that software is responsible. That has to be decided, and that is responsible and ethical AI paradigm. Human-centered AI, all are talking about this human-centered AI basically. Today's, in fact, a lot of presentations were there on a human-centered AI. This is one paradigm where you have to, while designing this human-centered AI, we need to have in mind design principle that there should be transparency about AI capability, and there should be user control and override mechanism, and there should be alignment with human values and goals, and there should be appropriate trust calibration. So that is human-centric AI. Right now, this is the area where everybody recently stock market has US stock market or other stock markets where miss in the stock IT shares falls badly, because that was one of the company, that is cloud Opus, was evolved. And here what they are saying, means there will be no need to have software developers. Code will automatically generate, because here agentic AI means multiple agents, multiple tools were there, will be there, and which will be used. For example, I want to book a ticket from airline, and then I have to give, I want to book a ticket, say consecutively for 5 days where sunlight is there. Now this task, your chat GPT is trained for previous data. It may not be latest data. So if I want to have some information or ticket booking in the future, that chat GPT will not be able to work. But if it collects data from, say, Air India's agent and some weather forecasting agent, then it can club together and give the decision. So that way software can be also developed, means it will not only develop, but it will correct itself also. So that is very good paradigm, and means a lot of work can be, lot of steps can be performed together by using AI. So that is autonomous and
Srimukesh,
yeah.
to be just with
Okay,
other presenters, you've got two more minutes to go. Just please.
Okay, I will.
And
I will
then
finish,
we'll
sir.
continue our discussion.
Yeah. Yeah. So I will finish. Edge and federated AI means your devices will be having, means laptop, your mobiles will be having AI, which will be locally to you, and your data will be private. Models will be trained on, means centralized model will be changed accordingly. That is edge federated AI. IoT and other devices will also be here. And then AI for science. That is another thing for all of us. So yeah, it can be useful for drug discovery, climate modeling, and broader scientific impact, material science, and other areas of science. So this is the last paradigm. So challenges and open research question is training cost, means to train this model, $100 million for largest model is required. So many underdeveloped country may not be able to do that, develop their own models. Then infrastructure barriers are there, efficient architectures are needed. So democratization challenge is there, energy consumption, all everybody was talking about, and then safety and alignment, these are certain problems. So potential solutions are energy efficient architectures we have to use, renewable or power data centers we have to use, or model compression techniques we have to use. So future direction is toward general AI, which will perform all the human capabilities. That will be the next direction of AI, and then hybrid intelligence and sustainable AI. Policy we have to discuss. There will be workforce transformation, because anyway this technology is already there, AI is there, AI will remain there, so we have to adopt it. For that we will have to change our workforce. We will have to reskill them, we will have to start new courses, and then augment versus replacement, focus on human AI collaboration. Then we have to, in education system also, we have to have AI literacy essential. Then personalized AI tutoring, we will have to see the person and accordingly he will have to train. Global governance also in AI, international cooperation or harmonized regulation should be there, safety research coordination should be there, and equitable distribution to various stakeholders should be there. So thank you.
Right. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. So we are very good, and we have some 10 minutes or so for questions and answers from the presenters and discussion. Who wants to start? You may ask questions to Mr. Pant and
sorry. With the development of different generation of AI or paradigm of AI, whether the data collected in the earlier are reusable or recollecting or retraining our engine.
Yeah, there is in one of the paradigm, it has been research is going on, development is going on to make AI models to memorize all the things in past also. So that development means retraining is required. Even our human mind has to retrain. We retrain ourselves. For example, some past knowledge is there, and we overcome this by remembering the new fact. So obviously that will be requiring, but still there is another paradigm here. Systems are being made to develop the AI models which will recall past data also, and decisions can be made on that.
Okay, thanks. Other interventions?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
So I was just wondering whether different engines of AI, ChatGPT, Gemini, and all other, are they essentially similar when we talk about the back end, or they are different?
See, they are different. Even Google keep on changing its own when you search something in Google, that time algorithm keep on changing every month or frequently. Similarly, China has their own LLM. America has their own LLM. So they have trained on a particular data, but that data set may be different.
Yeah, no, the question is that data set may be different. The engine is same or?
No. They have their own engines.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All righty. Questions to all the presenters,
Hello, sir.
please.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm a student at CSIR NISPA, and my question is about the safety issues while creating the AI, agentic AI. When I use LangChain and when I create my agents with that, the safety issues about the API keys, about my Gmail, about my Google Drive that I give. So, what can we do about this? It's a major safety issue.
You are giving your key right now.
I'm giving dummy APIs or another email.
So basically, those who creates thing, no, they have access to everything. Even when we are talking about Gmail, we are giving our password. So password is stored there. When we used to handle our mail system, we were knowing everyone's password that time. So, but there are some ethics of companies. They keep it but sometimes happen. Even our Aadhaar data. So though there are safety standard, company has their own ethics. They follow it. But when you send data that is encrypted form, but if somebody wants to access, they can access. But normally this doesn't happen. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. So the other questions, okay, or maybe who wants to say a word in a discussion to other presenters as well? To be fair with all the presenters. I have a question, if I may ask, Professor Ramesh. About the so it's about the conventional energy security emphasizes supply reliability and market efficiency. It's legitimate concerns, right? Is it enough, or particularly for the nations confronting profound development challenges alongside energy transitions? Is it enough? Supply reliability, market efficiency, or we need something else to think about, to look and to find out different paths for those who are the energy transition.
Yeah, so the demands actually, I think there is another aspect that comes in here, especially in a country like India, where the social diversity is very high. So if you're thinking of that, when you're looking at requirements of energy, it also has a mindset of the people who are using it. And if you see, that brings in a socio-economic aspect as well as a techno-economic aspect in this. And then the geographical variation across the country is another major challenge. So when why we feel is we've had this situation, and that we have databases that we take and we create some sort of a statement or technology reliability in a particular geographical location based on some available data. So I was talking about it some time back. Also, there are reliability issues on the data that is available on generic resources. So how do we counter that? How that is, and one aspect that comes into when you're designing some energy system. From our perspective, I'm not an AI expert. Let me first tell you very frankly, I'm more energy from the energy perspective.
Yeah.
So of course, what I feel is AI can help us identify the right pathway. So when you take a decision, there are multiple pathways to choose. Now, which pathway will give us the most efficient technology? An AI path can help us do that, because, as I said, if you look at this complexity, you put in social perspectives and social models into that flow chart. You put in geographical locations into that flow chart. You put in political perspectives into that flow chart. Especially in a country like India, we have different governments, state governments. You've got central government, and depending on who is leading it, they have their different views. So if you put all these perspectives in that, it becomes a very complex nonlinear problem. and you need some sort of tools to iron out the best pathway. This is where I feel AI can play a major role, because there are standard things like smart meters and all are there, IoTs. I'm not. I think this is where something we are missing somewhere, and this probably could be a point of contact. I feel so.
Okay. Okay, appreciate. Thanks. And maybe last question to Dr. Trigubova. Are you here, Dr. Trigubova?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Can I ask you quick questions? Can you give your some insights, answering to your own open question about how to organize dialogue between different stakeholders? I mean, who's supposed to organize? We need to thank organizers of this conference to give us the possibility to discuss. But, open question that you raised is to organize. So who? Government, policy, organizations, or what? How to organize this dialogue between stakeholders? Can you answer to your own open question? Yeah.
So yes, thank you, Professor Ruzaev. It's a really important question, and I would say that it depends on the country context, of course, because I'm a sociologist, and from sociological point of view, it is important who is a legitimate actor here, first of all, and who has resources. For instance, in Russia, we have government as a basic organization, like in education, in production, in many spheres. Like our best universities are state universities. For the United States, it is another story. For instance, their best universities are private universities, privately funded. And so it is, I would say that it is an empirical question, of course, who has the power to have enough resources to bring people and to make the decisions these people have, at least have some power. And another, who is respectable in this culture, because we can have a very good meeting, but if this meeting is not supported by population in general, it would be useless. For Russia, my answer would be it should be some governmental agencies. For India, I don't know, and for the United States, I think it is more could be corporation and university based, because these are the really centers of the AI production, and government has more regulative role than constitutive role.
Okay. So the time is up. So we finished our agenda. We had 4 wonderful presenters, and I kindly ask to join the audience to join me and to give a round of applause, thanking the presenters who did great job, and to put their thoughts on paper with the help of definitely AI agents. And I also want to thank the organizers of this pre-summit event, official event, because they are doing great job. So small steps like these ones, we had the opportunity to debate, to discuss, to show that scholars who are doing research in energy, sustainable development, social scientists who explore the reality of AI in everyday life, they need to join their real efforts and to give and to be proactive, as I put it in my own presentation. Thank you very much indeed, everyone, and all the organizers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Risaev, and sincere thanks to all our speakers for their presentations capturing several facets. The discussions in this session have clearly highlighted how human-centered AI, when grounded in ethics, inclusivity, and sustainability, can meaningfully support development pathways and energy transitions. I would now like to extend our special thanks to the session chair, Dr. Andrei V. Rezaev, for expertly guiding this session and steering the discussions, and felicitate him online. We also felicitate Dr. Natalia virtually. May I now kindly request Dr. Akhilesh Gupta to please felicitate the speakers present here as a token of our appreciation. Thank you very much, sir. So with this, we formally conclude technical session 2, and we will shortly move into the panel discussion, which will further consolidate the insights shared throughout the day. Kindly stay with us.
So, good evening, all of you. This is, I guess, the penultimate session. So, we have been talking since morning. And so the AI has gone into us, and you're thinking, I used to think that AI is an enabler. But today I'm thinking, oh, it's a threat. So, so this is a problem of construction now that we started thinking, they are going to create problem for us. But anyway, as long as it is enabler, we should be happy about it. I think we should be. So this is what I decided, and as chairman, I'm not going to talk. Okay, I have got two-page long speech. I don't want to. But this is already been reiterated and emphasized. So I think the issues, since this is the last got one session, here we are going to take a kind of summary of what we discussed in the morning, since morning. We have our moderator, Dr. Alexander Stipanov is there. Is he available online? Hello, Dr. Stipanov, can you hear us? I don't know whether he's able. Anyway, And then we have a very distinguished panel, Dr. Charu Verma, Dr. Hello, Valli. So everybody know. I know we know, but there are people online also. Dr. Amit Kumar, RIS, is there?
Yes, hello. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Ashutosh Maurya, NIC. So these are our guests who have joined only in the afternoon. Dr. Venkat Rama Reddy is there from IIT Jodhpur. Then we have Dr. Valentin Starico is kindly. And then we have Cowell. Is Dr. Cowell also there?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, dear colleagues.
Can you hear us? Oh,
Yes,
moderator
I can
has
hear you.
joined. Great. So can you hear
Yes, I
us?
do. Yes, I do. Do you hear me?
Okay, great. So we'll come back to you as a moderator. So, and then Professor Anirban Chakravarti from JNU and Dr. Vinayak from CSIR. So full house. I think all of us are here. What we are going to do is that I am going to briefly introduce all of you, and then I will hand over to the moderator. We have some key questions, and they are all derived from the discussion that we had in the morning. And I think moderator will flag them, and then what we are going to do is not everybody talk on the same question, but we'll divide the question, and then we'll get your input. The idea is that we are taking down the notes, and we'll summarize all these things. So our title is AI Pathways Towards Energy Security, Opportunity and Challenges. And I'm glad that many of the speakers, previous speakers, have covered most of these things. So the question that we have are basically covered. So there is no new question. But I always say that the questions may be same, but answers may be different. So, so I think we are going to seek new answers if the questions remain same. All right, so we have Dr. Stikano, he's an associate professor at the chair of mathematical methods and social analysis in sociology, faculty of sociology, St. Petersburg State University, Russia. His work focuses on comparative and institutional research related to contemporary challenges in education, migration, and social systems. So, welcome, Dr. Stepano, and I'll come back to you as you are being moderator of this session. Dr.
Hello.
Charu Verma, she is a chief scientist at CSIR NISPER. Brings nearly 3 decades of experience in national level technology programs, software system, data science, and digital governance. We have Dr. Amit Kumar. He is a development economist at the Research and Information System, RIS, for developing countries in Delhi. His research lies in the intersection of energy transition, climate policy, international economic cooperation, with a strong focus on low carbon development pathways for the global south. So welcome, Dr. Amit Kumar. Then we have Sri Ashutosh Maurya, Director of IT at the NIC. He in fact offers a practitioner perspective on digital policy intersection and e-governance. Welcome, Dr. Maurya. We have Dr. Venkatama Reddy Kuntala. He is Assistant Professor at the School of Management and Entrepreneurship at IIT Jodhpur. Specializes in human capital, decision making, and organizational dynamics. Welcome, Dr. Reddy. We have Dr. Valentin Starikuno. Is that, has he joined?
Dear colleagues, I should say that Dr. Starikov is absent today. He couldn't participate
Oh,
in
he
our
couldn't join. Okay,
discussion.
no worry, no issue. Okay. Then Dr. Powell is there. Dr. Powell.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon,
Okay, good
everyone.
afternoon. Good afternoon. I can hear you. Yeah. So Dr. Powell is chairperson of the Comparative Sociology Chair at St. Petersburg State University. His research focuses on migration processes and translationalism, adding an important global and societal perspective. Welcome, Dr. Powell. We're also joined by Dr. Anirban Chakraborty. I think you've already heard him in the afternoon sessions on JNU's interdisciplinary work in complex system data science and socioeconomic modeling brings a rigorous analytical perspective to understanding AI systemic impact on energy equity and sustainability. Welcome, Dr. Chakraborty. And then Dr. Vinayak, principal scientist at CSIR NISPERS, works on emerging technology assessment, responsible innovation, and policy framework for advanced technology. Welcome, Dr. Vinayak. But we have two more panelists. We have, I don't have to introduce this panelist at least. Dr. Geeta Vani, you are sitting here, not if not panelist, you have the veto power to say anything. And Dr. Naresh. So again, I thought since it is a penultimate session, we should recollect what we learned or unlearn during the daytime and then say. So what we are thinking, is in fact, Professor Staiko, Professor Staiko, that, we will request you to lead the discussions on these questions that we thought of posing to our panelists. And maybe we can give 5 minutes each to each panelist, and then we come back and then have, we have been given a deadline by 6 we should close. So Indian time, IST. So over to you, please carry on. This is from here onward. I will hand over to you. Over to you.
Once more time, good afternoon to everyone. It's my great pleasure to participate in our discussion, moreover to moderate it. So we got some questions and I will address it to our colleagues. And so I believe that we are ready to get started. Are we? Yeah?
Yes. Yeah, please.
Yeah. So the first issue, the first question I'd like to address to Dr. Amit Kumar and Dr. Venkat Rama Reddy. So the next one, which areas of the energy sector should policymakers prioritize for AI adoption and maximize energy security over the next decade? Please.
You can take 5 minutes each. Yeah.
Of course. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Moderator. First of all, let me thank Director Nispea for the kind invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here. After 5 years, I used to come to here before pre-COVID, Nispea when it was Nistats. So it's always good to come back. So on the question of which sector of energy should be prioritized, but I will recalibrate it in sense of which sector we see that focus to be there in light of the AI. And let me start with a little not very optimistic approach, because this is a great paradox we are experiencing of AI. where at one point, at one side, you could see it can lead to a lot of applications where energy load would be minimized, mitigated in various sectors. At the same time, you see the rise of data centers and then the need for higher energy demand, increasing energy demand day by day. So the sectors which government should focus at initially in short term should be where this trade-off is more towards balancing that the energy requirement to lead that transition, AI transition is not outpacing the gain which you will get from that energy application and deployment. So for example, some of the sectors where you could use energy sector would be, of course, how you can optimize your whole distribution system and see that the energy leakages are addressed using AI because as in previous speaker mentioned in previous session that we are going forward for one nation, one grid. And when we are talking about all this, you have to have a 24/7 real-time technological platform to monitor that whole process in that scale. And AI is, of course, a tool which can do it, deliver it. But the point is that for that to happen, you have to develop that, that grid compliant to that AI requirement and data in which it is needed for the AI to do that kind of monitoring and surveillance on those kind of issues from product generation to distribution to transmission and everything. So for that, at one place you can keep working on that kind of model where you feed in data 24/7 data, quality data to that model, but at the same time you have to ensure that this kind of grids work seamlessly, smoothly. I mean, if there are hiccups or some issue related to data not fitting into that model properly the way you want, or the model needs that kind of those data to be trained, it's not there, the whole purpose would not serve what you have actually you wanted to AI to you deliver for your whole energy consumption, or ensuring that the energy leakages are minimized or at least monitored. And in sense that has another connotation. It's not just minimizing, it also gives you that power of rationalizing the energy sources. So once you have that kind of overview of how the grid is working, which are the sectors which are demanding more energy. So demand supply scenario is that you have the real-time picture of the demand supply scenario, then you can prioritize the sectors where it is needed. So whether it is agriculture, whether it is industry, whether it is health, which sectors are demanding, which regions are more demanding. So you can rationalize your whole energy based on the modeling which you have been used AI to train on that. But as I said, these are very capital intensive to start with and also time intensive, because you need that kind of infrastructure to feed in, and plus you need that kind of initial training done at scale and at a speed for you to do that. So the smart grid management would be something in energy sector which you need to work upon if you want to ensure that that should be the top priority in my point. Thank you so much.
Okay, Dr. Reddy.
So, thank you all for giving me this opportunity to be present here. On the question of energy, maybe I'll have a slightly different take because fundamentally it's more of a consequence of now we're talking about AI and AI adding to a lot of these demands around energy. Maybe we could sort of think about, from my perspective, it's more of an architectural issue in the sense that, let's say, for example, while it is called artificial intelligence, largely it's about learning, right? So it's a quite often a misnomer when we use intelligence there, but fundamentally it is about learning. We as human beings, we learn day in and day out. Just so now we are talking about machines that can also sort of imbue this kind of capability, right? And when we human beings learn, we don't take so much of energy, right? So brain works around 20 watts, perhaps, is largely what it sort of takes in to process all the information that's around. But then, for example, when we talk to a ChatGPT, a generative AI model like ChatGPT, it takes about 5 gigawatts or 500 gigawatts, whatever is the amount of energy to train the model and then to sort of inference it. So fundamentally, while in our cases we are far more energy efficient, when we try and equip computers with this kind of capability, they seem to be not so efficient on the energy count. So my sense is that could perhaps be a engineering challenge at this point in time. First of all, it's great to see that we have come to a stage where we are able to teach machines to learn. So maybe we are not concerned so much about the energy question as yet, or at least the companies are not concerned about it. But eventually, I see a way out of this is to solve for the architectural part. Which, what do I mean by that is, how do I get computers to learn so much more efficiently the way human beings do? If I were to answer that question, and if the engineering moves on that path, then maybe the energy question is not really a tough ask, right? Because we already have examples of it, which is just us as human beings who are able to do this very efficiently on the energy count. But saying that, because I come from a management perspective and entrepreneurship perspective, largely the industry as of today, if you see, there are two kinds of AI companies. One is what we refer to as the AI infrastructure companies. These are like, let's say, for example, companies that can lay out roads or highways, or let's say infrastructure of various kinds. So we have companies like OpenAI or Googles of the world who are laying out these models for us. And then there are use cases built on those infrastructure, right? So quite often, one of the examples that I give my students in my classes is like, let's say, for example, if you have a national expressway coming in, which goes from Jodhpur to Jamnagar to Amritsar, and it touches Jodhpur. Now, that's an infrastructure. There's a company that's laying it out. But then there is somebody, let's say, tomorrow decides to start a dhaba adjacent to that national expressway, right? Now, that's a use case, right? That's built on the top of that infrastructure. So that's a second set of companies, right? So where the energy question comes in is largely on the infrastructure companies, right? Because everything else is getting built on top of those models. So the point is, largely this energy question now is something that the infrastructure companies are sort of bothered about. And they're looking at, just as we have deliberated today, what are those sources that they can depend on? Where can they go out? For example, very recently, Elon Musk talked about moving to space to tap into solar energy to be able to effectively run these models, because he is one of those infrastructure companies. XAI is one of those infrastructure companies. So I'm sure they're figuring out on the count of way to get this solve for this energy question. But I think where the great bit of benefit that comes about AI is largely on the use cases count, right? Some of the deliberations from today morning as well, where we are looking at smart grid management, or effective management of energy within the households, making life more sustainable. These are all use cases. So my sense is, if I were to ask or sort of summarize the entire thought process, while the energy question is important, I fundamentally think it's a consequence of the architecture. We are trying to solve for a far greater problem in terms of trying to enable machines to learn. And if you're able to do that, then there are a whole host of use cases, some of which we discussed today. And maybe eventually we'll solve for the architecture issue. Then maybe we'll be in a better position to understand, is energy really a challenge in terms of building this kind of infrastructure, or is it there are far greater benefits that outweigh the energy question? So with that thoughts, I'll leave it to the floor.
Thank you. That's very. So I think two different thoughts, and this is what we want, that, little diversity of opinion. So, Alexander, would you like to go for the next question, or would you like to have some further debate on this?
I'd like to thank the speakers and to provide next question. So the next question I'd like to address first of all to Professor Anirban Chakraborty, and because of absence of Dr. Valentin Starikov, maybe Dr. Pavel Lisitsyn has few words to say about the next question. So, how to balance the benefits of AI-driven energy optimization with sustainability and energy efficiency commitments? So, please.
Thank you, Dr. Alexander. And so I think we've had very interesting discussions and points made in the whole day. The balance starts with recognizing that AI is not automatically green. And on the positive side, AI enables efficiency, better dispatch, lower losses, reduced emissions, faster integration of renewables. But AI systems themselves consume energy, like we were hearing from our previous speakers, especially the data centers and these large models that we are now doing. So policy should therefore push for energy-aware AI. So we have to incentivize efficient algorithms, edge computing, low power hardware. We heard Mukesh talking about edge computing and other things. So we also have to encourage AI workloads to be co-located with renewable energy. And I think that's a place where people coming from different disciplines have to work together. And then the life cycle energy and carbon assessments for large AI deployments in the energy sector have to be assessed properly. That's what Professor Ramesh and others were talking about. So a key principle, I think, is alignment of incentives. If utilities or operators are rewarded only for short-term cost savings, AI may optimize in ways that undermine long-term sustainability. So that's where the regulators must come in and enforce that we should explicitly link AI-driven optimization to emission targets, efficiency standards, climate commitments. And so I would want to end sort of with a quote which was given a long time ago by James Gustav Speth, who used to head the UNDP, and he was the advisor to the US on climate change. So he said this in an interview which was taken by BBC Radio in October 2013, that I used to think the top global environmental problems were biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, and climate change. I thought that with 30 years of good science, we could address these problems, but I was wrong. The top environmental problems are selfishness, greed, and apathy. And to deal with these, we need a spiritual and cultural transformation, and we scientists don't know how to do that. So you have to remember that, like we said, that AI will definitely help in a lot of ways, but at the cost of what? Yeah. And that is, I think, where we have to talk about this balance, that it will help many sectors, but then it will also negatively impact other sectors. I think I'll rest here, and then we can take up further comments and discussions later on.
Who is the next?
Thank you so much. Yeah, maybe Dr. Pavel Lisitsyn, do you have to say something about it?
Dr. Pavel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, sorry for being on audio only. My internet is acting up, but hopefully it won't disrupt our conversation. Thanks a lot for the question, Alexander. So getting back to it, I think that to find this balance, AI system must be designed to optimize for multiple goals, but not just cost. They should aim for a mix of reliability, low cost, and low carbon emission. For example, in AI managing the grid should be programmed to use clear energy first and consider the environmental cost of population in its decisions. And this way, AI helps reduce emission directly, but not just save money. And also, of course, as a previous speaker told us, we must manage the environmental impact of the AI technology itself. So, training and running large AI models use a lot of energy, and the policymakers and companies must ensure this energy comes from renewable sources and that the AI software is designed to be energy efficient. So the tools used for optimization must itself be suitable, of course. And if it's possible, I want to just say a few words also about the first question that you addressed to the audience. Can it take just 1 minute?
Yes, sure, please.
Yes, okay. The question about the policymakers and what focus on using AI we should make. And I believe that first, integrating into the prediction of renewable energy like solar, wind, because they are difficult to predict, to predictable now, or they are unpredictable now. And the second, using AI for predictable maintenance of energy equipment. And about the first point, AI can make focus prediction for how much solar and wind energy we produced and how much we will need. And this helps grid managers balance supply and demands at once, use batteries better, and rely less on backup power plants. And this improves security. And about the maintenance, AI can analyze data from, for example, sensors on power lines, transformers, and power plants to predict problems before they happen. This reduces costs and, most importantly, makes the energy system stronger against storms or cyber attacks, as an example. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pavel Lisitsyn.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So
Thank you.
our next question.
Linder, yeah, go ahead for the third question.
Yeah, our next question is about policy measures which are needed to address data availability, data quality, and cybersecurity risks in AI-enabled energy system. So I'd like to kindly ask Ashutosh Maurya and Dr. Sharu Verma to say a few words about this. So please.
Thanks a lot to giving this opportunity. So I'm from the perspective of practical implementation. So working from the perspective of NIC, working in different ministry for different ICT solution. So data aspects is always were there from the since 18 when we have started e-governance just to beginning. And I never seen AI different from anything, just like ERP, e-governance, all those aspects. It's the part of the technology management steps. So all aspect that is involved with the technology management cycle is completely applicable to the AI. At the same time, when we see the applicability and other aspects, we also observe that first use case identification. So ultimately have to invest in terms of the money for the benefit of the citizens. So in that aspects also have to think about the transparency, consistency, and also replicability, so that everything it should be the same. And also, since it's a international sort of development going on, not only just a specific country, so faith on the system that on the data on which it's going to be developed, that should be consistent to every other ones, or it should be localized. For example, if we're working for the LLM and it's not conversant with the Hindi and some other languages, that should also be considered that. And also data and their demographical information, all those aspects. Regarding data, since India is also developing from the data governance perspective, DPDP Act implementation, legal frameworks, and also since it's a trends of accumulative information processing. So data sharing through which method, at which frequency, and which formats, all this should also be regularized through some standards. Government is working to establish some standard format for this data sharing and aspects, and also at the start of the beginning of any software in which data is being getting collected, data quality aspect should be considered from the policy perspective, not for the usability perspective. So we never know the data today we are collecting on which purpose and at a how long time back later on it will get utilized. So data is important from the collection, also storage and sharing, and the top of that legal framework. So which data can utilize for which purpose. So in this GDPR is already part of that different countries, but in India DPDP Act is there, and recently a timeline is also given for the implementation across the country. So how to monitor? It's another challenge. Just implementing the declaration of policy is one aspect, then measurement and then ranking and benchmarking is another aspect. And the last I would like to touch regarding acceptability of the AI solution within a system. So development is one aspect, and their acceptance or enforcement by the system to adopt and to have to accept all the output from these one data driven aspects, that is another aspect. Thanks. And I also like to share information that I was started my career from this office only in 2003. So it was very small engagement, but it's my start of my career path. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Yes. Okay. As project assistant.
We'll have some more question on this, but we'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Because, let's complete the round and then we'll come back on this. There are many questions we discussed in the morning also. Okay.
Yes. Respected Chair, Co-Chair, and Moderator, thanks, Dr. Alexander, and thanks to the organizers for this opportunity, Director NISPER, and the organizing team. Now, if I consider the policy measures which are required to address the data availability, data quality, and the cybersecurity risks, I would kind of, say what, Dr. Maurya is already saying, that irrespective of data science solution, irrespective of the AI model, it's very, very important that the data which is going into the model for the analysis is going to be credible. Now, if I talk about the quality itself is a construct which is of multiple parameters, be it data accuracy, validity, reliability, shareability, and how current the data is. So if we go into the policy measures, I think the key point is the data governance framework. What is that model which is going to be used to share the data, which is going to make it interoperable across the various energy systems? Now, the data sharing has to be in the same format. So what I feel is that it's not the specific country's prerogative to think about the standards of the framework. It has to be global. It has to be done in a manner so that it's consistent across various countries, so that later on we are not having some kind of Paris agreements for having decarbonization, or some country which is using more biofuels, somebody else is using less. So these standards are to be implemented and just taken into picture right from the beginning of using these models. It cannot be a reactive approach. It has to be proactive. So that data governance framework has to be standardized, interoperable across borders, not within the same country. Though we have multiple initiatives by various countries, like, already mentioned, we had that Data Privacy and the Protection Act, DPDP, and other acts, which actually came into 2025. But it's important to have the global, I would say, some kind of intervention by organizations like UN or, some other bodies like you have healthcare, WHO, so that it's consistent across, countries. The second point is that data quality standards. So once we have standards, the challenge is definitely, you have these policy measure. First, drafting is a challenge. It has to be evidence-based. Then getting it, finalized is a challenge. And then finally implementing, and then also monitoring to have checks and balances in place that everybody is actually following. But if you consider the data quality standards, the validation and benchmarking is going to be really, really important. And maybe some kind of certification like you have, BSI and other standards for your different kind of, weighing or something or meteorological issues. So those certifications for data sets are going to be important. Like in the morning, we had that key session by the chief guest. It was very important that what data sets are being used by the data models, the AI model. That is very important. Some model which is being trained on Western data cannot, for example, if I see the cardiovascular issue, I will take a healthcare example. It can be different for Asians, it can be different for Americans based on the race, based on the height, based on the environmental parameters. So everything is going to be different and very specific to the countries. So those certifications are very important for the data sets. And third, the secure data infrastructure. So the infrastructure in terms of, the platforms being trusted, sovereign, and also if there are cloud options for critical energy data, that has to be secure in terms of not being getting hacked. So I know we had a discussion on being centralized or decentralized. That perspective will come later on. If they are not secure, I mean, irrespective of being centralized or decentralized, definitely, if you put all your coins in one basket, that's going to be more riskier. But this security point is very, very important for all kind of data science or for AI systems. So if I come to cybersecurity as a last point, it has to be by design. I cannot have, some attachment later on into the system. I see the energy losses are increasing. I suddenly have something which is related to cybersecurity. It was kind of, there were thefts which were increasing. So that cybersecurity has to be built, right from the design stage, which is going to make it, proof and enforce these security norms. For example, you have regular audits, and you have incident response protocols also in place. So, for example, in IT, you have CERT, which is the central response team at India level. So there has to be somebody at the monitoring level, which is going to have these incidents taken care of, and the protocols are well defined. And lastly, the public-private collaboration. We need to have secure data exchange and threat intelligence building. The sharing has to be across multiple stakeholders, because the government setups are quite different. The governance is very different in terms of the energy standards and everything. But when it comes to privates, they're more motivated from the profit perspective. So they may have something which is more robust. They may have something which is kind of as per the international standards. But the collaboration between the private and the public sector in terms of creating more resilient infrastructure, that is going to be the key point. So thank you so much.
Ashutosh, your quick reaction on some of these points. First thing is that, are we thinking of a governance structure which is sync with global framework, or what is our take on that? And also this react about this public-private partnership, you already have so much.
Yes, sir. Of course, without collaboration, AI is not possible in the current circumstances. So this collaboration in terms of the data also, in terms of the knowledge also, in terms of the business model also. So it's all are inclusive in terms, until there is no money, how to expand the R&D. If there is no consistent and approved output, who will utilize that one? So all these are linked one, and ultimately base is for the AI is the data. And data is that should be compliance with the security and governance aspects. So it's 100% sure, so without collaboration, it cannot be possible. And even in today, it's going on in the collaborative way.
Status, I mean, that on especially the framework.
I am sharing one example with respect to Bhasani. Bhasani is the AI solution by the as an initiative of a government with auto translation and text aspects. So it's in the way of collaboration with the different academia like IITs, and each one has a different models, and they're combining and contributing together. And as a business model, they are giving the API interface on the runtime surface translation of the websites, runtime surface translation of the content and the different platforms like Vidhan Sabha and all those things, automated translation with the multiple language. So it's a collaborative software.
Okay, we'll come back to you again. Yes, Alexander, go ahead with the
Thanks
next
so much
question.
to our speakers. Yes, and our next question is once more time to Dr. Charu Verma and Dr. Pavel Lisitsyn. So what regulatory and governance frameworks can ensure IA use in the energy sector remains transparent, inclusive, and human-centered to maximize its impact? Please.
This is for me, Aisa.
No, yeah, Dr. Charaverma and Dr. Pavel Lisitsyn.
This question is coming again to
yeah,
both of
that's
you.
okay. That's okay.
One more time.
Yeah.
But this the question is that
What are the
what
regulatory and the
is the
governance?
regulatory and governance framework for AI used in the energy sector? That's a question that is so your reaction. You don't have to give very elaborate. You can give your reaction.
Definitely, the regulatory framework has to be human centric, as we have been talking since morning. So it has to be, transparent, inclusive, and also the human centered, so as to maximize its impact. And in terms of the explicit parameters, I would say that we need to classify and rate the systems by criticality, so that we have the stricter monitoring by for the grid system. So it's basically the regulations are risk based and transparent by making them more auditable and explainable in terms of the operational and the pricing decisions. And also we need to have human in the loop for the governance, so that is how we can make it more human centric by making the inclusive design. For example, we can have MSME model, and we have under sub section of the community also, and also have the institutional accountable by making, for example, like independent regulators, which are basically the third party auditors who may not have the the conflict of interest directly with the AI producer for the energy sector. So that is my take on that. Thank you.
Yeah, Ashutosh.
Yes, thank you a lot, Alexander.
Particularly within the
This
energy
question-
sector. So we, from the perspective of the government, it's a practice that first identify the use case, then apply the algorithm. So identification of the right use case and their adoptability along with the maturity is very important. And within the and especially in this energy, so balance distribution, cost optimizations, and business promotions is also important. How to share the solar with the power and thermal, all those aspects, depending upon the demand and related concerns.
I think Dr. Kawil will like to have your comments.
Thanks a lot. This question sounds like the previous question, and a lot of things was already mentioned. But let me see what new things I could put on the table. The first one, maybe, the policies. If we're talking about the cybersecurity policies, I believe need special rules for AI in critical energy system, but not just general IT rules that we will have now. They are having now. This includes obligatory checks for AI software weaknesses, standards for safe AI development, and requirements that AI must be able to explain its big discussion so human can check them. Then a key framework is obligatory testing and auditing for high-risk IE applications. Before an IE system that can automatically control the grid is used, it must be tested for safety, fairness, so I mean it doesn't harm specific communities, and of course it was already mentioned about transparency. Also, independent oversight communities should be created to monitor, I believe, AI operation and ensure a human is always involved in critical choices. And to be inclusive and human-centered, laws must require the environment of different groups when designing a system. And this includes not only engineers, but also consumer groups, community representative, or ethnic experts, for example. Policies must ensure transparency and right to appeal. People should have the right to understand why an ID discussion, like, for example, a price change affected them, and have a clear way to complain about or correct wrong automated decision. Maybe that's what I should say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Alexander, can you
Yeah.
go to the next question?
Yes, sure. Thank you. So the next question is to Professor Anirban Chakraborty and Dr. Vyanek. Which strategic investments, technology, institutions, or skills are most critical for enabling AI-driven energy security?
Professor Chakraborty?
Right. So in terms of strategic investments, I think all three matter, and skills and institutions are sort of the real bottlenecks. So on technology investments, we need to have, for example, grid digitalization and sensing. Then we need securing computing infrastructure that Charu Sharma-ji talked about, Verma-ji, sorry, and Ashutosh-ji talked about the governance aspects and collaboration between the different stakeholders, and then open source and interoperable AI tools for energy systems. So as they were insisting, that you need to have clean rules. So we need to know who owns the operational, consumer, and system level data, and how it can be shared with protecting privacy and commercial sensitivity. Without capable institutions, technology cannot be scaled. So regulators, utility and system operators, in-house AI and data expertise to evaluate, procure, and govern AI solutions. I mean, you cannot outsource all of them, so you need to have these in-house things. And skills are the main thing that you have to do the long-term multiplier, that engineers who understand both power systems and AI. At present, what we are having, and I think my friend Ramesh was also saying that he's an expert on energy system, but not on AI. And on the other hand, we have a lot of people knowing AI, but they don't understand energy system. So that's where we need to collaborate. And I think this meeting has been sort of playing an instrumental role in bringing the different stakeholders together. And policymakers who grasp algorithmic risk and system dynamics, they have to be aware and then get hold of all these people. So workforce reskilling for an AI-enabled energy transition is very, very important. If we work in silo, then it cannot happen. So again, I remember the old Buddhist parable almost 2,500 years ago, that different blindfolded men touching different parts of the elephant and thinking these are different objects. And then you remove the blindfold and you see that, oh, you're looking at the elephant, right? So if we work in silo, then we won't be able to go and sort of solve these complex problems, as people were telling. So we need to work hand in hand. And that's where we have also related to the previous question, which we were answering, that everything has a cost. So at the cost of what, right? So that's where the balance has to be made. And we have to make the policies inclusive. And for a country like India, we have huge diversity, and there are people, like we were talking about, 80% of them live in the rural places where the penetration of AI is not that great. How do we impact the lives of such people? Right? So these are very important questions. And that's why the people and governance issues, this is where the government has to come in strongly, because regulation is important. Otherwise, if we just look at profit, that's what I was telling them, that selfishness, greed, and apathy. This is a problem. So as we think mostly about me and myself, then you can't solve any of these problems. So we have to think beyond that me and myself. Then only we'll be able to do that, and that's what we call transformation. So I think that's my take on it.
Thank you. Vinayak, the question that in fact the expression that Anirban said, so we need institution which can integrate, and we need people who know about this. How do we do that? I mean, do you have any strategy for doing this?
I mean, the point is AI, there is energy security, both are complex. And then we have social system. human being, human societies. So these again is a complex system. Now we are talking about the convergence point of this complex
Right.
system, human-centered AI. It is not trivial, not straightforward. With one meeting, one thing, we can't do anything. We can come up with something, but then we have to go forward, institutionalize all those things, because a collective a collective effort is required, and you see institutional mandates, your expertise is
No,
not going to help you.
Mr. Again, I'm
Sure.
asking a very different question. Do you think that existing institutions and individuals can be aligned, or do you think a new set of institutions need to be created? Or
Not only new sets of institution, new sets of skills also has to be created. The new PhD we have to bring, the new researchers we have to bring, they should be equipped with all those techniques, because it's not like I am collaborating with somebody. It's like we are trying to develop new people, new skills who can take up this kind of challenges ahead. The point is not the elephant only. The problem is the elephant is moving, and it's
Right.
moving really fast.
Right. Oh, go ahead. Anything else you want to add? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Interesting thing that we are now having this discussion going forward. Yeah, Alexander?
Yeah, thank you very much. So the next question is, how can international cooperation and policy alignment accelerate responsible AI adoption for global energy security? This question is to Dr. Vanek once more time and Dr. Amit Kumar. Please.
Thank you, Alexander. So international cooperation is very clear on these lines. Actually, if you want to move ahead, you have to have that international cooperation with the sense of ethics in mind. This AI divide is actually ever increasing. For example, India, which generates 20% of your data, and only 3% of your data centers globally are in India. Every country is thinking on that lines of data sovereignty, AI sovereign models. So you need data centers, you need that local indigenous modeling, and all these need that kind of capacity building and uh, support, which an individual country won't be able to do it alone. So we need that kind of cooperation. Of course, there is no doubt about that. But one very major issue, as highlighted in the previous sessions also, so increasing role of geopolitics. So say, for example, your supply chain, which is based on critical minerals, are being handled by two major superpowers, and they have that switch. So the whole purpose of democratization of AI or bridging the AI divide will fall apart, because they're dependent or vulnerable on only two entities. So that kind of diversification of supply chain is a major issue, and we need a model. I don't know which model. We have not very seen very satisfactory results from uh, on various fronts, even when we talk about human-led ecosystem. So you need, I don't know, for AI governance, AI development, AI deployment, you need a different approach, and where like-minded partners should come and take join hands and take this up. We cannot let ourselves be at risk of few countries and few shocks. So that is where we need that kind of cooperation based on mutual interest, but based on ethics. It should be treated as digital global public good rather than just a proprietary technology led by few big tech companies. So that is where I think we need to have that kind of collaboration. Thank you.
Amit, there's an important issue that, globally, both these things seems to be failing. Like climate talks are failing. The last COP, you see, I mean, there's no convergence on, limiting the emissions and all. So one way, energy is failing. On the other way, responsible AI is also not getting forward. So how do you think? And this is a quick, I would say, the conflict that is saying. So it is an energy AI conflict, global scale.
That's the precisely the things that you rightly mentioned. Actually, this is the paradox. Actually, you want that to happen as a global commitment,
right?
And but at the same time, you are holding your back and not able to sharing this whole COP failed because you didn't give the finance and the technology. And please let us be very clear: these things will not come. This has been happening discussion since last all the COPs. 100 billion commitment for technology transfer. Nothing came.
It's not coming.
And same is happening with AI.
Right.
You're all talking about AI will lead to that, but apart from few countries, let us not all countries are in that basic in the digitalization platform. We have done with DPI, so we are so hopeful that we'll deliver with AI at a scale and at a speed. India can do that, but say for example Africa, Latin America, Southeast Asians, except few. So this is not going to happen. And again, because the reason is, which I feel personally, is proprietary technology, sir. They're not going to, when we go and talk to what happened to technology, no, we talk to companies. What nonsense, sir. Then why you are committing it to that level of Paris climate or USDGs? It's all about companies.
How do you position India in this?
No, we are very clear, open. We have been offering that. That is, and that is where we think we have the sound position to lead that whole ecosystem. Apart, if you leave those who don't wants to keep that, we have our own model and we offer it as a public good.
Yes, that's very, and I think Russia also has this similar kind of alignment. Yeah, Vinayak.
Yeah, I mean, global energy security is one thing, and the second thing is the emerging consumption pattern across the global south, especially. Because if the income is going high, then you say the energy consumption is going high. So accordingly, how to distribute all those things, how to make this, how to produce this, how to transit from fuel-based to renewable energy case. And especially, India has done well with solar energy, but consider about other countries like Sri Lanka, for instance, or other global south countries. How do they manage? How do we help them? And apart from that, how do we learn from Russia or other countries, the kind of cultural differences we have, but cultural diversity that we have, the kind of problems that they have dealt with earlier, and they have some experience that we can learn, or what we have done earlier, and we can teach. So this kind of mutual cooperation is must. And of course, data sharing, open science, of course, this is the very fundamental, because this also leads to people who are going to use the end users. So end user awareness about AI, because end user actually doesn't know much about this thing. We don't know about the value of our data, especially in this kind of transformation if it is taking place. So these kind of things are required, of course.
So who could be the reliable partners globally, aligning with the one thought of ideas? So I'm just saying, suppose you said Russia and India can collaborate. So what kind of alignment you think that's globally possible?
Reliable, I like to just know, what kind of reliability we say. If we talk about research or technical...
as we discussed, the stakes are high, both are energy and AI, but both are actually creating a paradox. And when we're talking to cooperation level, we need to address this paradox. So how do we create this global cooperation? This is the question that.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure actually.
Okay.
It's not straightforward.
Yeah. I think what, yes, I think Professor Gupta is saying, I think that there is a need to integrate or to collaborate international level for this cross-country modeling, this cross-country collaboration on AI model for resilience, and for, because as Dr. Chalu said, that there is a data quality, and some since morning we are hearing regarding this, the AI can provide us the equity, inclusiveness,
and transparency, accountability. But I think there are some risk also, as Professor Arnab said, that there is because AI is not working without any power, so it needs power. But I think there are some socio-cultural issues also in this AI modeling, because AI model can be biased, to my understanding, because we train the model based on the data available online or offline, whatever. So whatever we are feeding to the model is giving the output. But if we talk about there is some risk in this also. We have those people, those who are the vulnerable groups, like poor people or living in the remote areas, or some which are not in the mainstream. So because we are not getting the data from that side. So I think there's maybe some drawback of these AI models, because most of the data we have in the database or surveillance from those who are linked with the internet, because in the morning it was said there 70% people are using the internet, but the 30% people are not using the data or not using the internet. So unka whatever they are thinking or what they have in their mind or what are their problem, they are not, I think, in the global platform. So I think there is a need to integrate all the data and to rationalize the data to get the, I think, the suitable result. And to some extent, as I understand, there's maybe some common energy risk, like grid instability. Then outrage of power, country like in India, when in the summer there is a peak demand is there of this electricity, but it is very difficult to manage, because in some areas the light is 24 hours, in some areas there is light is not in half an hour. So I think what AI can contribute us, AI can give, we can develop a smart model for this rationalization or optimization of the resources regarding this energy related issues. So I think to some extent AI have much more positive parameters, but there are some negative aspect also, which may be addressed, and it can be addressed on account of, if we talk about the inclusiveness, and if we could integrate or collaborate with other partners of the
Thank
area.
you. Thank you. I think we are running, in fact, out of time. So before we wind up, I would ask, Dr. Alexander and Dr. Cowell, if you have any concluding remarks on this panel, then we can listen to you, and then we'll wind up here. Over to you, Dr. Alexander.
Yes, so thank you. I believe that our time, yes, is going out, so not to spend it. I just want to say that I believe that we had great discussion today, and we did great work in pointing out opportunities and challenges we are going to face in next decade concerning IE and energy security. So I'd like to say thank you for all participants and speakers, especially for our chair and co-chair of our session. And I'm looking forward to the next discussions and maybe cooperations. Thank you so much for today's discussion.
Thank you. Dr. Cowell, you want to say something?
Yeah, just one comment. I want to put together my short comment on the last question and acknowledgement for the colleagues who organized this forum and this session, because this forum is a example of international cooperation about the global energy security. And by using these global forums like this, we can agree on common principles for using AI in the energy infrastructure. And while each country's laws will differ, and of course they will, a shared agreement on key ideas like transparency, as it was mentioned, safety, fairness, human controls, creates trust and, I believe, fair competition between countries and companies on the problem of global energy. So thanks a lot. It was.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cowell, and thank you all listening. In fact, this was an interesting discussion. I wish we'd had more time. There were some question answered, but a large number of questions unanswered. And we needed more time, at least up this much, another 1 hour. But I think limitation of time is always honored, accepted. So I noted down several points, and if I start summarizing, it will take longer time. So I would say that thank you very much, Dr. Geeta, Dr. Naresh, Dr. Mandal, for the wonderful conduct of this event. Very brief, but very, I would say, enlightening and very refreshing also. So thank you very much for this, and so I thank all the panelists once again for joining us, and thank you. And we will come out with some points. I think that we are thinking or contemplating of working on a policy encompassing all these areas, and then can we do it? And we'll take help of RIS and NICN and IIT Jodhpur, everybody, all of you were there, and happy to announce that, in fact, NISCAR is going to collaborate with several policy institutions, including INSA, formal way. Hopefully that will really create a new pathway for the policy. So thank you very much.
Thank you to our session chair, Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, co-chair, Dr. Naresh Kumar, and moderator, Dr. Stepanov, and all the panelists for an exceptionally engaging and insightful discussion. The panel has clearly highlighted that while AI offers transformative opportunities for energy security, its success ultimately depends on ethical design, inclusive governance, institutional readiness, and human-centered policy frameworks. I now kindly request Director Ma'am to felicitate Dr. Akhilesh Gupta and Dr. Naresh Kumar. We also congratulate and felicitate moderator Dr. Stepanov and all panelists who have joined us online. I now kindly request Dr. Akhilesh Gupta to felicitate all the panelists present here. And I request all the panelists to stay here at the dais for a group photograph. Please stay at the dais for a group photograph. This brings us to the conclusion of the panel discussion. We will now proceed to the valedictory session where key insights from the day will be summarized. I kindly invite Dr. Kasturi Mandal to summarize the key insights from today's discussions.
We have Dr. Natalia with us to chair this session. Dr. Natalia.
Yes, yes. Hello, dear colleagues. Once again, it's my honor to chair our last but not least session with concluding summaries. And I like several of us, like Dr. Avinash and some others mentioned that we have this small but very important for us project with Indian colleagues, and we hope to develop the framework that were presented during the seminar. So, like we social scientists who study AI, for us, these topics of sustainable development and renewable energy, they are really very valuable. And for me and my colleagues, it was really a brilliant opportunity to have more information, more details, more frameworks about it. And now I would like to provide a floor to Dr. Kasturi Mandal for summary of key insights and recommendations, please.
Thank you, Dr. Natalia. And we all give a big round of thanks to all our Russian collaborators who are there online since each session and since the morning, early morning for them. So thank you. It shows your dedication and commitment, and we look forward seeing you and working together. So to sum up the session very briefly, I feel the panel has actually summed it up, because whatever we had been listening throughout the day, it has come in the panel very nicely. So but still, since it's my job, we would like to say that this symposium, it's like there were economists, there were sociologists, there were technologists, and we saw some sort of convergence at every point of time. So we started where in our inaugural session, I'll not mention any speaker, so we started to search for creating new opportunities to people for Indian context, to reach people whom we were unable to reach, creating new space, new opportunities. And for that, we heard that equity by design right in the beginning should be there. Next, we also heard about the democratization of intelligence systems, which converged across some of our speakers when they talked. And also, can machine be creative, emotional, and conscious? So there I rose the question of passive LLMs to agentic AI. We also, in our sessions, also brought out that human-centered AI enhances, not replaces. The goal is to augment human abilities rather than substitute them. So there, our conference was on human-centered AI, and I started with my vote of thanks, in which we thought I requested that all our presenters should be leaving us with questions, and we have a lot of them now. So AI is a practice, not just a tool. Its true nature emerges through real-world use and decision-making. Global AI models need local social context. Systems must reflect the values and realities of populations they serve. Regulations must focus on human relationships as well, as we talk about human-centered AI. Effective governance manages interaction between creators, users, and regulators. The black box problem needs social theory as well. We have been talking about the paradoxes. Understanding AI logic requires tools beyond engineering. So AI is a product of human rationality. It's a human-centered force to organize and enhance activities, not an independent entity. And also we heard from Professor Andre, he's still there, that social scientists should be a part of AI development from the beginning. So coming to that, there were several sessions in which, like, we heard about battery technologies and its implications regarding AI. We had AI applications in AI renewable energy management, AI applications in the renewable energy, forecasting variable solar and wind output, smart grid management with multi-source supply, and so on. So very briefly, I thought I will sum up this, and then I hand over the stage to Professor Dr. Geeta Vanidasan.
Yeah, so I think this is the last part of the session. And first, before I give, I would like to thank the team actually who put together this fantastic event in a short period of time. And my heartfelt thanks to the Russian team. Really, like Dr. Kasturi said, they have been with us the whole day and a really fantastic engagement that shows their commitment to the cause and the collaboration with India. We really appreciate uh, your inputs. When Avinash came with this, I had a basic question. What is human-centered AI? I grilled both of them, Vinayak and Avinash, when they came, please tell me what it is. But I think today I must say I have a fair understanding. I think that is a big achievement for me, at least, that, now I understand what is human-centered AI. So when they came with the proposal. So I think, although we are calling it for energy security, some of the questions raised today are valid for any AI technology. Because I think much of it is talking about data, and the policies and frameworks. And I think that is true for any technology. And the one interesting point was AI itself is energy guzzler. AI itself is an energy consumer. That was a very good point, which was highlighted. And how can we come up with better models? And in fact, I would like to think, are there any studies which are coming out which says the energy which is going to make these AI models versus the energy conservation that is happening by the use of these AI tools is something which we have to look at. Perhaps it's early years, I would say, as we go forward, there can be more optimization. And I think we talked about collaboration between countries. And I must say that open source is actually, and India is a leader in that. And I think that's the beauty of Indian model. I think we always believe in cooperation with like-minded people, and that is what came out. Because that's the only feasible solution, I think, because with all this geopolitical challenges. And again, I think, and the most important part was the social lens, which I think, again, this is what I always think that NISPER should bring in, because technologies, a lot of people are talking about users, but putting the human in the middle and how that should be done. I think this is a where NISPER can make a value addition. And I'm really happy to see that the team put together very good sociology researchers from Russia, especially, and from India as well. Because I think Vinayak and Dr. Naresh pointed out in the end, who is the end user? We should not forget the end user. In the end, I think that was the human-centered AI all about. I think technology, even if you remember for a moment, somebody said it's like any other technology. Ultimately, whether we make it big or, but is it serving the purpose for the humanity? And I think with that, again, sincere thanks. And I should thank Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, who has stayed the whole day today with us. And also Professor Anirban, Dr. Ramesh, and many of you, and Dr. Ashutosh Sharma. I think it's been a really fantastic meeting. And thank you again.
Thank you. Thanks to you.
No, no.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your insightful words. So today we all gathered here not just to exchange ideas, but to spark collaborations that will shape the future of artificial intelligence for humanity's collective good. Looking forward to more such discussions. Thank you all for your active participation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for. And कल आ जाएंगे।
मैं जा रहा हूँ वहाँ, वृंदावन।